Hello. How's it going? How are you feeling? Is it well? I hope so. I sure hope so. What's up, Zemgob? First time. Where am I? There we go. Welcome. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong camera. This is my true form. Let me manifest into physicality. How's it going, lovelies? Welcome. Welcome. How you do? You do good? I hope so. Just joined the Discord? Hell yeah. So, what are we doing? Ooh, that's a good question. If this is your first time here, Zemgob, basically the way that it works is if you have some D&D homebrew that you're working on, or a D&D homebrew question, you can share that in the announcement post. I have a link for it right there in the Discord. Or, alternatively, if you find yourself more interested, you can call in. And there's a waiting room in the Discord as well. So if you join the Discord waiting room, you jump to the front, and I bring you on the call, and we chat. So you can have a specific piece of homebrew that you're working on that you want to discuss, or if you don't have a specific piece you're working on, you can just ask a question about making homebrew. Also, if your goal is to get me on sort of a tangent, I usually accept tangents. I like a good tangent, you know? What's up, Brent? What's up, Alexander? No, dude, you're not late. Although I am starting a little bit later. We had a recording session for my podcast today. And I didn't want to have to rush anything, you know? Anyway. Hi. All right, let's get our exercises in before the stream really starts. Ready? Here we go. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here it comes. All right. Everybody get it in? I hope so. Wait, you got a podcast? Yeah. Unbalanced Encounters. It's an actual play. Here it is in the chat. There's the website for it anyway. But yeah, we have a whole first season that's got like 80 episodes that is out, and you can listen to the whole thing. I play a giant robot named Guard. There's also a bunch of mini seasons that are like, or we call them bonus arcs, but like 3 or 4 episode little adventures. But we're on to season 2. New show. I mean, it's still with all the rally people. We have a new main cast member, but I don't know how public that is yet, so I will share it when it becomes the thing I can share. Totally new plot, totally new world. Yeah, it's really fun. I'm playing a very different character than I played in Rally. Rally, my character was largely like a new creature. He had like just gained sentience. So he had a very sort of like, not unfiltered, but like untainted view of things. You know, everything was sort of new. And the character that I'm playing in this new show comes from a very specific like background that has massively influenced him. So he has a very skewed perspective of the world, which I think is largely where his character flaws come from. So we're talking about homebrew rules, weapons, items, anything. I can here. Let's get started. We'll start, and I'll show you. You can see what the vibe is, and you can see how you want to engage with it. Let's change the mood a little bit, though. Let's tone it. Let's just tone it a slice. Because we got to remember something, friends. Why do we do this? Why are we making homebrew? What's the point? You know? I think the point of making homebrew on its surface level is to make your game more like fun, right? And that is the guiding light. But there is something to that. Because what are you doing when you're making your game more fun? Because you're not just like sitting in your room building your world. I mean, maybe you are, but at the end of the day, what we are doing when we're making homebrew is we're making fun for other people. So you can take that to be a really big, impactful thing, or you could take that to be just a whatever thing. But regardless, I do think that we are going to always bump into homebrew that needs a lot of work. Always. We are going to see stuff that is a mess. But at the end of the day, we want to make sure that even the most messy... let me rephrase that. When somebody tries to make homebrew, even the most jank, messy, gobbledygook piece of garbage, it's made from a good place, and there is an intention there. Now, whether or not you decide you want to grow and refine that into a skill, that's neither, that's a whole other thing. What we do with our show, with this show, is specifically the folks that are not just making homebrew, but want to go a little bit above and beyond. They want to not just make it because it's fun and not just make it to help other people, which is a great thing, but they want to refine that as a skill. And refining something beautiful hurts, okay? Because we are taking this ball of creativity and this ball of passion and this ball of joy and excitement, and we are smashing parts of it because they don't actually work as intended if they are opened up to everybody, right? There's exterior information we might not be taking in. So we just want to go in with a slice of a gentle hand as reviewers and as feedback givers, but also as people that are coming here and sharing things and asking for help. We want to remember that's what we're doing. When we are asking for help, we are not saying, tell me what you like and tell me why I made the right choice. We are saying, is this working? Tell me how I can fix it. And a lot of that is somebody saying, no, this isn't working. And that is hard to hear. So both if you are getting feedback or giving feedback, you just want to keep in mind a little bit of the perspective of the other and the perspective of all the feelings. Because we are going to maybe tear some shit up. You know? All right, rant over. Let's see what we're looking at today. So we've got a couple pieces in the thing. You know what? This is actually kind of perfect. The very second piece posted was from our dear Faraday. And they are in the waiting room. So I'm actually just going to grab them. Give me 1 second. I got to move some windows around on my desktop. Okay. Bippity boppity skippity scoppity. All right, let's grab them. I got to make sure my mic is... Yeah, see, I not all my shit's set up. All right, there we go. All right. Ahoy, hoy. How's it going, bud? Unmute when you have a second.
Yeah. I'm here.
Welcome.
The sun is still not.
Welcome. So, I'm going to catch people up on your homebrew for 2 seconds, and then we're going to talk. So,
yeah, no problem.
Our dear Faraday. Also, if that's not the right way to pronounce your name, I will correct myself, but I do like that that's the way I pronounce it.
The one where you're fair with the rolling just
fair.
not the...
Fair.
Yeah,
fair.
This one, I like a lot. I like
Okay, that's the one. All right, I'll stick with that one then. So this is a new class. Building a class is really hard, and one of the things that we have to wrestle with when we're building a class is making sure it has a core identity. This is a mercenary type class that is built around being a little bit, I want to say like swift and like swordsman-y in the way that we've looked at it before, and we want to make sure that that feels like it makes sense and can have its own identity alongside a fighter. That's really the goal here. Or it doesn't get all gobbledygooked if you start doing multi-classing shenanigans. I don't actually think there's any other class we really need to super concern ourselves with. I do think that there are other classes we can learn from in trying to make sure that we're navigating that in a good space. Okay, introduction rant over. Hi, how's it going, bud?
I'm doing fine.
So what feature are we looking at? Fencing arts?
Yeah, fencing arts. That was you named it during the stream, weapon of the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And the name sticked a bit with me, but I'm not sure about the feature actually for now. So yeah, the thing is, you said at one point the idea was you get only a couple of proficiencies, but those proficiencies of weapon, that's your main weapons, said. So I try to run with it, so you get only 2 proficiency, and with a little bit of restriction. I'm not sure about the restriction. Maybe I should just lose them. But yeah, you get 2 weapons more when your proficiency bonus increase, and just that's your weapons, and you get to use them for all your features.
Mm-hmm.
And with them, you can use dexterity instead of strength.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to. So if you want to build dexterity, that can be because I thought you needed something a bit, just not you get finesse on those weapons. I added something I only found on like the sorcerer, wild magic sorcerer capstone, which is when you roll a dice, and let's say you roll a d6, you score a 6, so the best. You roll the dice again, and you add to d6. You add the no roll.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
So this explosion, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is going in a good direction. I almost want to push harder on. Okay. Here's where my headspace is. I think you could go in the direction of you gain proficiency with 2 slashing or piercing weapons of your, like, you could do that. I think.
Yeah.
But I think there might also be some sort of element. You could also go in the direction of, wait, let me ask you a question. Do you want this person to be able to fight with a sword and a shield?
That was a question about, I was also asking me. So maybe, I guess.
Because you could also, this is what you could also do. You could also do something like you gain access to Fine Blade and Lethal Touch, not with the 2 specific weapons. I think that would work fine. But just another way you could think about it would be like if you are either only wielding 1 weapon and no other weapon, or if you are holding 2 weapons at the same time. So that would be another way to sort of push them in the direction of being like a very specific archetype that you're building from. There isn't really, like, there's 2-weapon fighting in D&D, like that's a fighting style,
yeah.
but that's not like a huge, I don't know. So that's a direction to go in. I think Lethal Touch. Okay, I think Lethal Touch is good. I like it a lot. I think the only thing that I would think about is, and I don't know the answer to this question, I just think it's worth thinking about, is does this is definitely unique. One of the things that we're looking for when we're trying to build like a new martial character is we want the way, in a weird sort of way, we want the way that they deal damage to feel unique. Like the rogue gets sneak attack, the monk gets its extra little punches, the barbarian does rage damage. So I think that this does that. This feels like a different, unique way of dealing extra damage, and I think that is good. The only thing that I'm thinking on top of that is you don't really get to control when it happens. And I think that is probably okay. That's probably okay. But I do think that that's just the thing to think about, because the rogues, they either, like, they build opportunities to get sneak attack. The monks decide when and how to use their bonus action and extra attack. The barbarian decides when to have its rage active. So the only thing that I would maybe say here is, what if Lethal Touch did a little bit more? So what if you based it almost off of sneak attack? So sneak attack you can make sneak attack happen in 2 ways. One is you have advantage on the attack against the bad guy. The other is you have an ally within 5 feet of the bad guy. So what if this is sort of that same way? So what if it's like when you roll and score the maximum die, you get to roll again. But what if there was another condition that we could put that would also let you do that? Like maybe like if you hit them last round, it also automatically happens. Or like if you know, like just play around with maybe adding another thing that the player could try to set up to activate this, so they're not totally relying on RNG.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look into it. Yeah.
But I think that that's a really nice place to start. I think this is a fun mechanic. In other games, this is called exploding dice.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a cool mechanics. Like you get your dice and it's even more. That's great.
And it just feels different. Like as much as at the end of the day, this is just making numbers go up, you're just doing more damage. This legit feels different than the other ones. It feels different than a fighting style. It feels different than it just feels different. So it's nice. Was there another thing you wanted me to look at? I saw you had more than one question. Was there something else you wanted me to look at?
A bunch of questions at the time, at least. If it's going in the good direction, that's great. I had like still counter attacks in the main features, and I'm not sure about it. Should I keep it? The reaction you make an attack?
Which feature? Which one?
Second level. Yeah, second level. Up.
Counter attack.
Yep.
All right, let me take a look at it.
It's
as a reaction, when an enemy targets you with an attack, and before any dice is rolled, you can make a weapon attack using a weapon of the trade against them. You can do so a number of times to use your proficiency bonus. I think this is fine. I don't think this is bad. I think this is fine. This might be another one where maybe I'm sort of pigeonholing here, but this I think works fine. I don't know if this needs to be a second level feature. This could also be a higher level feature that is in one of those spaces of helping with damage output. I think as a feature, it's interesting and fine and good. I'm pro it as a feature. I don't know if it needs to be a second level. The other thing that I would say here is the proficiency bonus number of times per use is probably fine, but this might be another feature where if you decide that Lethal Touch has some additional proccing mechanic, whatever you build that proccing mechanic around could also be tied to this. Or tied to be counterattack. So like if, for example, you can get your lethal attack on any enemy that you have hit with a weapon last round, and like that automatically makes it happen, then maybe this has infinite uses, but it also is tied into that mechanic. So like if a creature that you hit last round does something, then you know what I mean? Like that would also be really building it in the direction of being like a duelist, which I'm not sure if you're trying to do or not. So maybe think about that too. Because if that's not what you're trying to do, then maybe don't worry about that.
Part of it. Yeah.
But I like it. I think it's a solid like assuming that you're not going to be giving this thing multiple extra attacks or like an action surge or other weird things. I think this is a really fun way to add its damage output while keeping it a martial class and feeling kind of grounded as martial specifically. The other reason why I want to push you to maybe have this not be proficiency bonus times per rest, but be somehow more of a core mechanic where you can just have it when the right condition is met, is it does still sort of dance close to being a Battle Master maneuver, but I don't think that matters. Like that might not matter. But if you feel like it matters, if you make it so it's not on a resource, it's just the right conditions have to be met, it will really not feel like a Battle Master maneuver.
Building important conditions, that could be good. That was the thing. It was too close to the Battle Master, so I tried to move it like before the attack, so maybe you can just last hit the guy before it actually hit it. But I need to find a good condition to say you don't land it, you don't have it every time, but in the right condition you have it.
Because I maybe chat, tell me if you think I'm being hectic, but I think this would be fine to just have all the time.
No, I made the math, and assuming you have like somewhat of a bigger weapon on Monk, it's like it's another attack. Even if it's not during your turn, it's another attack. So it's kind of like at least at second level, it's action surge, basically.
Yeah. Fluffcopter, yes, you're right. Battlemaster does take up a lot of design space, which is why you have to play around it when you're building a new martial class. Somebody brought something up interesting, and I think it is worth pointing out. Technically, the way fencing arts is written, you could technically only pick ranged weapons, the way that it's written, because ranged weapons do piercing damage. So if you want this to if you want this to be something where, if you don't want to have to think about making sure all these features work for ranged weapons, you could also just limit this to melee with the firearm being like a special exclusion. But if you don't care about them also working for ranged weapons, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I mean, I needed at least firearms because one of the subclass I was thinking about is some arquebusier.
So what you could do, for example, is you gain proficiency with 2 slashing and piercing weapons. If you don't have to do this, obviously, but you could say you gain proficiency with 2 slashing and piercing melee weapons and firearms and hand crossbows or something like that. So it's just like all of it kind of together if you wanted to. You definitely don't have to, but that could be a way that you sort of guide them towards melee. But again, if you don't actually care, then it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. If you like the idea that someone could build a mercenary and it would be full ranged, then this is not something you need to worry about at all.
Okay.
Like rogues are like that. Rogues work just as well ranged or melee. I mean, even monks do if you got a bunch of darts, except for their punch. Yeah. Their punch has to be melee. That little last one. Cool. Does that cover what your questions were? Or did you have anything else today?
I had a last one, I guess. It
was
about the 5th level because I was thinking about that's another thing I was eating, but I'm not sure about it. That was the following strikes. It was when it was because like we talked about extra attack not be the best. Mm-hmm. And someone said, hey, if you hit, you get your extra attack. If you don't hit, you don't get it. So it's more about precision and keeping the duel and the attacks going and trying to get as much.
For sure. Okay, here's what I would say. Yeah. Unless you are going to be building mechanics later on that specifically impact your following strike, you don't need to name it. So like maybe you have an idea where at 10th level, when you do a following strike, you can add something to it. If that's the case, this is fine.
That's the case.
Okay. Because I was going to say you could, if you wanted to simplify this, you could just say when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can make another weapon attack against them. That's the easy way to write this. But if you add the way it's written opens it up so you can apply features to this because you're essentially naming it. I'm pointing this out because I think this is something people fuck up a lot, and I'm realizing what you're doing, and it's very good. So if D&D is built in this weird space of like mechanics meets language. So if you want to introduce a new mechanic, you often need to build language around that mechanic. But also, if you are not building a new mechanic, you don't want to introduce new language. If you do that, it just gets really confusing. But because this is now teaching us following strike. Following strikes is now, in my mind, the way this is read, is a new mechanic. So if for example, you did not build this in this way, then I would be like, simplify this. With multi-classing, your following strikes might double the extra damage. That is a very good point, IDB. What I would probably do is make this so that it was limited to only on your turn and only once per turn. Okay. That way, because what would happen then is, let's say I took fighter and I went 5 levels of fighter, 5 levels of this. This would give me a 3rd attack. But that's basically the same as taking 10 levels of fighter. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's actually not, it ends up not being that different. So I think it's fine if it's just limited to once per turn. There might be some balancing issues down the road with like people that really try to optimize it, but I don't think that's something you need to hyper worry about just yet.
Only once per turn is a good idea. Yeah.
IDBN, that was their first comment, and it was a very good one. That was a very insightful thought. Welcome to the show.
Okay, what do you think about... Sorry.
No, you. Please, continue.
What do you think about if I move like counter-attack like later, maybe at the around the same point as my six features, which is only like flavor and stuff.
I think that from a balance perspective, I think that would be totally fine. I think the question you just have to ask yourself is, if you move counterattack, do you have something else to put here that's going to help? Because counterattack is very good vibe too. So you just want to make sure that you fill this with good vibe.
Maybe a way to invoke like a direct, like just a very precise track, a way to just say, okay, I'm gonna invoke like the lethal touch or things like that, and just get the things rolling.
Let me ask you a question. Let's pull back from the mechanics for a second here. Let's say you have a group of, you're playing D&D, and you have you're one of a mercenary is one of the players' classes. What do you, when you imagine them, and not from a mechanical perspective, just like if you were describing this like it was happening like in a scene in a book or something, what are they doing that's distinct in combat that is noticeably different than what the fighter can do or is doing? Like are they moving? Are they like almost like dancing around combat and moving really quickly the way that a fighter does? Are they like hitting super deep and precise in these weird sort of almost rogue type movements, but while in the middle like a fighter? Like what is their vibe that you want to shunt out into the front?
There is a beautiful scene in I guess you know Star Wars.
I've heard of it.
Okay. So I guess you didn't see this scene, because that's, I think, the scene that just grabbed me to my very core. It's a scene in the Rebel show. They have like the old guy facing the red guy, and there is like just this back and forth of them taking one pose and the other counter it, and the other layer track with another pose, and then they strike, and that's the thing I like, because I do fencing, and you have a lot of hand and movement position preparation to attack, to strike in a specific way. So I'm going with this class. I'm going with my experience in fencing, and from other type of fencing outside, like medieval fencing.
Okay, what if
very much you prepare to touch in a very specific way, and that's why the counter attack also, because that's the best move ever.
Okay. I have two radically different. This is my thought process. Yeah. What if at second level you essentially get this character's version of cunning action, where you can essentially pick a fighting pose, like a fighting stance. Is that something that you get later?
Yeah. No, that's the thing you get. That's the thing I was giving like at level 1, because I didn't know where to put it at level 1 or at level 3, basically.
Okay, cool. So if you're
in the subclass, there was specific to the subclass bonus action. You take a specific pose.
Are the poses limited to the subclasses?
They have each subclass have 5 poses. Most of them have like one main damaging, one main move option, and then there's other effects.
So you don't need to do this. But here is what you could do. If you have 5 different poses for each subclass, if there are any that kind of are similar across the board, ask yourself if those could work as generalized poses, and they could go here. And so that was like there were certain poses that you just got, and then you got specialized ones from your subclass. You could do that, or you could go in a direction where this feature somehow heightens your pose things. So like I don't know what all the poses do, but if, for example, like all of the pose, like if, let's say your pose, like how do you activate your pose? Is it an action, bonus action? What is it?
It's a bonus action. Let's say you take clearly biggest, simplest one. Bonus action, double your strength of the score for the attack.
How long do you stay in that pose?
Not the attack roll.
Do you stay in that pose do you just stay in it permanently until you change, or does it just last a round? How long does it last?
It lasts for you. It's empower your next weapon attack. It's really, you take that pose for this attack.
So, okay. what if your second level feature is something along the lines of, if you choose to do the same pose again, you don't have to use a bonus action to keep it for the next round, or something like that. It could be something. Maybe that's all too pushing in the same direction. I'm gonna total left turn. The other idea that I was thinking about when I was thinking about this guy was, to me, when I think about fencing, a lot of fencing is footwork. So what if this second level feature was something where it was like tied to, like, what if your second level feature was like, if you hit a creature with an attack, you can, I don't know, you gain like 5 feet of movement. You gain some amount of movement that you can use so long as you stay within their reach, or you like something like that, like some ability to like move in tricksy ways while you're fighting. That was the other direction that I went in.
Okay. Footwork for level 2. Yeah. I get you.
So maybe something like that.
That was something I didn't want to put that much emphasis on, because I had like I didn't want to get too close to the monks just getting. I think if you keep it, here's what I think. I think if you tie the movements to something related to combat or the positioning of your enemies, it will feel very different than monks. Like, monks are just fast. You are not just fast. Okay. You are fast in a duel. You're fast when you're fighting. So I would lean into that direction. So that could be, for example, you getting some bonus movement so long as you're within reach of an enemy. That could be like, maybe even it's just like, what if it's just like, so long as you make a weapon attack on your turn, you get a bonus to your dexterity saving throws until the start of your next turn. Like, because you're fighting, you are moving quicker. In the same way that like rogues get the ability to do uncanny dodge. You know, it could be something like that. Okay. Or evasion, whatever that thing is they get. Yeah. Okay. Like a little defensive buff or movement buff that you get.
Yeah, and I would tie it to dex and dexterity saving throws, specifically because even though that's just one stat, it's like the most common saving throw to have to roll in D&D, and it's very evocative of the flavor of it, right? Like, if you're moving because you're attacking, you're already sort of like, it's almost like your character is already half a step into the next thing they're gonna do, you know?
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, okay, that's where my head goes with that. I think this thing has a lot of weird legs to it. Like, also, just to say to chat, I actually think that this is a really good example of like, could all of these ideas be boiled down and simplified into a subclass? Maybe, but the fact that the answer is now maybe is very good. But I also was like, just because you could do those things, that doesn't mean this can't be a whole class. Like, there is the wizard and there is the eldritch knight. You know what I mean? Like both can exist. So I think that making sure that we have that the solid first 2 to 3 levels feels good, and that each of the subclasses explores the options in interesting ways it's going in a good direction. I think it's going in a really good direction. It's really interesting so far.
I'm gonna look into it. I've seen some comments about ready action. That's not a bad idea.
Fluffcopter says they would go in the other direction, buffing you if you haven't moved. That's an interesting way. That's a totally different direction, but I think that could also be an interesting way to do it.
That would be good for, like, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe for the core feeling of the class, but maybe for a subclass.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
You, like samurai, you don't move, you focus your thing, and then when the moment is perfect, you strike. That could be like the hyper defensive kind of tanky one almost. Cool, man. This is great. This is good. I'm glad it's starting to come together. All right, I'm gonna hang up on you soon. Do you have any final thoughts before I do? No, that's it.
All right. Love you.
Thank you.
Bye. Click. We hang up. We hang up before they can say anything. All right, okay, I gotta say hi to some people in the chat. ZMCG, you love my shorts, and it's your first stream. Hi, man. Also, somebody said, oh my god, it's the Warhammer guy. It is, but I'm also the D&D guy, and we're talking about D&D today. I hope that's okay with you. Most of my streams are related to Dungeons & Dragons and game design, or I'm going to start playing video games soon. I will say, tomorrow I'm doing my very first playthrough of Outer Wilds, and that's what I'm going to be doing most of this week. So if you want to see somebody play the Outer Wilds for the first time, or go with me on my journey as I explore it and don't spoil anything, that's what a lot of the rest of this week is going to be, if that sounds fun. If you are new to the channel and you want to send in some homebrew, the instructions are floating above my head here. But you also can just go to my Discord and check the announcements tab. It has all the links and stuff that you need. And you can send in some homebrew you're working on, and we'll talk about it. Or if you want to, you can call in. When people call in, I pull them to the front of the line because I feel like I don't want to make them wait forever if they're willing to get on the call. It's also, I prefer it if you can call in just because it's nicer to talk through the idea. But also, hi. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're doing well. I got 2 drinks. Hi, Redmer. Redmer, did I show you what? Did I show you this? Did I show you this, Redmer? Such a tragedy. I need a new mug. One day I'll get one. But that day is not today. That day is not today. Alrighty, let's see. Let's grab somebody else. We are going to grab Ren. I think Ren is a new person in our little space. Ren says, this is my Barbarian subclass based on Jason Voorhees. But I was having a hard time coming up with the capstone. All right, let's give her a gander. Let's grab Ren. Did we look at, I think we may have looked at this piece in part already. Or we looked at a similar vibed piece. I apologize if we haven't looked at this before. Let me grab Ren. Ahoy hoy, Ren. How's it going? What's up, Dino Matrix? I see you. Ren, you got to unmute. Hello.
All right. First of all, I'm excited here. This is not the same subclass that you saw before.
Cool.
I'm another person. I just wanted to make not a slasher in general, just specifically Jason Voorhees.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to tell you, you really inspired me to start making homebrew.
Aww.
And yeah, honestly, your streams are what inspired me. I eventually want to make a class, but first I want to start by making a subclass for every class.
I think that's a smart idea because you're going to learn a lot about the game design through making subclasses, and it's also a lot more emotionally satisfying to make something and finish it. And you don't get to have that emotional satisfaction if you start with the class because it's just there's so many learning mistakes. It's fine, but I'm glad you're taking that route. So your goal with this class is you want it to feel specifically like Jason Voorhees, the sort of like unstoppable, forever walking forward type guy.
Yeah, kind of like chasing your victim, like scaring them and not allowing them to have any rest.
Yeah.
So my main idea was kind of like a silent raid. Like instead of being like the archetypical barbarian just shouting and being a nuisance, I wanted to be not necessarily stealthy, but kind of like just quiet. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to like make you like choose a specific target to like be the focus of your carnage, and like ignore everything else that comes to your way. Kind of like so my idea, well, I have a whole lot of ideas. This is my first subclass, so obviously it's all over the place, but mainly the ideas that I had is well, while you strike, you scare enemies. And you have like a focus on scared enemies, where you can, for example, in the level 6, you can have resistance to opportunity attacks that while you are approaching a scared creature. I don't know, like
I see what you're going for. Let me just give you a little bit of thoughts immediately. We'll talk about the capstone in a second. I think that having your core rage mechanic, so all barbarians are a good class to start with because there's like a lot of structure to how the subclass is built. At 3rd level, all barbarians have something tied to their rage. That's like everything. Usually at 6th level, it's either something that is sort of utility or defense. And then 10th and 14th level, there's not as much of a specific thing they have to be. They sort of share the same space of like, sometimes it is going back to what the 3rd level mechanic is and either giving you something that indirectly enhances that or directly enhancing that. And then usually another one of them is something that is combat focused, but not directly tied to the rage. So like, for example, the Beast Barbarian. At 3rd level, they get the big, crazy natural claws. At 6th level, they can move really interestingly. At 10th level, they get like a weird, unique version of Smite where they can deal extra damage. It's not exactly connecting to the 3rd level feature, but it sort of indirectly is. And then at 14th level, they just get like a big special new thing. So if you're not exactly sure what to do with the higher level features, that might be a good way to think about it. What I'd say is I want to, at the very least, I think there's something you could add to the 3rd level feature. I know you didn't ask for this, but you specifically said you want your guy to be like a silent killer. What if this has 2 3rd level features? What if one of them is this rage mechanic, but what if the other one is either some sort of additional weird benefit to stealth that you just sort of have, or while you're raging, you don't make noise as if you are under the silence spell?
Oh.
That could be kind of fun.
Oh, that's amazing.
So you could do something like
honestly,
that.
That's pretty evocative. Yeah.
Now, in terms of
I completely like it.
in terms of like a 14th level feature, I think you got a couple options. One, you could literally enhance Vengeful Rage. Like, if Vengeful Rage only affected one creature at level 3, maybe at level 14, it affects all creatures within 10 feet of you. So it becomes like an AoE. It's not really anything new, but it's like you're getting more frightened for bang for your buck. So you could do something like that. If you want to go in the direction of something totally new, I would say think about either like a moment that happens in these sorts of horror movies that you want this guy to be able to do, or like how to mechanically capture like a vibe of that tunnel vision I am getting you. Because it could be like a special move where I don't know what horror movie thing you'd want to do, but if you wanted to do it like a tunnel vision you thing, it could almost be like a Hexblood, like a Hexblade's Curse. Hexblade's Curse, where it's like you pick a target and you get a bunch of bonuses against that target. It could basically be that, but just make the bonuses different that tie into this. Like maybe your movement can't be impeded while you're moving towards the creature, or you deal double damage to objects and structures while you're moving towards the creature, or like, there could be all sorts of weird stuff that you put in that, but something like Hexblade's Curse could work if you want it to be like I pick my target and I'm gonna get them.
Also, I had 2 other ideas for capstones.
Mm-hmm.
I had this sort of idea that I could make that when grappling a creature, you could silence them, like kind of not allowing them to like scream.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I had that idea, but I don't know if that's enough of a capstone.
What about this? What about this? What if at 3rd level you are silenced and you can just be silent,
Mm-hmm.
and then at 10th level or at 6th level you gain, maybe not 6th level, maybe 10th level, you gain some ability to have that is the aura, where it's like now when you're raging you can project a bubble of the silence spell.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, and also as a capstone, I had another idea that, Jason is kind of like a vengeful killer that cannot die unless they had their vengeance.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe like something along the lines of like kind of like what's the subclass? The Zealot Barbarian, where they cannot die while raging.
Here's what I would say don't do that. You can if you want to, but because the Zealot Barbarian so captures that feeling, I think that if you go in the direction of like the insatiable, slow-moving stalker that is quietly but continuously just going forward, I think that's a great vibe. And I think if you try to capture I come back and like that element of Jason Voorhees and those things too. I worry that it will step on the toes of the Zealot Barbarian, and it will make it sort of not feel that unique. And I also worry that it might be entering that space of where you have to ask yourself, am I sacrificing good design for good accuracy? Like, is it worth it to make this closer to Jason Voorhees, but maybe not as interesting and unique overall, or not work quite as well in D&D? Or would I rather grab onto the parts of Jason Voorhees that make the most sense, that I care about the most, and really make sure it's just doing that and whatever else unique things it could do? And there's not exactly a right answer there, but I do think that there is a certain element of accuracy that you need to sacrifice if you want it to feel good in D&D.
Yeah, no, I honestly see you. Yeah, like the aura of silence spell, honestly, it sounded amazing to me. So probably I'll do that, and I'll get back to you in another stream.
Two other thoughts I want to leave you with, unless you have another question. Do you have another question?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to ask, in the 10th level, like Uncanny Stalker. So my idea was that you can pick a target, and while you pick them, you can like know where they are. Kind of like the idea that you cannot hide from him.
Mm-hmm.
But I worry that it's too weak, and that it's kind of like being just like our multi-class ranger.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think you need it. I would drop it if I were you. I would use this as an opportunity to either make the 3rd level feature get more interesting and grow, or give us just a whole new special barbarian thing we can do.
Let's do this. The 10th level will be like something along the lines that you cannot be moved, and you do additional damage to structures while moving towards your target. And also in the capstone will be the AoE silence spell.
It could be something like that. I think the AoE silence you could actually get earlier if I wanted to be.
Really?
I don't think that's crazy strong.
Yeah, but
I mean it's situationally strong, but I think if you wanted to, that could be like a second feature on one of these levels. Like that could be in addition to something.
My worry is that they shut down literally any spellcaster. So
well, I mean, you could argue. I think there's a couple things you could do. You could make it so that people could sort of dispel it. You could, if you limit it to rage, it also is like not on all the time. I think that sort of helps. It's strong, but I don't think it's crazy strong.
All right.
The only other thing that I was gonna say, and some people were sort of speaking about this as chat. Also, the official garlic bread god, I see you. We're gonna talk about your question in a second. But the thing that I want to point out is you want to make sure that you are actually building this thing so that it works well with the D&D mechanic for Frightened, and isn't just using Frightened because you like the idea in story that this guy scares people. The Frightened mechanic in D&D has very specific things that it does, and I would make sure that this works well with them. They make it so they basically immobilize creatures unless they are running away from you. And that's really all it does. There's other little elements to it, but like that's a big part of it. So every time you frighten a creature, mechanically in game, the Dungeon Master is basically going to make that creature start running away from you. I don't know if that's what you want, but that might be a thing to think about. Like, so for example, I forget if it's the Conquest Paladin or the Vengeance Paladin, but they have a special mechanic where they can frighten creatures and those creatures get frozen in place. That way they can't run away. And that's because, they're sort of frightening creatures, but the goal is they're making it so like you can't get away from me. I'm not saying you should lean away from the frightened mechanics, but I do think it's worth making sure that as you're building this thing out, it works with that mechanic specifically and not just the idea of being afraid.
Yeah, maybe I could change it to a new.
I don't think
Like,
you necessarily
a
need
new
to
condition.
change it, but I think it's
No.
worth thinking about. I think it's just worth.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I think it's
like,
fine as is, but it's worth thinking about the implications of that as you like figure out what you're doing with the later level features.
yeah, something like being haunted instead of frightened. That it's just a better version, kind of like the Hexblade. Aura is kind of like a better version of Hex. Just
I would
like
not.
something.
You could do that if you want to. Just that's not a
Mhm.
that is not a apt comparison. Hexblade's curse is so different than Hex. They're apples and oranges. I wouldn't compare the two. But
Okay.
like that's another one. Like in name they are similar, but just in name.
Yeah,
So I don't know if
and
you need to make it radically different if you like the frightened condition. The other element
no,
of
no,
it being
I
the frightened condition is good because it applies to other game mechanics. If you create a new condition, then whenever a dungeon master uses a monster, they have to decide how that monster interacts with that condition. If you use frightened, the dungeon master doesn't have to. It's just, does it have resistance to frightened? Does it have immune to frightened? It just knows, and they can just know that. You know what I mean?
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I have to have more confidence on my own skills. This is my first subclass again, so
Yeah, that's
I'm
why
excited.
I'm saying I don't think frightened is bad. Like I don't think you need to build something from scratch. You just want to make sure that you're addressing what it's doing as you're building it.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. Any other final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Well, yeah. Just to thank you for allowing me.
Are you trying to say
actually,
something nice? Are you trying to be nice to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so bad at taking compliments. I'm gonna
Yeah.
hang up on you if it's too nice. You can try, but as soon as it gets too nice, I'm hanging up on you. Just so you know.
You're the person that inspired me to do homebrew.
Oh, okay. That was reasonable. I accept that. Thank you for appreciating how much I was about to hang up on you for saying something too nice. Anyway, have a good day. Love you. Bye. Click. That was Ren. Why does everyone that watch my show, why is everyone that watch my show in Europe? Do you guys notice that? Is it just a better time for streaming in Europe? What time is it in Europe right now? Ren, what time is it where you live? In the chat. Tell me if you're still here. If you're not still here, don't worry about it. Someone in Europe, tell me what time it is during the day. I'm so curious. Hot take, Freddy vs. Jason was better than any other Nightmare on Elm Street. Freddy vs. Jason is great, Brent. I don't know if that's a hot take, but I think it's a delicious one. I think it's a good take. I'd take it out for dinner. Maybe, you know what, guys? I changed the thumbnail I use for my stream, and I don't actually know if it's good or not. I feel like maybe it's confusing people, but hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's not. All right, let's grab, we're going to grab IDBN, and then we'll grab Fluffcopter. Hello there. How's it going? Unmute when you have a second.
Unmuted.
Unmuted. Welcome. Welcome to the show. I don't see any home. Did you post some home? Oh, I found it. I found it. How's it going, buddy?
It's going, that's for sure. About 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Oh, that's not. Listen, that's fast. Hope you got a parachute. What are we looking at today?
I've got a let's see here, like beast spirit shaman themed wizard. The idea.
Wait, give me
is...
2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. I think something's.
I have an idea of running a monthly 40k Deathwatch ttrpg game in a Space Marine 2 focused Discord server I'm in. However, I'm not sure how to set up something so open. Do you have any advice for such?
Rex, we will get to you at the end of this. If I don't remember, please tell me. Sorry. Also, thank you for the 10. That is very generous, you fucking scoundrel of glory. That is a great question, Rex. Okay, but we're going to do homebrew first. Don't be sad. Sorry. We must address when people offer the coin, you know?
Certainly.
Especially when it's text to chat, because if we're talking over it, it's just gobbledygook. Okay, so the Wildbinder Wizard. Tell me about this creature. Tell me about this beast of a subclass.
Sure. Looking for a beast-themed wizard subclass, so we went beast spirit shaman. I've got some features that are supposed to be like additional riders when you cast a spell that you like take a beast spirit and impute it into one of your allies. And I'm having trouble like getting features that are low power enough to be useful or to fit as riders on top of the wizard's normal spell casting rhythm, while also being like useful and relevant in a variety of situations.
Sure. Is the main thing you want to look at right now is the wild binding feature at 3rd level then?
Yes, I think
that is the one that's when you say tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, what does that mean?
So this is supposed to be usable in both 2024, 2014, and like Tales of the Valiant. So there's
gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna look at this from the 2014 headspace, if that's okay with you. That's just the one I'm the most familiar with.
Please do. Yeah.
Okay, so we got 1st level or 2nd level, 6th level, Bakata, 10th level, 14th. Okay. So you want to make sure that this feels like it's reasonable with the spell casting and interesting and not too much but not too little. Is that sort of where you're coming from?
The target power comparison would probably be the Abjuration Wizard's Arcane Ward.
Okay. When you cast a spell that targets a single creature, you can bind a beast spirit to it, which infuses your target. Choose one of the following spirits to bind the target. So we got Leporidae, Mux, or Canine. Either maintaining concentration, their speed increases by 5 feet, and their jump distance is doubled. The target has disadvantage on strength checks and saving throws. An advantage on dex stealth. The target adds 1d4 to perception. You can take the search action as a bonus action. I'm going to be honest. Wait, let me read the bottom. If a spell you cast while binding a spirit requires concentration, you may maintain concentration of both. Okay. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. It's weirdly limiting. That's my main thought. My main thought is it's like... This only works on single target spells. And even it only working on single target spells, there is like a little bit of nuance going on here, but you are basically like, depending on if you're targeting an ally or an enemy, you're even like more limited. If that makes sense? Because so if I were you, I would try to make the features... If you want to tie them to single target spells, I think that that's okay.
Yeah, the goal here is to create a play style for a support wizard.
Gotcha. So what I would say is, if you want it to be focused on doing, I think you don't need to limit it to single target spells. If you just make it limited to single target for the effects. So like when you cast a spell, you can pick one of the targets of the spell to impose this on them. So like if, for example, you wanted to cast, mass healing word, not that, but you don't have that, but some AoE spell, you could pick a target within that. So you're not limited to just single target spells. I think that could work to help with that. But beyond that, I don't see... These abilities all feel kind of random. Like, I understand that they're all sort of animal-y, but they all function in, like, totally different ways. One is sort of feels like we're getting part of a monk feature that, like, is going to be very situational. One is, like, a give and take, which I don't know if I love, because none of the other ones are give and take. And then the last one is, like... pretty okay out of combat and so situational in combat that they've removed that mechanic from most things that used to have it. So I'm concerned with the effects. I don't think the effects are doing enough, and I feel like the directions they're going in feel a little random.
Yep, that's what I feel as well.
So I think that's the thing to think about. But okay, let's so maybe play around with what the effects do. I mean, you could, if I was trying to think of good example, like you could look at something like the spell Enhance Ability. Enhance Ability does like a bunch of different stuff, and they're all a little different. So that might be able to, but something you could like grab some ideas from. You could also look at like the Shepherd Druid. The Shepherd Druid literally summons spirit totems. It's very similar to the flavor of this, except instead of connecting them to a creature, you just pick a spot on the ground. But it's mechanically very similar to this direction. So that might be something to pull some ideas from. The other thing that I was going to say is that you're missing, I think, a really important part of wizards here. And whenever we're making a subclass, I think it's important to ask ourselves, who are we making this for? And making sure that it feels like it's tied to that subclass, to that class. All wizards get either a unique... I'm pretty sure all wizards get 2 features at level 2, not 1. And one of them is usually a ribbon feature, and one of them is usually tied very specifically to what makes their spellcasting or their relationship to magic unique. Those can sometimes be the same thing, but if those are both the same thing, which is kind of what's happening here, it still needs that ribbon feature. So this needs some ribbon feature. This is not enough at this level. But I also think that you could decide how much you want that ribbon feature to like represent this. The goal of that ribbon feature should be tying this thing specifically to what makes their relationship with magic and their understanding of magic unique.
Sure. I think we didn't talk about it, but there is the other Student of the Wild Tier 1 Arcane feature, which is going to be a collection of bonus beast-themed spells that they just automatically pick up.
Unless you're going out of your way to make them all spells that are not normally on the wizard spell list, I would not do this as a feature. It's a non-feature. Wizards. I
mean, most of them are going to be druid spells. So
okay. Well, I would make literally all of them druid spells, or I feel like it's a waste of a feature. If I can get a subclass feature by just picking a spell, then it's not a subclass feature. If you know what I mean, like a wizard, you don't want to create a situation where this wizard kind of only feels like it has part of a subclass because another wizard, like a Bladesinger, could just pick their spells and then feel a lot like this wizard. The other thing, though, so like maybe this works for the 2024 rules because people are telling me that all wizards now get a couple specific subclass spells. So that sounds like it works well for that. But I think that it doesn't answer the question of a ribbon feature. The other thing that I would say is if you do that a lot, you got to really go out of your way to just be wary of not making this feel like a wizard that's trying to feel like a druid that doesn't have its unique identity within that. In the same way that like an Eldritch Knight, on one hand, is a fighter that feels like a wizard, but they do still get a lot of very unique features that wizards do not normally get, like the bonded weapon and stuff like that. So you want to make sure that you are still making this thing have its own distinct personality if it's playing in that space between wizard and druid. Or in the same way that, like, the wild magic barbarian is radically different than the wild magic sorcerer. Like, you wanted to make sure that it's tying in that way. And you could do a lot of that with the ribbon feature. Those are my main thoughts. I would play around. I think that what you got to do with these wild binding is I think there's probably a lot of ways to go about it, but I would go about it one of 2 ways. Way number 1, I would find some idea, something that I could mess with that has some symmetry that I could play with. Hi, Madaloon. Thank you for the raid. How's it going, buddy? How was your game? I'm assuming you were playing games. If you guys don't follow Madaloon, she is a phenomenal streamer. Puts on really good actual plays. Very fun, very entertaining, very, you kind of like grip the table as you watch them. Welcome to the show. We're reviewing Homebrew. We're talking to people about their Homebrew design, and right now we are looking at this wizard that is the Wildbinder, and we're looking at this first level feature that allows you to manipulate spells that you cast. So if you want to give 3 features, I think that's great. I think you can go in the direction of something like the Shepherd Druid or the Star Druid, where each feature gives like a very specific benefit, and you can kind of fill that space in different ways, like offensive, defensive utility, basically, is the way you could think about it. But the other way that you could go in it is You could pick an idea that is something that could be applied in a lot of circumstances, like if you wanted to affect a specific ability score, and each one of these things did something different to a different ability score, sort of like the enhance ability spell. Or you could go in a direction where you pick like a specific dice, like maybe say a D6. And when you apply this to a creature, depending on what you do, they either add that D6 to their attack rolls or to their damage rolls or to their saving. Like, it's almost like it would almost be like I'm not saying you should do this specifically, but it would be akin to like a bardic inspiration that, depending on which one you pick, fills a specific role. Don't do that exactly, because that's just a bardic inspiration, but something like that where there's some symmetry between them. I think either they need to very clearly fill very different play spaces and not step on each other's toes too much in those spaces, or sit in the same play space in sort of a symmetrical way.
Okay, cool.
Those are my main thoughts. Do you have any questions, concerns, yearnings, aspirations?
Higher level features for this are just additional options.
Yeah, we need more shit. We need that's not enough. Your subclass now does one thing. Let me ask you a question. Let me know. I'm not going to ask you a question. I'm going to tell you a question that you need to ask yourself. If your subclass by design can find itself in a position where it no longer can do anything, then you are missing some stuff. For example, if I don't have any uses of this feature, I don't have a first level feature anymore. If I don't have any uses of this feature, I don't have a second level. So as soon as I'm out of uses, I don't have a subclass. So you never want to find yourself in that spot. So I would not have every single one be more options. What I would probably do is try to melt the options into things that I think cover enough ground, and have either the later features enhance those options, or not all of them, right? Maybe one, maybe just at 10th level or just at 14th level. Or have one between 10th and 14th level add a new feature, but not all of them. Because the other thing that you want to play around with is you don't ever want these 3 initial features to no longer feel like good options. Like, if you fill it with more features and a lot of these features are just better, it's kind of making it so these features no longer exist. Like, you don't have them anymore, because why would you pick them? Because you have these much more powerful versions. So you want to make sure that whatever you're adding doesn't overtake this initial, and you want to make sure that this initial is something that is going to feel of value to use at level 2 or at level 20. And you can do that by having these numbers or features kind of grow, or you could do it by just having it something that's just applicable whenever. Like, getting advantage on a certain type of roll is applicable whenever. Getting to add, getting healing, getting to add to attack rolls, anything to do with like bounded accuracy, like attack rolls AC, doesn't really need to scale that much. That's going to be good at level 1. It's going to be good at level 20. So just think about that as you're coming up with what these things are and which ones you want to build upon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, man, no problem. Do you have any final thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
You got a beast that you would want to make sure is a spirit that you could impute into somebody?
I'm not going to tell you a specific beast, but I'm going to I am going to tell you a specific beast, but I'm going to tell you not because I think you should use that one specifically, but because I think I want it to inspire you coming up with some not regular shaman beasts. I'm going to say centipede. No, I don't think you need to pick centipede, but I think you should be avoiding things like bear and wolf, and I think you should be picking more specific things. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a good one.
Knock,
Bye.
knock. Oh, you're supposed to say who's there. It's okay. Bye. Click. That was IBDN or IDBN. I forget what the order of operations. How's it going, everybody? Neo Soul, how's it going, bud? Welcome to the show. SLD Sashimi, the Discord link I just put into the chat. Hopefully you can see it. You also should be able to just click the thing in under my name. Burger Pal, what's up, dude? If that Discord link didn't work, let me know. I can try to fix it. I'm going to be honest, I haven't messed with Stream Elements in a long time. Long time. You've been lurking? Yeah. Do you like the new format? I feel like it's nice, right? The wheel is hype, but I think we got to keep the wheel for specific things. Oh my goodness, is that Mark? Mark from the way. Hi, Mark. How's it going, man? How are you? How's it going? Dude, Mark, for folks that don't know, Mark was one of the genuinely biggest supporters I had, and I don't think he did this with super intention, but maybe he did. Super supporters I had in like shifting from working as a person that worked for a company that I hated, that ate my soul, to working as like a creative person in the sort of video making online space. So I appreciate that. But also, hi man, how's it going? Have you smoked any good meat lately? I hope so. You're Mexican but living in Canada? Oh, you weren't even European, Ren. Oh, I'm so dumb. I shouldn't have assumed, man. I shouldn't have assumed. I apologize. Do I need to do anything before I hop into VC? All of the information is in the announcement post in the Discord, but you don't need to do anything before you hop in VC, but there is a specific thread to post your homebrew in. Okay, I want to address Rex's question. Rex said, I had an idea of running a monthly 40k Deathwatch ttrpg game in Space Marines 2, focused Discord server I'm in. However, I'm not sure how to set up something so open. Do you have any ideas for such? Well, I think the question is, Rex, is how open do you want it to be and how much work do you want to put in? I think a big part of making it be less work initially, especially if it's like an RP server in a Discord, is finding people that are excited in the way that you are about a RP server and making sure that that core group that you are building it with share a similar enthusiasm and sense of like responsibility of the space. I do think that a lot of having an RP server is about self-modulation and about making sure that everyone's kind of on board, that no one's being an asshole, and that people are respecting the game that you're trying to play, respecting the imagination space you're trying to make. So my main feedback initially would be talk to the other people that you're thinking about this with. And if you're not thinking about this with other people, start talking to other people about it and go from there. Because if you have 12 people in an RP server that you just made, it might be fucking chaos. It might just be utter chaos madness. But if before you open that server, 5 of those people you talk to and sort of set the stage for what you want to build with, then they are going to be there to help guide the tone for the other 6 people that join or 7 people that join. It's almost like having a session 0. You want to have, or another way to think about this is if you were trying to start like a political movement or like a youth movement, you would want to make sure that there were enough people in that movement that had a shared sense of like goal and drive before you just threw it out into the public, because the public would just become just the public. You need like a core. You need like the core identity so that others, it's almost peer pressure is a good way to think about it. Like it's sort of like you're building a little society. How do you make people participate in society? Actually, it's peer pressure. You know, there's elements of morality and stuff too, but especially in like a fantasy play space on the internet where morality doesn't really apply. That's really the main thing that applies, is the social pressure to participate in a way that is positive. Is that a reasonable answer? I hope so. Smoker is idle, but the bees are busy. Yeah, man. I need to get some honey from my parents. Oh my God. Psychological Villain. Thank you for the resub. 13 months. Our baby is so old. It's almost time for preschool. Ah! Okay. All right. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you, my guy. All right, I think we're gonna grab Fluffcopter was the one that was next in the chat, and then Spencer. Boom! Come here, Fluff. Unmute and undeafen when you see me.
Hello.
How's it going, cowboy?
Doing okay.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Dwayne.
Dwayne who?
Dwayne the bathtub. I'm drowning. Eh? No? Okay. I was a pretty good joke.
Subclass, supply yourself.
All right, so we are looking at the class that you've been working on. This is the Lunaric. It's like a moon, light balance based class, right?
Yeah.
All right. And you mentioned in your thing, we got to look at the second level feature to see if the subclass feature works, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let's take a look at light manipulation. So this is one of the core class features. We were talking about this guy with the Mercenary class. This is an identifying aspect of this class.
Yeah, basically all the subclass features at like second level, like play off of this feature specifically.
Okay. As we're reading this, do you have any what are your specific concerns, or what do you want me to be thinking about and looking for?
Basically, if the subclass feature is balanced, because I think it's like decent, but it's not like powerful or impactful enough to be like defining of a subclass. And assuming it doesn't, like, what do I supplement it with?
Gotcha. Okay.
Maybe it's too strong even, but like I don't actually know.
Let me read light manipulation first, just to make sure I understand where we're starting. While standing in either bright or dim light, you can use your action to absorb it. You diminish all light within 15 feet of you from bright to dim and from dim to dark. The affected area does not move with you and remains in this state regardless of non-magical light sources for 1 minute. After performing this action, your body emits a magical light on your space. I think you can just say a magical light emanates from your body. And dim light, 10 minutes for 10 minutes. Okay. During this time, you have a d6 light die. You can expend your light die as a bonus action to make a ranged spell attack against the target. Oh, it's just right here. 30 feet, and it gets at higher levels, and you can use this intelligence modifier per rest. Oh, that's kind of fun. So it's one of its core attacks as like a bonus action thing. That's fun. I like that. Okay, weird. I also think light manipulation is a really interesting mechanic in general. It's one of those things. I think this is a nice example of a feature where it's very situational, but it's actually not very situational, right? There is always light. Do you know what I mean?
An attack at worst, right?
No. But I mean like the action, like activating it, like bright or dim light. At first glance, it feels situational, but then you're like, oh no, it's not. This is all the time.
Yeah, it's decent.
Yeah. So let me look at the. So this is the New Moon subclass that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And you want to look at the second level feature. Do you want this feature in terms of power? If you were going to compare this class to another class, how much power do you want this subclass to have, this subclass feature to have? Do you want it to be like a fighter subclass feature in terms of power where it's like really identifying? Or do you want it to be more like a wizard subclass feature where it's identifying, but the core is still the class?
I wanted the latter maybe, because like the thing I took the most from was Bards. Mostly because I have the same sort of structure where you have like a core thing with a growing die, and the subclass kind of like plays around with that concept.
All right, let me see let me see what light potential does. Light of potential. Second level, when you use light emanation, you can either choose fire, cold, or lightning. If you do, you gain the corresponding effects instead of emitting light. Oh, this replaces that. And you get access to all three. That's good. All right, 5-foot radius, and you can make things that are flammable explode in fire if you touch them. Cold, water freezes, lightning. People get little zaps. Okay, yes. This feels like all of these things feel like they are the ribbon features of something else. So I think that all of these are good. So here's what I would say. Here's the question to ask yourself. At second level, do you either want to add something to all of these, or do you want to keep this and have this be the ribbon feature and come up with another second level feature? I think that either of those options are reasonable, but I think that this is not enough.
Because if I make this, I want like each of these options to be like a minor flavor thing. I don't want them to be like actually like very useful in combat, because what I'm basically replacing here is what, like emitting light in a 5-foot radius.
Yeah.
So I don't want this to like completely override the actual.
And in specific situations, these are going to be incredibly useful. Like,
Yeah.
which is going to be
Definitely.
fun. Okay, so I would say this is fine. This is a solid second level feature. It's more interesting than most ribbon features, but not in a bad way. I think it's fine. I think the question that you have to ask yourself then is what extra thing do you want to give this? And I would actually say, because this is doing 3 different things and because there is an element of complexity to it, I would try to make the other second level feature that you give it, even though I think it should be more powerful, I think it should be more simple. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
So let's not talk about this from any other. What's the point of this subclass?
The subclass, I'm taking basically the vibe of each moon phase. So I'm interpreting new moon basically as a subclass based around like potential and variety.
Okay. So another way that you could I don't know what you're building this to be in terms of like everything in power, but where my head goes when I think of potential, I think this covers variety, and I actually think this is a nice way of looking at potential also, but I think mixing potential with like options is really interesting. Maybe the other thing here, because the other side of potential is just, you know, hope, right? It's like optimism. It's like something could be. So there could be almost like a bardic inspiration element to this if you wanted to. Like that could be the main feature, is like something that is used to like buff things.
Yeah. I don't want it to be like too close to bardic inspiration, because bardic inspiration already exists. But the thing that I'm mostly relating this to is the best subclass in the game, the creation bard, because that's exactly the vibe that I want about like a feature that is very malleable and is that has a lot of potential based on how you're using it.
Okay. So what if it was this? So what if it was this? What if it was this? What if the main feature was not bardic inspiration in that it added numbers, but what if it was like another version of that? Like what if it was I'm trying to think of how to put this into a box that would fit into mechanics. What if it was something that applied an additional effect or a bonus to a creature depending on what they were doing? So maybe not exactly what I'm about to say, because I don't think this is going to be exactly it, but maybe something like you give someone a mote of inspiration or a mote of potential, and that if they make a strength check or strength saving throw, it adds some bonus, not to the roll, but to them. So like if you make a strength check or a strength saving throw with a mote of potential, you gain some temporary hit points. If you make a wisdom saving throw with a mote of potential or wisdom check with a mote of potential, you gain some, I don't know, some other thing. Like you could play around with that too. But so like maybe the bonus is not numbers like to a skill check. Maybe the bonus is like an additional effect that the mote or whatever the potential is offers, you know?
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's where my head goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my main thoughts.
I mean, I guess like listing out 6 different saving throws might be too wordy, especially as a second feature. So like I think like I want to like, because like I want to make it useful, right? I want to make it like a good feature for this subclass, especially considering like the first feature is good, but like it's not groundbreaking.
Yeah.
But I also want to make it like simple enough so you can like wrap your hand around, because you're getting all of this at second level.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable as long as it's not too overly complicated. But either way, I think it's going in a good direction. I really, really like Light of Potential. I just think it's not enough yet. We need something that punches a little bit.
It's not powerful, but it's very like you're gonna run into a situation where like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to use and I'm gonna use that one.
Yeah. Cool. All right, buddy. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Nope.
All right. Thanks for the call. Click. That was our dear Fluff. For folks that just got here, all of the submission forms and stuff are through Discord. If you cannot use Discord, I'm sorry. I don't really have a way to collect these that is both safe for me and easy to do. So that's why we're doing it through Discord. If you can't use that, I'm sorry. If you want to ask a question in the chat, you can. But that is unfortunately the way that we are going to be collecting these. I suppose if you wanted to respond, yeah, I mean, you could email it to me if you really want. That's a little tedious, but my email address, cinderblocksally@gmail.com, is public. So if you wanted to do that, you could. But I'm not going to regularly check my email during stream to see if people are. So yeah, if you can't use Discord, I am sorry. I apologize. It is purely for my own sense of security and convenience to use it. The Google Docs form was not the best system, so I can't use it. I'm not using it anymore. Sorry if that's inconvenient. I apologize. All right, next we are gonna grab Spencer. Let's grab Spencer. Hey Spencer, how's it going? Spencer! Your mic's not connected, or maybe I can't hear you. I'm going to count to 7, and you're going to figure it out, and if you can't figure it out, you'll come back. Oh, let's see. Oh, maybe it'll work now. Let's try. Is it working now?
I connected.
Hey, it's working now. How's it going?
All right.
All right. Did you send something in for me to look at? I see you did. What are we talking about today? What is this?
School of Onomancy.
I'm sorry, say that again?
School of Onomancy.
Onomancy. All right. And what specifically are you looking for help with?
The second level feature, the first one, where it gives a cantrip, and if it even needs to exist, or even if it has flavor after I finish making it, and then if the fortune level is balanced enough with limitations to work.
When you say, what does onomancy mean?
The power and magic of words or names. Similar to like how wizard
So is the main point of thaumaturgy just to make you be able to do a big booming voice?
Yeah.
Does that tie into anything mechanical for this class, or is it all flavor?
It could be flavor. If somebody can't hear you from a long distance and you need to use a spell that they need to hear, command maybe, it might help.
My main thought is if it's not particularly tied to any mechanical thing other than you want to be able to make your voice loud, I don't know if we need thaumaturgy to do that. It might be fun to play around with. You just get like a weird feature that lets you do a couple fun things with the way you talk, sort of in the way that like artificers get magical tinkering, where they can just like make it's like their own it's like their own version of just like making a couple weird little things that are very item focused. So you could use this. I think it's fine, but I think if really there's not a divine element to it, or if there's not a reason to do thaumaturgy other than just the voice thing, I would play around with giving them sort of a not like a non-spellcasting thing that is just a magical thing they could do. That is messing with sound in their voices.
Similar to like the Savant.
So something like that could work. Similarly to what I said to the other guy, I would depending on how much your Your other second level feature is based around trying to really capture their interaction with magic specifically. That this could also play into that.
Okay.
And you wanted me to look at the 14th level feature?
Mm-hmm.
Starting at 14th level as an action, one creature of your choice within 60 feet of you, you must speak its name and let... Don't say you must, say you can. You can speak its name and let the tethers of the vocal magic run its course. You roll a d10, and the creature is affected by the result. You cast command. It takes a bunch of psychic damage. You curse it so it forgets its name. The creature can't speak for the next minute. Gift of Gab. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Here's what I would say. I would say I don't think the capstone of a wizard who is learning the power of the word and the name should be a feature where you do something random. I feel like this should not be where they activate the ability to do something that they pick randomly, right? Like at this point you're a master of this stuff. Like this is the level, this is the most powerful feature of onomancy that exists, right? There isn't a higher level feature than 14th for onomancy. So I would advise against making it something that's a bunch of random stuff. And then the other thing is that there are things on this list that are completely unbalanced if it isn't random. So I would maybe whole cloth come up with something different here. I think this could work, but it feels to me, it's like you cause a really bad negative random effect. Unless the whole subclass is sort of built around you focusing the untethered power of the name at things in a way where you're not really controlling it, you're kind of just like focusing it, then maybe that could work. But I would maybe go in a different direction. Let me ask you a question from a completely non-mechanical perspective. What is the power of names in this fiction?
Power of names. I see it more like you use a name of a creature and sort of like tether your magic to like its like pure soul and whatever it is, and feel like it's pure essence, and it has an untapped force, like not divine, not arcane, but something that.
So maybe lean into something with that, where you gain some innate ability somewhere earlier that allows you to like learn about the creature or learn its name or learn an aspect of its name. And then you have some feature where if you know a creature's name or have an aspect of its name, your magic is like heightened against it or something like that. You know, you have more power over it.
Second level feature and sixth level feature.
All right. Well, then, yeah. Then if those are already there, then I think it's time to come up with what would be a highest physical manifestation of that power that is reasonable to get at 14th level.
Okay. Any ideas?
Well, the reason why I was asking what you want it to be is as I kind of was trying to push you in the direction of like what is happening. Like, what would the highest manifestation of that be? Would that be like, mind controlling with your voice? Would it be your voice manifesting things in the physical world? Like, would it be learning about it? Like, when you know a creature's name, does it have disadvantage on saving throws against your spells now? Like, what does that look like?
I could do you say a creature's name, and for a minute, a number of effects happen. Like, boom.
You could do something like that for sure. I think the question to ask yourself is this 14th level feature the best if it is something new, or the best if it is an enhancement of some of the earlier features? A lot of Wizard capstone features are either an enhancement of something they've gotten earlier, or they are like a new thing that is either hyper niche or sort of a defense type thing almost.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not sure how many wizards get a capstone that's like a big fuck you move. That's a very warlock vibe.
Evocation, I think, gets something, but there's downside. But you're right, I don't think that's what feels different.
So those are my main thoughts. I think that maybe the thing to do is to think about the fiction of the character a little bit. And if you are imagining that character like in an action movie, in their greatest power moment, what are they doing? And then make sure that they can do that. Give them that as a feature.
Yeah.
You could, it could be a lot of things, right? What is the power of the word? What is the power of a name? Do you want it to be more like I am affecting reality or I am affecting you? Things like that. Is it enhancing how I'm doing magic? Is it weakening you to the world? Is it, what is it doing?
I just need to figure a proper focus for what it means, and then attribute that to the feature. Okay.
I don't really have any other thoughts other than that. Like, I think that the idea of a wizard school of magic that is the power is like words and names is very cool. I like that idea a lot. So I think this is like this 14th level could be a lot of things. The main thought I have is I just think we should be denoting a power of an element of control and mastery here, as opposed to like a new thing that you unlocked access to. Unless you want it to be sort of more of like you are wielding chaos in that way that sort of like warlocks and a lot of sorcerers kind of are, where their power is often like barely tethered,
Yeah.
Those are my main thoughts.
Yeah, thank you for your thought.
Cool. Do you have any final questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
No, you answered it. Face everything.
Cool. All right, buddy. Yep. Love you. Very fun idea for a wizard subclass. I think it's got a lot of potential. I like that idea a lot. Click. Hang up on you before you can respond to the nice thing I said. Ha ha! In your face. Hey, if you're worried about ad breaks, there's a way to make them go away. All right, let's see. We're going to grab Thunder, and then we'll grab the DM after that. Hello, or some other person. We'll grab somebody else after that. We'll see you here. Thunder, unmute when you have a moment.
Hello.
Ahoy, hoy. How's it going, buddy?
Going good.
All right, so what are we looking at, and what do you want some help with?
So, I sent over a magic item, the starts of one. Basically, all I have right now, I think it's basically just like the debuff block of it. It's going to be very powerful, and I just want to make sure that it makes sense what it's doing, and it seems fair.
Can you describe to me what you want it to do, what the goal is?
So, it's a little interesting. It's a magic item that has a consciousness. So, I want I want to be able to make it feel like you have a risk of losing control, but I don't also want the character to have to like hand over their character sheet to the DM. Like, I want it so that it's clear enough that the player can still control their character without having to hand over the character sheet to someone, to the DM. If that makes sense.
For sure. So there are quite a few items in D&D that have a consciousness. The first thing that you're going to want to do is look some of them up. Any of the Sentient, any of like the Arms of the Betrayers from the Wildmount campaign book. If you don't have access to that, a Black Razor is a great example. That's just like a classic legendary item that has a consciousness. The main thing with legendary items that have a consciousness is they have their own intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. They have an ability. So when you build an item like that, you want to include that. You also want to include how they communicate. Do they communicate telepathically to the wielder? Do they communicate through sending dreams to the wielder? Can the wielder like talk to them, or do they just get a feeling from them? Right? Is it just emotions? And then beyond that, how do they sense the world? Do they see? Are they aware of their surroundings? Like all of that kind of stuff is a little bit important. And then also in that, also having you'll notice that most of items that have a sentient creature, in addition to having that, they pretty clearly describe what that thing's goals are, like what its vibe and its goals are. And that is to allow the dungeon master or whoever is, controlling the consciousness to kind of guide it in a direction. Let me see what this thing does mechanically a little bit here. When you're tuning to this item, you make a wisdom. Will saves do not exist in D&D. I'm assuming you mean wisdom save.
That might have been me going off of older editions that I've played a lot of too.
Yeah. All right, so on
other editions,
it's fine. On a success, you attune normally. On a failure, you're attuned, but the mask will take control of the character's powers and ability to enact its own will. This effect is ended with any effect that ends the attunement, as well as remove curse, and successful calm emotion spell will end the attunement as well. This is a messed up sentence, but the mechanics are sound. Yes. It's just that you gotta fix this gobbledygook. Under the will of the mask, a character must strive to do all in its power to spread fear and despair as best it can. You can skip having to do the save the first if you agree. Let me see this. If you can skip having to do the save when you first attune to the mask, if you agree with the mask's will to spread fear and despair. All right, I'm gonna stop reading this here. Here's my main feedback. Let me ask you a question. What's the goal of this item? What are you doing with it?
Let
me rephrase it. Are you making it for fun? Are you making it for a campaign that you plan on running it in? Are you making it with the goal of it being a public thing that other people are using? What's your end goal for this?
Eventually, I'll probably be running it in campaigns, because this, the Mask of Fear, is one of my original characters who I reuse quite a bit.
Okay.
So it would be nice to have solid mechanics that I can be like, okay, here he actually is, rather than just having kind of like, oh yeah, here's an NPC that I don't really have stats for, but he exists and he can do some really cool things.
So I would look at look at all the sentient items that I mentioned.
Yeah.
Is the goal that this is an NPC that is in the form of an item? Is that what you just said? Did I mishear you?
That is a bit of it. Yes, I kind of have intend on kind of building this in like two different in forms, an item form, and then later making a like monster animal form.
For sure. Okay, so
here, like I'm going to do both.
Gotcha.
Eventually, I just want to start with the mask because I think that's a little easier.
I understand. This is a very there's a lot of tediousness to this feature that I don't think you need. Basically, what this boils down to, if I'm reading it correctly, is when you try to attune to this item, you have to make a saving throw. If you fail, you basically become chaotic evil. Okay. That's it in a nutshell, right? That's kind of all. Am I reading that right?
I've always seen this character's alignment as chaotic neutral, but
I mean, neutral is not trying to cause fear and woe. That's evil. Neutral is trying to accomplish their own goals and not worry about any direction. But I would also say this. I'm actually let's sideways it. Let's sideways this, because I'm going to say something here. I hate alignment and don't use it in any of my games, and I think if you can avoid it, you should. So I'm going to just ignore all the alignment stuff. I was more using that as like a shorthand. Like, this is a lot of words to basically say you become evil. Like, you actively go out of your way to do evil.
Yeah.
Because it's literally, you strive in all your power to spread fear and despair. That's just literally the definition of being evil, minus the selfishness part. So this doesn't need this many words to say that. This is way too many words. This is so overcomplicated. If the goal of this is, if you attune to this, there's a chance you become evil, and you are only using this for your home game, I don't think you literally need to say much more than just that. But even that, I would say, this is me speaking personally here, but I don't think that is a fun mechanic. I think that's saying, hey, you fail this saving throw, now you have to change your character. Like, that's an idea that sounds fun if it's in a movie, but I actually think can be very frustrating for players. And I would say maybe push it in a different direction. So a way you could push it in a different direction is instead of having it change the character's alignment or making them do evil, what if every now and then, and you could decide what the thing is that triggers this, but every now and then it forces you to make like a wisdom saving throw, and if you fail, it makes you attack someone. You know? So it's like you're not losing agency, it's just deciding, I want to hit someone right now, and I don't care if you do or you don't, I'm making you swing your arm to hit somebody. You know? Something like that. I wouldn't fuck with player agency in terms of their character's like core identity. I just don't think I think it's interesting as a story beat, but you really got to have the right players on the right table for that. I don't think it's a reliably good mechanic to use.
I did try to alleviate some of that with like calm emotions being a thing.
Yeah, but at that point, it's like, what's the point of having the curse? If you could just make it really, you know what I mean? Like if I can use a second level spell to turn it off, then the curse might as well be, the way this curse works is when you attune to this item, someone has to spend a second level spell slot. Like, I don't know if that's interesting.
Yeah, that's fair.
So again, I would maybe force the item to make the player take action under certain conditions, or force them to make a saving throw that's attempting to compel them to take actions under certain conditions. And I would make those conditions and those actions tied very explicitly to the goals of whatever creature is within the item. The other thing that is this is going to do other things, right?
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay.
This is just like the start of it, and I'm like, I want
because this is really just the cursed part. This is just the cursed part.
I just want to make sure this is solid, because if this isn't solid, what's the point of anything else?
Yeah. The other way that you could make the item encourage people to act one way or another without it being frustrating, but potentially adding to the story is, for example, you could do something like you have to, not this, you don't have to be this exactly, but it could be like, if the item goes more than 24 hours without it drawing blood, it can force the player to make a wisdom saving throw to start attacking people until it does.
Mm-hmm.
So that way it's like the player can sort of not have to deal with the curse if they are acting towards its goals. You don't even need to have the gameplay mechanic if I can agree with you. You know, you could literally just build into what it does. Like if you are actively killing stuff and feeding it to it, then it doesn't care.
I know. For one thing, it doesn't want death. Dead things aren't afraid. It wants things to be afraid. So it actively will actually want to save people, and basically he'd rather a whole town run away in fear than for half of them to die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So whatever you want that to be, maybe you have to figure out a way to impose the frightened condition. You have to try to, I don't know. What I would say.
But I know that a lot of the mechanics are going to be tied around that too.
So here's my main feedback, and I think this ties back into the way that you've built this also. What you just described for what it wants is a very story element. It's not a very game mechanics element. So what I would say if I were you is figure out what literal game mechanics the player can decide to use and engage with that manifests as that. Like whether that is you need to actively impose the frightened condition, whether that means you have to actively attempt to intimidate, like whatever that means. But there should be something like it shouldn't there should be an element of the player not having to live their life by it in order to feed it. And in order for the player to not have to live their life by it in order to feed it, there needs to be literally like a checklist of what it can do. Because as soon as, if you keep it open-ended like that, it's still falling into the same problem of the player not really knowing how much they need to do. So they kind of need to change their whole character in order for it to work. But like that's not going to be fun. You know, like if I just have to actively scare people, does that just mean I have to be a shithead and try to scare people like all day, every day? Or does that like, what is that? I as a player would want to know what that meant, because I would very actively not want to have to change my character's core identity for an item.
So So you want me to find actual mechanics of what needs to be done.
Unless your player is really into the idea of an item dramatically changing every aspect of the way they play the game, I think you need to give them specific things that they can do to accomplish the goal of the item being satiated so that they are not permanently changed by it in all aspects of life.
Okay.
Unless you want them to be that, but again, I would really only use that for players that like very vocally say, I like this. And also I probably would only do that at a table where all the players were down for that, because the other side of that is if one player is just unhinged murder man, like this item kind of, in another way to read this item is if you fail the saving throw, you have to play like a murder hobo. And that sucks. Like I don't want if my ally has this item, I don't want to have to the game to turn into cool. I guess I have to deal with the consequences of your actions now. Like that's not fun. That turns into cool. How do we get rid of let's get rid of the item so I don't have to deal with this. This is stupid. Not that the item is stupid, but my character would like that's the conflict I would be feeling as the character.
Yeah.
Because like so like this is an item is not just the way that this is worded right now. It is not just stress on the member. It is stress on the whole party because it is going to actively encourage you to play in a way that could very likely derail the campaign or be frustrating in game for the other characters.
Okay.
You don't want to create animosity between the players.
Okay. So iron out the kinks and get actual game mechanics in there.
I think the easiest thing to do is lean into that idea of what you said, where you know this demon, you know what this demon wants. Make that more explicit in a game mechanic way. Maybe this demon just likes scaring people. That's cool. You know, as a dungeon master, that is too open-ended. So your decision is either I'm going to focus this demon so there's something more concrete I can tie into, or I am going to figure out something that this demon either decides or is bound to that satisfies that mechanic. Like, maybe this demon is like, I want everyone to be scared, and to me, that being scared means running away and screaming. Or some, I mean, I would even make it more specific than that. But like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be a lot of different things.
I mean, I'm assuming I'll probably be using a lot of the frightened condition idea of like, hey, do a count of things in this radius that have the frightened condition, and that's a tally mark for you.
You also want to be careful with that too, unless the person you are giving this item to has a lot of access to applying the frightened condition. Because if they don't, again, it sort of falls into the, okay, cool, now I guess the wizard has to take the fear spell, even though they don't want it, because that's the only way to turn this, to feed this thing, you know?
I will bake in a lot of things for that into this item. So like, it'll probably have ability built in where it can just like in a certain AoE, it can just like
okay, I see. Yeah. If the item can cause the frightened condition, then I think that solves that problem. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. The item will be providing a lot of that.
Cool.
And it will probably also enhance natural abilities and whatnot. I might have it augment existing fear spells if people have them.
Cool. All right, buddy. It's an interesting idea. I think that this has got legs. I think that the most important thing is focus on simplifying your mechanical explanations that the players are going to need to read, because this is going to make them ask you. The more simple and straightforward this is, the less you are going to have to re-explain how the item works. Think about it like that.
All right.
And then the other thing is figure out more explicitly who this demon is, or if you know who they are, start figuring out what their mental stats are, what their goals are, and how it communicates. Like, because that actually I think is a really important part of this item. If the demon can telepathically communicate to the person who's attuned to it, that is very different than if it can telepathically communicate to anyone within 10 feet of it. And that is very different than if it just can send its emotions, right? Like, there's whole levels to that, and that's going to have a big impact on how it feels.
So, I should probably do add that kind of details. Should I do it in like the description paragraph?
Literally, go look up Black Razor. It is structured the way you need to structure it. It's essentially like a whole little section. Black Razor or any of the things from here. I'll show you one right now. It's either called Grave Thresh or Gravel Thresh. Fuck, what is the name of that hammer? Is it gravel or grave? Chat. Gravel Thresh. All right. I'll show you one. Nope, not Gravel Thresh 3. Just Gravel Thresh. Nope, it's not called Gravel Thresh. You spelled it wrong. All right, I'm gonna see. Let me find something really quickly because I don't want to leave you empty-handed here.
No, yeah, you're good.
What's the name of the book that it's in? Exandria fucking poopy part. Why is this thing so poorly organized now? Am I blind? Oh, I have to click view all sources. Oh my god, this is so annoying. This website used to be so much better. Oh my god, this is so annoying. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Arms of the Betrayers. Boom. Let's find one of the thinky ones. Okay. Grovel Thrash. Oh wait, you spelled it right. Maybe I think you spelled it right, Miles. Miles, you spelled it right. The website didn't search correctly. You were great. You did really good, Miles. Everybody else, fuck them. I apologize for blaming you ever. So look how this thing works. So it has a section called Sentience, and that shows its stats and how it can see and how it can communicate. And then it has a section called Personality that describes what it once was and what its basic vibe is. And then it goes into the item. So just do that.
Okay.
Sentience, Personality. And honestly, you don't need to share these with the player. The magic item sheet you give the player doesn't need this information. But I think you need this information, and eventually the players could learn this information. But I think that, like, a monster, a mind having an intelligence of 18 is very different than having an intelligence of 12. So, so playing around with that. And it just as realistically, after your players get sort of familiar with it, it might be good to just give this to them, because then they could figure out how to try to work around it, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, them be my thoughts.
Yeah, that sounds good. Now I have stuff to work on and send later.
Any other final questions, yearnings, aspirations?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Peace. Click. Ahoy hoy, chat. How are you guys doing today? Zen Bob, did you figure out how to send something in? I hope so. All right, we're going to grab the DM. Oh my god, it's the DM. It's the Dungeon Master. They're here.
Yo.
How's it going?
Doing good.
What are we looking at today?
Okay, so I sent in a Ranger subclass that you've reviewed before, but it's since been revised. My main concern is with the final two features and whether they're balanced.
Oh, you cut out for 2 seconds. Did you say the final two features?
Yes, the final two features. The capstone and the feature before that.
All right, let's take a look. Remind me of the vibe of this subclass really quickly.
It is a Ranger subclass centered on using fiendish powers to fight fiends and other foes.
Thank you. At 11th, excuse me. At 11th level, you can condemn a foe to damnation in lower planes. As a reaction to taking damage dealt by a creature you can see within 60 feet of you, you can force that creature to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they lose resistance to a damage type of your choice if it has it for 1 hour. For the duration, whenever the target takes damage, it gains disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn. This curse can be lifted by using the remove curse or greater blah blah blah. You can use this only once or gain the ability when you finish a short or long when you finish a long rest. Or you can spend a 3rd level spell to do it. Does this class come with any innate ways to learn if creatures have damage resistances?
I don't think so, no.
That might be a thing to think about, is this only works if you know a creature has a damage resistance. And my other question is, are you specifically picking, or is there a randomness to it? The way this is worded, it sounds like you're not picking.
It says to a damage type of... It says a damage type of your choice.
Oh, I missed the of your choice. So it's the way that I'm reading that then is if you say a damage type that it doesn't have, then it essentially the ability fails because it only if it has it. I mean, that makes sense, but is that the intention of the way that that's written?
Oh, it's intended that if it doesn't have resistance, the curse still takes effect, so that if it takes damage of the chosen type, it still receives disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay. I might split the way this is written up a little bit to make that clear that those are distinctly different things that are happening. It feels a little random. Not necessarily what it's doing, because I get it that if you're fighting extra planar stuff, they have a lot of resistances. I do think that's a little bit of a pull, but I accept it. But it feels really random that it's triggered by a reaction to taking damage. I'm not sure why that is happening. The only reason why it would I'm just not sure why that's happening. So I think the idea that you can remove a creature's damage resistance is very interesting, and I like that. I feel like the way that you have it right now, like expressing itself mechanically, is a little confusing.
Okay, I understand.
So I might play around with how you activate it. Like, to me, it would make a lot more sense where it's like after you hit a creature with an attack, you can impose this, because it's like you're going for them. To me, that would.
In that regard, I already have a feature that triggers when you hit with an attack.
Okay, then maybe this is just a bonus action to activate or something like that. But the fact that you can't pick who you're doing it to, I feel like goes against the sort of tactically hunter nature of a ranger, especially a ranger like this, where they are designed to fight a specific thing. Because this ranger can only use this feature on a devil or a demon if they attack first. And a demon, they might attack first, but devils are smart. A devil in this world where this type of ranger exists, especially if they're a really powerful one, is probably going to know that these types of rangers exist, and it's probably going to be like, oh, I'm just never going to hit that guy. That way he can't use his cool stuff on me. That might... Gotcha. Maybe that's a little overthought, but that's like, you want to be able to pick your targets, I think. I think that's a big deal. I feel like the reaction effect should be something that is either more defensive or something that is very situationally activating, this shouldn't be this specifically, but like the reaction attack or the reaction movement, or the reaction, like Hellish Rebuke is a good example of that. It's reaction little fire damage back. It's like, oh, you hit me, fuck you, I hit you. This is like, you hit me, now I get to finally activate my super focused thing that lasts for a whole hour, but I couldn't have activated in downtime. I only probably am going to activate it mid-combat. So like, you know what I mean? Like, then it makes me think like, well, why does it last an hour? Like, the benefit to it lasting an hour is I could proc it before the fight, right? I see the devil across the room. I know, oh, we're going to fight him in 20 minutes. I pop you. It lasting an hour is totally irrelevant from a combat perspective because no fight lasts an hour. An hour would be 600. Like, if a minute is 10 rounds, an hour would be 100 rounds, right? Am I doing that math wrong?
Yeah.
Or 60 rounds? It would be some ridiculous amount of time.
600.
Yeah, so that would be insane. Like, there's literally no reason to need that. So I think that this could use a little bit of reworking in terms of the duration and how you activate it. But I think the idea that it takes away a resistance and gives them a disadvantage on an attack roll whenever they take damage of a certain type, I think that's interesting for sure.
Okay.
And I don't think it's overpowered. Ranger 11th level features are usually pretty strong. What I might even do for this one, honestly, I might even do the thing where you don't lose the resource until it works. I don't actually know about that. Maybe. I don't know. I play by ear. But I think you could play around with having more than one of these a day, and it would also be okay. All right, let me look at the 15th level feature. At 15th level, you gain control of hidden paths of fiends. You can cast Dimension Door without expending a spell slot. Counts as a ranger spell for you. When you cast it, you can't carry other creatures with you. You can cast Dimension Door in this way a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier. Regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Additionally, if a creature branded by your infernal brand tries to use teleportation or interplanar travel, it must first make a saving throw or take 4d10 force damage on a failed save. These feel like two completely different features. I understand you wanting to do something that is more than just the second part, because the second part is pretty situational. But I think these things need to not feel like two completely different features.
Okay.
Like, for example, maybe instead of you can just cast Dimension Door a bunch of times for free, you gain some ability to teleport next to a creature that is marked by your brand. Like, still you do a movement-based magic teleport, but have it tie more logically into the brand if you are leaning into the brand here. Or, if you are comfortable dropping the brand, leaning into the Dimension Door and making it do more than just free Dimension Door. Like it has some other effect. Like, you cast Dimension Door without expending a spell slot as a when you do it in this way, when you appear in the new spot, you manifest a aura of like no travel, and any creature that is within 30 feet, 60 feet of the place you appear cannot use interplanar travel while they remain within that area for some amount of time. You know what I mean? Like, the Dimension Door could trigger lockdown if you wanted to sort of tie them together in that way.
Okay, that's interesting.
Like, this effect could be something that happens when you use this feature, as like, sort of like, the spell Thunderstep?
Yes.
Sort of like Thunderstep, except instead of doing an AoE of damage, it does this effect in an AoE. And it could be limited, and it could even not be tied to the Infernal Brand. It could be just creatures of your choice. That way, it could be used with the Infernal Brand, but it could be, it's also more open-ended. Like, you could use it against the Evil Wizard if you're not fighting against, or I guess you could use the Infernal Brand against anybody. But you know what I mean? Like, it just makes it so you don't lose access to this when you're out of Infernal Brands, and you also just makes it makes it a little bit of its own thing.
Okay, cool. That's a good
but
idea.
I like both of the features. I think they're both interesting. They also both feel really different from each other mechanically, but very tied thematically, which I think is the sweet spot we want to hit with a subclass. One of the things I talk about with people with subclasses is, like, you want to have a really core identity in mind, but you want that identity to be able to be applied to, like, a lot of different circumstances, because you're going to be thinking about your subclass less than whoever actually ends up playing it, and who knows what kind of campaign they're going to be in. And I think that, like, both of these features are really good examples of that, where it's like they feel very anti-devil, anti-demon, but they are applicable in a whole lot of circumstances that have absolutely nothing to do with devils or demons. That's the sweet spot that we want to hit, I think.
Cool.
Cool. Do you have any other questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
I mean, if you have extra time.
If there's something specific you have a question about, I'm happy to answer it. If you want just sort of like my thoughts on a feature, we might mosey. But if there's something specific you have a question about, you can certainly ask.
Sure. One thing.
Yeah.
So in the feature, in the Blight Cloak feature,
yes.
I'm wondering if, so this is a transportable. This is an item that you can give to yourself or others, I'm wondering if the optional features that you can give to this cloak, you can choose 2 of them. I'm wondering if they are too weak.
All right. At 7th level, you make a magic cloak. As a bonus action, you can cause your cloak to teleport to your person. The cloak's wearer gains 2 benefits, which you can change as part of a long rest. Resistance to a damage type. Advantage on saving throws against being poisoned. Advantage on saving throws against being charmed. Can't be forced to go to the outer planes if it dies. I do not think this is too weak. I do think that this is one of those things that you might want to play around with, because my concern is that 9 times out of 10, people are going to pick the first feature twice. The first feature twice is so much better than the other ones in an open-ended way that I worry it's almost too... It stands out so much. I think part of the issue is that this is fine. Realistically, if you cut every single thing out of the item, except for the resistance to a single damage type, I think that would be okay. It wouldn't be the best, but it would be okay. I think that the problem is resistance to a single damage type that you're picking and that you can change is a really strong feature, regardless of who's getting it. That's a really nice feature. So you got to be careful if you're doing that. I think that the other ones are also fine. I think the last one is so situational that it's fine to keep, but it really feels like it was designed with a specific campaign in mind. As a dungeon master, I can't off the top of my head think about how I would apply this, and I feel like that might be worth thinking about. If this is so situational that I can't immediately think of a scenario that this would be a choice that a player would make over a long rest, and not something that they would maybe regret that they needed later that they didn't realize in the middle of a combat. I can't think of one. I'm sure there's monsters and creatures that do stuff like that, but there's not enough. There's not enough for this to be a whole thing. This, if anything, I think this could just be a passive that's just on all the time, and that would be fine. I don't think this should be a choice. This should just be a thing. Yeah, that's my thought. I think that if you want to lean into the resistance to damage, I think that's fine. I think all of the options together makes it a little muddled, just because some are so much better than others. It could also be less making choices and more like the only choice is the damage type, and then the passive is they can't be forced out of their planes, and then there could be some other passive, like, their movement speed is increased by 5 feet. They get a +2 to stealth. I don't know. It could be something kind of small that you feel like fills the vibe of this. They can speak and understand Infernal, maybe. I don't know. There's something else that is minor, but also applicable widely.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks for the questions. I appreciate it. I'm hanging up on you now. Bye. Click. And that's how we do it. That's how we do it, chat. How you guys doing? How's everybody doing today? Doing good? If this is your first time watching the stream, if you have a question about making homebrew, if you're curious about, or any D&D stuff, I'm happy to go on a tangent. If you want to talk in the chat, you can go into my Discord and go to the waiting room. You can call in, or you can ask questions in the chat here. Whenever somebody's on the call, I'm going to mostly prioritize talking to them. But in a moment like now, where I'm not really chatting to anybody yet, if you want to interrupt me with something, that's fine. And you can also just send in your homebrew, and we're going to talk about it. And that's kind of the show. That's it. I was talking about this. I want ranged implosion that pulls creatures 10 feet into the center. There's a spell that does that. It's like Gravity Well or Sink or Dark, something like that. There's a spell that does that. It does like a little pulls everybody in, deals damage to them. Gravity Sinkhole. Yeah, look up. Gravity Sinkhole. That spell does exactly what I think you're looking for. Why? Now this is annoying. Watch this. I think what's happening is that D&D Beyond is making it so that if you have access to a piece of information because it is through a campaign you're in, it doesn't fucking let you search it. I think that's actually what's happening right now. I think it's like intentionally making itself less usable. Am I missing something, chat? Or did I just type it wrong? I don't even see it here. I know it's a Graviturge spell, but shouldn't it be here? Is it not 4th level spell? Oh, am I limiting the searches somewhere? No. Oh, maybe it's partnered. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, it's partnered content. Okay. So here's Gravity Sinkhole. Gravity Sinkhole basically does what you're going for. But come on, how fucking shitty is D&D Beyond's search engine right now if this is what we need to do to accomplish the goal of finding stuff? What the fuck? Come on, D&D Beyond. I hate how much... Okay, we got it. You guys know what D&D Beyond Star is? D&D Beyond, before it was bought by Wizards of the Coast, was such a good website. It was so good. It was so good. And then Wizards of the Coast bought it, and it was still okay. And now it's just bad. It's crazy. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's crazy that as soon as Wizards of the Coast decides we need to monetize this website more, they make it worse. What the fuck are they thinking? What is happening? I'm so fucking frustrated with it. What are we doing? Is this the most profitable part of you? If this is the most profitable part of your business, why are you making it harder to use it? Welcome me in. Do you have chat? We gotta talk. How fucking often do I talk to you guys about how important an introduction is? Right? When you're making D&D Homebrew, when you're writing anything, when you're making something, if it doesn't look good on the page, if it doesn't feel good to use it, then it's not good. Because no one's gonna use it. It doesn't matter how interesting the inside of the room is if I don't want to go in the fucking room. So if you don't make it easy for me to engage with your product or your homebrew, then I'm not gonna fucking engage with it. What are you doing, Wizards? Come on! You're not making it interesting to engage with your product! You're making it frustrating! Ah! Ugh, sorry. Anyway, what were we talking about? D&D Homebrew? Clip it! It just pisses me off so much. This is not rage at anyone here, by the way. But it just pisses me off so much. It's so frustrating. Like, just make your product feel good to use. More people will give money if it feels good. That's like the whole point of refinement. Ugh. Fuck me. Fucking bullshit. Okay, Dino, get me off this fucking D&D rant. D&D Beyond rant. Dino, I need you. Dino.
Hey, hello?
Hi, Dino. I need a cough drop.
Hey.
Because I was just fucking screaming for a second. Give me.
I was like wondering, like, well, I'm gonna be chosen right here. Why when he's coming?
No. None of that was that. That was a.
No,
listen,
I got you.
I love. That's a type of rage I'm very comfortable with.
Yeah, I got you.
Can I tell you my? I'll tell you. Chat, don't listen to this. This is just a secret just for you. Truly, one of the main reasons why I switched to this format was because if I know exactly what you're looking for help, if you can't get on the call, but I know exactly what you want help with, then I have a lot more patience. Yes. But also, I think this is the teacher in me. As soon as I can hear your voice, I also have a lot more patience. And there is an element of empathy and humanness, as much as I hate connecting with you flesh sacks. I appreciate you guys sometimes, and I acknowledge that as soon as I acknowledge that there are buttons I can push that I think make me do a better job, and one of them is being able to talk to people, and then another one is knowing what they want help with. Anyway, rant over. What's up, buddy? What are we looking at today?
So this is like, you know, one of the things that I so I know you like very specific questions, and I had asked basically I put my point or my homebrew for a peer review, and I got a lot of feedback that made me kind of look at my class entirely differently, right?
Okay.
So I'm having a lot of trouble figuring out exactly where to put my subclasses, and I'm kind of bouncing around between putting it right at the start, like kind of like a level 0. It's almost like your backstory, because the kind of idea behind it is like you are implanted, or one of the ways you can be implemented, this like aging crystal, right? That connects with your being when you're barely born, or there's other ways to go about it. And this idea of like you're almost twin souling with a different creature. It doesn't exactly have to be an animal. It can be like something. It could be like a plant, a monster, right? Stuff like that, right?
Yeah, interesting idea. I like it.
And I was like, do I want them to live in it a little bit, and then at level 3, that's when the reveal of like, oh hey, you have this like crystal that's been in you the whole time, or is it like one of these things where you have it? And I kind of wanted to have like a bit of a like.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I think a couple things. I don't actually think there's a right or a wrong answer here. I think it depends on how you want to build the core class. So here's what I would say. If you want let me think about how to phrase this. Okay, so sorcerers get their subclass at level 1. And that's kind of for 2 reasons. The first reason is because it fits the lore, right? Like, it's in your bloodline. It makes sense that you would like know what you were because you are it. That's the 2014 version. So that makes sense to a certain extent, right?
Yes.
But as we see with the 2024 edition or with other subclasses, sometimes there is enough mechanics to the generalized core class that you can kind of accomplish all of those flavor goals, just less specialized, less honed. And the idea that you're getting your subclass at 3rd level is not necessarily, it's like that's when you first access your power, but that's when you start to be able to hone it in a more personalized direction. So like let's like, so if for example the core identity of this class is that your spirit is sort of intertwined with something, whether it's a creature, an object, whatever, something like that.
Yes.
Do we need the feeling of the uniqueness of the subclass at level 1 because the core identity needs them to be that specifically different? Or is there enough core identity, core mechanics that we could put at early levels that sort of fills that space? Another reason why that's like hard for like a sorcerer is, and they did change this in the new edition, but in the older edition, on paper, the core class of the sorcerer is exactly the same as the wizard. Outside of like, they have a lot less. So you need that subclass early. Otherwise they kind of don't have a class identity initially.
They're just like
lesser wizard.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Gotcha.
So there's also that. Like, if this core class doesn't feel unique at level 2 because it's too similar to something else, that's another reason to maybe have the subclass earlier. But I really think what it comes down to is there's not a right or wrong answer. It's the question is, do I like the idea that or not even do I like the idea, is there enough unique stuff going on in the core class that it can stand on its own 2 feet before it gets a subclass?
Right.
That's kind of the question to ask yourself. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer.
I'm also kind of I've been fascinated with this idea of the oath breaker from like Paladin, and I was really wanting to have, like, let's say you are twin spirited with a monster, right? Like an evil, not to bring in alignment, but like let's say just an evil creature, right?
Yeah.
The idea is, right, that hopefully that like the Oathbreaker doesn't exactly always have to be like a bad thing. Like I kind of want to have like almost like a redeem Oathbreaker as well. Like kind of like you connect back, like you kind of through like talking with your twin spirit and like kind of really getting to know each other. You can almost like come to like that middle ground. And I'm very thinking about this like very narratively before I think of the mechanics that are really going to be baked into this. And I kind of wanted to know if that is something that I think players will enjoy, like, because it's going to be like a very like story moment.
So
right?
here's
Like
what I would say.
decision.
Here's what I would say.
Yes.
The way that I would introduce that mechanic would not be like if the idea you're trying to put forward is like you have this twinned spirit, and after being with it for a certain amount of time or overcoming enough obstacles, you sort of learn how to work with it more. Like you figure out how to. To me, that is literally just expressed through character features and getting stronger. Like, for example, if at level. This is just saying nonsense, but like, let's say your spirit was like a creature that stood next to you, like a JoJo thing.
Yeah, like literally the stand.
Like a JoJo stand.
Yeah.
At level 10, when you have your spirit attack, it can now attack twice. That is showing that it is your bond with it is growing.
With you.
You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah.
So you could kind of build it like that. Like you almost. I think the narrative is going to fill there. And the other thing that I would say is, if you are trying to do, I wouldn't lean so hard in the direction of switching spirits, because I just think that's something that you could just do in game. Like, if I'm playing D&D as a cleric, and I renounce the god of storm, and I herald the god of the sun, I don't need on my character sheet something that explicitly says I can change my subclass if I do that. I think that's just something I would work out with my dungeon master. So, I don't think you need to spend too much brain space on that. I would, because the other thing that I want to say, and I think is important to keep in mind when you're building a class or a subclass, it's not really important for magic items, is that whomever is reading your piece, they are going to see themselves in it as they're reading it, and they are going to find a story, an element, something that they love, that they're connected to, that you are never going to think about. So they are going to build that narrative. You don't need to worry too much about the class mechanics defining the narrative. They just need to support narrative options. If I want my connection to the spirit to grow over time, let me rephrase that. If I make my connection with my spirit lead to more power over time, I could play that as me working together well with my spirit. I could play that as me learning to dominate my spirit. I could play that as my spirit learning to control me and me losing my identity to it. So
that's amazing. Yeah.
So you don't want to focus too much, I think, on the narrative. I think you want to focus on interesting paths of mechanical growth that support a variety of narratives. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So I guess in that same vein, how do I, let's say I want to, actually you kind of said it with like the kind of feeling of that they're dominating you. I kind of wanted to have like, if you are just like straight up ignoring this like gem inside of you, this like twin spirit, I kind of wanted to be like consequences for you to do that, but I don't want it to be like, so like inherently crippling to the character, right? And I think maybe just the ability of like, what you said, like, when you have this like dominating thing, it's like, well, you think you're just becoming more powerful because whatever, but it's just literally this thing is dominating you to have that power. Like it's really taking over who you are. And I think that's really interesting. Like that's actually amazing.
I think, again, I would hesitate to build too many mechanics that define the story. So like figuring out how to express that is going to be a little, you just got to be careful with that. Because as soon as you say something specific that it wants, you're telling the people how to play it.
That's instantly the railroading. Okay, yeah, I got you. So it's just like literally just have a bunch of like branching things of like, this is what's possibly happening here.
I don't even know how much you need to build that into the mechanics. The other thing that I was going to say is like most classes, I have seen some homebrew classes that have done this, some better than others, but no officially published class has any intrinsic downsides.
Understood.
So if you are going to be
what do
putting
you-
something that requires a bit of back and forth, you got to be really careful with how much you implement it, because it really should be a very gentle, fine touch. I will give you an example.
Yes.
So I have worked, my dungeon master, and a buddy of mine, we write homebrew together sometimes. And we have a compendium that we've been working on for a while, and we wrote a class for it. It's one of the only classes that I've like actually written. One of the players, my podcast is, we're playtesting it. They're using it right now. And the essentially idea of the class is there is an object that you have that isn't super conscious necessarily, but it like holds the essence of like an ancient divine creature that sort of drives and changes you. And the idea is, so we have a mechanic, and there's a lot of mechanics that I don't feel 100% on, but that's actually, I think, good when you're building something with other people. You shouldn't just feel great about everything. You constantly be like changing it. But one of the mechanics that it has is, I forget what level it gets it at, but at a certain level it gets a feature where if you make an attack roll, if you fail that attack roll, you have to make a charisma saving throw. If you fail that charisma saving throw, the attack automatically hits, and you take damage equal to the difference between your roll and the target's AC. So if you rolled a 1, then you might take like 20 damage if the creature had an AC of 21.
Yeah.
Now, I don't always love that downside, but I do like the simplicity of it because it's directly tied to basically the essence of the class, which is there's an object dragging you around. But more so than that, it is half a downside because it's also making you hit with an attack that you would have missed with. So there is like a positive side to it, and you can choose to fail the save if you want. You don't have to roll it. So there's a little bit of interplay with character stuff in that regard. But I don't even know if I like that mechanic all the time. We're playtesting it now to see how it feels. But when you're going to be giving a mechanic that forces a creature to do a thing or has some sort of penalty, you really want it needs to really fit nicely into the class. I'll give you another example. Barbarians at second level get Reckless Attack. Reckless Attack makes it so you get to attack with advantage, but everyone else attacks with advantage against you. So that's a downside, but it's a downside that works for the Barbarian because the Barbarian at its core class is designed around them taking damage. And it also is a good core feature because it's just a thing you can do all the time that doesn't take up any space and just helps you be a Barbarian more. So it's, you know what I mean? Like the downside is so tied into what the class feels like.
It's very like, I'm because I'm recklessly attacking, I have advantage because I'm like swinging wildly, but like in doing so, it's more like I'm like leaving myself open. I'm not like thinking about
but
my
it's
swings
not,
and everything. Right?
But at the same time, it's not forcing you to play a specific way. And if you use it, it's mechanically leaning into what your character does, but it also it can have a lot of role play mechanics. Like it could be a very narrative story driven feature, but it really doesn't have to be. Like you could recklessly attack as a barbarian every single attack you make for an entire D&D campaign and never describe your character as acting recklessly, and that would work fine. You know, it can if you want as a player, it can just be a mechanic.
Just be. Yeah.
So that's the kind of stuff you want to think about when you're building these core class features. I think you can get a lot more hyper specific with subclasses because that's a choice a player's making. Like when you make a class, you're sort of building a canvas for an identity. And when you build subclasses, you are building sort of specific scaffoldings for that canvas. So it's a little bit more reasonable to get more specific with that type of stuff, I think, in subclasses. But in general, you want almost everything you're building to be not open-ended, but to not pigeonhole you into doing a specific thing. Unless that specific thing is like so tied to the core identity of the class that there's no reason you wouldn't be doing it.
It's almost like you want to, like, when you're thinking about this, you just don't want to like keep running into, oh, I have to do this now. I have to do this. I have to do this. It's like I want to be like, oh, you're doing this. Here's the thing. Here's what's going. Like this is why.
And you want to be able to tell.
Like the only way.
And also like just to speak to it from a narrative perspective, you don't want to. Do you want to spend this much time making a piece of homebrew that tells one story?
No.
Or do you want to make a piece of homebrew that can tell a lot of stories, right?
Yeah, because I can imagine with the one you were telling me with the weapon just kind of like a striking itself. It's like, oh, it actually believes. It can be like almost a positive thing. It's like, oh, it believes that hitting this is like the best thing to do, but in doing so, it's actually damaging you, right? And like that's such a like it can be like, oh, this entity, this object that it has or whatever, is like believing wholeheartedly that this is like a positive thing to do, and like that it's a negative, but it's just choosing to do it anyway. And I'm like, that's so fun. Like especially if it can like talk to you or like it has like some kind of or just forcing you to do it. And in the same vein, it's like it could be like a negative way, or it could just be like kind of a neutral, just doing it because it's what it feels like it's right, or like it just wants to do. And it's so nice. So I think that's a lot of fun. That's actually pretty nice. I think for me, I think the only thing I really wanted to have like the culmination of your decisions was the capstone. And I saw recently there was this new, I guess it was a new creature or a new
the animal lords.
That was the animal lords. Yeah, and what was really cool is that like I want to make like different variations of these animal lords. It'd be like, oh, it's like an animal lord that is a monster, right? Or like, oh, it's like, and it's really cool because it's like the whole thing of like both of your all your decision, everything kind of coming together, right? And you become, a finalized like version of your guys' like, I guess twin souls finally becoming one.
If that's gonna be your end goal for the capstone. This is my feedback. Not my feedback, my suggestion.
Yes.
Don't make yourself become an animal lord literally, because there's no way to balance that. That's a CR 20 plus monster. It's not going to work.
Gotcha.
So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to look at what mechanics the animal lord subclasses have and figure out which of those things you could pull and turn into features you have. So for example, the Spore Druid at their capstone features, they just get a bunch of condition immunities that all make them feel like a mushroom person. Right. Or like any of the paladins have capstones where they become an avatar of the thing that they are a paladin of. So like the Vengeance Paladin becomes like an avatar of vengeance. It's an activatable feature that gives you a couple unique powers for a minute or 10 minutes, depending on the subclass. And it's hyper powerful, but it's like a once a day thing where you don't literally become an avatar of vengeance stat block,
you're channeling it.
But you get like a couple features that help the player play in that direction. So like the animal lords all have an aura that has a pretty powerful effect. So maybe the capstone would be you could activate an aura that would have some powerful effect for a period of time, something like that.
Yeah, that okay. That is actually, that is incredible.
Because you don't want to take them. You don't want to take a monster stat block and make it be, you just become that. That's not going to feel good. I mean, it might feel great, but it's not going to be balanced and it's going to be
balanced. Annoying. Yeah, I got you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. I think that's like everything. That is, I have like a lot of things going through my mind right now of like what I want to do. I think definitely playing into the essence of the animal lord instead of like it being like, oh, you're becoming one. It's more like, yeah, I'm able to channel this for like, the essence, like the aura, like you just get the aura for like a specific amount of time.
You could even call it like something that, like, I mean, you could even flavor it as you sort of becoming in the position of these animal lords. Like it doesn't need to not be you being an animal lord. You don't want the mechanics don't have to totally 100% fit the accuracy of the narrative. They just need to fit the accuracy enough to sell the narrative.
All right. Yeah, that is perfect.
Cool. All right, buddy. Love you. Bye. Click. Hanging up before you can say something nice. Ba 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 ba. You don't get to say nice things to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Stop trying to be nice to me. Okay. Anyway, we got 2 more people in the waiting room. We're gonna get to both of them. If anyone else wants to join, call in and ask a question or talk through a piece of homebrew, just hop into the Discord waiting room. If not, no worries. You can send in some homebrew. You can ask a question in the chat, or you can just hang out. All right, I'm going to grab Shades, and then we're going to grab Kiki. Shades.
Hello?
Ahoy hoy. Greetings and salutations.
Hello. But the volume's turned way down. Okay, I think I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Lovely. Did you send something in? Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. I'm back on the Trollkin. This time working on a different one.
So tell me of this. Which troll? Yes. What troll are we talking about?
So right now I'm working on the Grendel. These guys are much more like the traditional D&D trolls that we're familiar with. Again, they're the green hulking guys. What I want to do with them is, since regeneration is kind of the troll's whole gimmick, I want to put that on the race itself. Problem is, I'm not sure how to go about that fully. I have right here written 3 different ideas that I've both gotten from the Discord and come up with myself.
Let's look at them.
Not sure which one's the best.
No. Let's look at them. So, when you regain hit points from a short rest, you regain additional hit points. Proc bonus times when you dodge, you regain some hit points. Proc bonus times, bonus action, roll a hit die. Okay. My opinion of these 3, I think the bottom one is probably the most fun. Just because it's like you can use it mid-combat. It's very action-oriented. The player is deciding when to use it. The other ones are fine, but this one is reactionary, which means maybe use it, but like you have to actively take the dodge action. And then the first one is also, I think, fine, but I think that getting stuff out of short rest is less exciting feeling, even maybe if it's better sometimes. I just think it's less exciting feeling. I would lean it towards the proc bonus hit die. The other thing that you could do if you wanted to go in like a totally different direction, and maybe this would be overpowered, but what if instead of getting a proc bonus hit die, what if you could bonus action, expend a hit die, and then for the next minute at the beginning of your turn, you regain 1d4 hit points. So you're still losing a hit die, but you are literally just gaining regeneration for a minute. That might be too strong.
Probably would. Because that would be like 10d4 every hit die. And you have as many of those, you have a level.
That's true. So it could also, well, I would still make it limited in use. Like maybe if you did that, that would be once per short rest, you could do that. Or something like that. It could also be temporary hit points if you were concerned with it being healing. The other thing that you could do is you could sort of copy the barbarian, not the barbarian, the half orc. So the half orc has the thing where once a day when you drop to 0 hit points, you come back with 1 hit point. You could do some version of that is both like a little weaker and also maybe like resource eating. Like what if, I don't know exactly how I would word this. Don't do this exactly, but something like when you drop to 0 hit points, you can expend some amount of hit die to return with 1 hit point. I think that is maybe an interesting place to play. You just have to figure out how to limit that so it felt reasonable. But I think, honestly, I'm over-talking. I'm talking too much. I think proc bonus times bonus action roll a hit die is very elegant and works really nicely. That's probably what I would do.
Okay. I had the idea of giving them the half-orcs Relentless Endurance with the innate healing. Not sure.
Maybe if they both, I think it works if they both consume hit dice. Maybe, I think if one is just a free thing, and then one consumes hit dice, it feels like a little too much. Only because the orcs' Relentless Endurance is like their main feature. You know, like that's the thing that makes the orc. There's a lot of stuff half orcs get, but that's the thing that is like their defining unique thing. Sort of like the Aarakocra and Flight, you know, or like the Azamar and their necrotic shroud. So that's like their main thing. So you just want to make sure that you're not giving them an orc's main thing. Right. Not even from a balance perspective, but just from like you want this thing to have a really unique identity.
Now, since currently the setting that these guys I'm putting them in, currently half orcs don't exist in the setting. So maybe that makes it a little bit more fine, but I don't know.
I think it definitely makes it more fine. I think it still might be really strong, but I think if you know that you're not going to be using any half orcs in the game that you're using this in, then it is much more fine. The main reason to not use mechanics that exist somewhere else is because it diminishes how they feel, because now they are not as special. But if they're not going to be somewhere else, then it doesn't really matter. But those are my main thoughts. The only other thing that I'm thinking about is there is an element to trolls where the regeneration is a little bit Deadpool-esque, where they can like plug their limbs back on. The Undying Warlock has like a feature that they can do something like that in. Maybe, and the Undying Warlock sucks and no one ever plays it. So maybe check out the Undying Warlock, that feature, and maybe do some version of that also. Tying that in might be fun also. Because again, that's really a ribbon feature. Like, how often in D&D games does something explicitly remove a limb? Like, not that often. So that could also be a fun thing that just makes this guy feel more regenerative-y, even if it's not literally going to do much 90% of the time.
I did actually have that. I was planning on giving them that they regrow any missing limbs when they
you could just regrow it. Yeah, you could regrow it. That would also make it feel very different.
Like I just was thinking that there probably had to be some sort of way to gain hit points on top of that.
I think the ability to use hit dice whenever you want helps does a lot. I think that feels very good. The only thing that I think would maybe feel as good as that is if you had some sort of activatable ability that essentially gave you a regeneration power for a minute or for however long it was active. But if you don't want to have to figure out how to navigate balancing that, or you just don't think that's going to work as well, I think this is the move. Because it's very action oriented. It's resource dependent. It's not really game breaky. The other thing that's kind of fun about it being tied to hit dice is it feels sort of. This is actually a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a good thing, but it kind of changes depending on what class you play. Like, it's sort of like you regenerate almost based on how big you are, which I think is kind of funny. I don't know. I like that.
It also kind of when it scales with a class's hit dice, again, it kind of stays the same usefulness, because whether you're a wizard or a barbarian, you're still gaining the same percentage of your total.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it kind of ties. Yeah, it works nicely with the inbuilt mechanics. The other thing. The other direction that you could maybe go in if you want to, this is a little different, is you could make it tied to like them eating. Like, you could go in the direction of like lizard folk, where they have that special move where they can bite something and gain temporary hit points. You could have something to do with, like, there's a certain veracity to trolls and flesh eating that you could lean into maybe if you want to play with that too. But if you don't want to, I don't think that you have to. Cool. Do you have any other questions, thoughts, feelings, things you want to discuss related to your Grendel troll? Aside from, did you read the book Grendel?
I forget his name. Beowulf. The poem of Beowulf?
So there is Beowulf, which is an ancient poem, but there is also a book that came out at some point in the last 20 years called Grendel, which is a really good book. Maybe it's older than that, but it's from Grendel's perspective. It's a good book. It's very sad. It's very sad. It's not a fun book. It's sort of just about what it's like to be. It's like Grendel is like a sad monster with bad relationship with their parents. It's very good. It's very weird. It's a good book, but it's called Grendel. I read it in high school. But it was one of those books that I had to read for high school, but I liked it, But yeah, I don't
read that, but I have read Beowulf, but not since I was a kid.
I don't think reading the book Grendel I don't think reading the book will help you with this at all. But it's a good book. Do you have any other questions or anything? Or should I hang up on you?
Do you think the proficiency times per day thing is necessary? Or is the limitation on using hit dice enough?
I think it's probably necessary. I think that's a pretty strong thing to be able to use your hit dice. I think it's necessary.
Because it does introduce one minor problem. Level 1, you have more uses of this feature than you have hit dice.
I think that you be okay. I don't actually think it matters that much. If you are really concerned about it, you could do the thing where this feature you don't get access to it until level 3. In the same way that some classes, some races, like, you get one thing.
Like the Azamar.
Yeah, like the Azamar, or like there's one, the Simic hybrid, or like anything with innate spellcasting.
Mm-hmm.
So that could also be a thing if you're concerned with that. I don't think it needs that, but that would be a way to make it so you don't have to even think about that.
Okay. Yeah.
Those be my thoughts.
All right. Thank you.
Ugh. All right. I'm going to hang up on you now. I didn't hang up on you before you said thank you. It's fine. Have a good one. I love you. Bye. Click. That's how we do it. We hang up on you. If you get a thank you out before I hang up on you, I guess you win this one. But I will win the next. I will win the next. Wait. Okay. I'm back. We got one more person in the call. Let's grab them. And then I'm going to maybe make pee. Kiki, what's up? How's it going? Kiki. Unmute, please. Kiki, if you don't unmute, I can't talk to you.
Yeah.
Hello. How's it going? What am I helping you with today? How's it going, buddy?
It's going great. First of all, thank you. So I win this round. Second,
that is a bad. I got to think about how to solve that problem later. Let's solve your problem first. What are we working on? What are you thinking about?
Well, I wrote. There's 2 links. One is about 2 ideas for subclasses. Most 1 idea. Second is I kind of stuck it in there, but it's not really ready for anything. And it's mostly just an idea, not really any mechanics written yet, but some mechanics ideas that are. It was kind of lazy to write them down, but I think they're.
No, this is a perfect setting for that. Do you want to talk about the subclass ideas, or do you want to talk about the cleric idea? The cleric.
The cleric idea was there as kind of a backup if the subclass ideas wasn't really the thing that.
No. Let's talk about the subclass ideas. Then
it would be great to view them.
Yeah, let's take a look. Ready, set, boom! We're there. All right. Hi, Cinder. Oh shit, that's me. All right. So, walk me through what you're working on here.
I'll start. The idea number 1, it's a subclass. I have yet to decide if it's a subclass for a fighter or if it's a subclass for a monk.
Okay.
You will see why. The main inspiration for this subclass was, as I wrote out, Jujutsu Kaisen. And to be more specific, the idea of a black flash that appears in this anime and manga. In anime, it basically works like random crits, kind of random, and we have crits in D&D. So I thought, hey, let's make it a bit closer. Let's make something out of it. So in the anime, when you in manga, when you land a black flash, make a crit, you are put into the zone. The state of like hyper focus, etc. We've all been there. Maybe, I don't know, playing something or maybe writing something. I've been there. And I wanted to. The main focus would be that when you hit a critical in combat, for some duration, you're put into the zone, and in that zone, your crit range is extended. And when you hit the next critical, the duration refreshes, and your crit range is extended again. And kind of that snowballing effect of more and more crits. Though the main problem is this is probably extremely unreliable and inconsistent subclass in fights, because let's say it's the only or the main feature of the 3rd level. And until the next subclass feature, it's like if you don't land crit in fight, you're kind of a dead subclass. And that's the biggest problem, if it's even a good idea to explore such a territory.
I think that I agree. I think that you're pinpointing the first big issue, which is kind of the issue that the champion has, which is like extended crit range is all they have, and that's boring. There's no agency. You don't have any control, and you want to be giving stuff that your players can sort of decide to have some agency over using. The other issue that I think is not quite as important, but is still important, is that this is in that weird situation of when it does work, it's maybe too strong.
Yeah. This is the other part.
Like, I think this mechanic of a spiraling enhanced crit would work incredibly well if D&D was a one-player game, and there was other stuff going on. But I think that the way that D&D works, I just think it's a little too much. So what I would say if I were you is maybe think about two things. Think about there needs to be a way that you can activate it. And then beyond that, does the thing literally need to be critting, or could it be extra damage and or other extra effects that feel the same as the Black Star image anime crit thing? Like if, for example, I'll just give you an example. If, for example, you could, when you hit someone with your flurry of blows, let me even rephrase that. Let's say this. If you could, when you use flurry of blows, you could make one of those strikes activate your crit power punch. If that attack deals an extra damage die equal to your monk damage die, that's sort of the same as critting, but a little weaker. And then you could have that scale a little bit where it's like it deals 1 extra damage die, and then it deals 2 extra damage die, and then it deals 3 extra damage die. So it's still going up. You're still doing more damage in the exact same way that you would be making the crit more likely. But instead, it's less random. Like you're still sort of choosing to activate it, and you are getting the immediate effects. Like if I crit, I don't know if I'm going to crit again next round. It's more likely, but I think it might be more satisfying to like almost see like the damage is the thing that scales instead of the likelihood of the hitting. That also would just give you a lot more control over balancing it, because you wouldn't be limiting yourself to the mechanics of crits, both in terms of how they activate and what they do. You would basically be building a new thing, and you could do it like that. Regardless of how you decide to go in this direction, if you want to stay, regardless of whether you stay doing this specific crit thing or something else, to me, I think this feels much more comfortable in a monk's position. Partially because monks do smaller amounts of damage with their dice, so it's just a little bit more reliably, like, not going to be crazy. But also, they get a lot more attacks, so there's a lot more opportunities for this kind of thing to happen. And there's also already a fighter subclass about getting better crits. I don't think we need another fighter subclass that does that. So I would lean into the monk. You can also tie it into using key points, which would be very nice and easy.
Yeah, I thought there's also that kind of another reason why monk might be better. Monk is a lot harder to multiclass, so there would be less shenanigans theoretical with multiclass in this subclass.
Yeah, but I would play around with it not being the crit range that extends, but the amount of damage you're doing.
When we were talking, I had an idea of like kind of not crits, not technically crits, but exploding damage die that can be a limited resource that you restore when you land actual critical hits.
I don't think it needs to be I mean, you could do something like that, but that doesn't really solve any of the problems. Like, it's still completely random. You still don't have any control over when you get that feature. That's like, cool, if you roll up a max damage, you get more die.
Yeah.
And if you crit, you get that power back, but both of those are still unreliable, you know? Like, there's still not an ability for you to decide when to use your power.
Maybe.
Is this being tied to is this being tied to critical hitting really important?
Kind of. I do want to find a way to make it tied to critical, but in a less maybe random. Basically, not necessarily to a critical hit, but it should be kind of random. That is important for the subclass. Maybe it could be tied to another dice roll, not a d20, maybe a d4.
Maybe, but that's also going to be annoying Because that means every single time you make an attack roll, you are now rolling another dice. That's a lot of extra dice.
Maybe.
You know, like...
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Let me ask you this. Why is it important that it's random? What is that adding to it?
I'm not sure how to put it into words, but I really want it to be at least semi-random.
Yeah, I know but why? Like, why? I'm not anti it being random. I just want to understand what the intention is there. Like, do you want it to be random because it's random in the show, or do you want it to be random because you like this subclass being one that has to do with like chance?
No, I want specifically chance as kind of the balancing portion of it, similar to, let's say, Sorcerer's Wild Magic, though it probably won't be any negative effects, unlike Sorcerer's Wild Magic.
Why would it be random? And I'm asking because let me clarify my question. Sorcerer's Wild Magic being random makes sense because it is the sorcerer tapping into a magic that is much bigger than itself and sort of pushing the boundaries of magic use. It is essentially like an engine exploding. What about this? What is this monk tapping into that is allowing it to be in this position where it is better at stuff, but randomly? Because there's no control there. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, mostly because of the idea of the zone, technically. Because, I mean, as in real life and in the show, it's very hard to get into the zone on purpose, but you would, if you train, you can get a higher... You can't force yourself into the zone, but you can make yourself easier to get into it.
So that mechanic works incredibly well for the show because the writers can decide when to make the characters go into the zone. That's why that works.
Okay.
Wait, let me just finish my thought. That works because the writers are deciding when that's going to happen. The writers are deciding this is the moment that it really matters, so they're going to get to use their in the zone power. That's just the writers making a narrative decision. I would say to you that making this a decision the character can make is the same thing. The player is deciding when in the narrative the character is getting this move. That is, to me, exactly the same thing as the writer deciding when the player might play like it's random, right? But it's not random, right? Like it's the people that are writing the show aren't rolling a dice to determine when this thing should happen. They're deciding when it should happen because they think it's going to work well. And the player is basically one of the writers of the game. So from a narrative perspective, I think it's the same thing. I don't think there's actually a difference there at all. And from a mechanical perspective, it just makes it function as a gameplay mechanic. Like this is essentially saying to the player, you decide when your character can push into the zone. If you don't want them to be able to decide when to push into the zone, I think we need a lot of clarity as to what the fuck the zone is and why it even is something random that people can plug into. Because while yes, I think in real life people enter into flow states where everything is like smooth, that is not a random thing. Like you do things to enter into a flow state. Sometimes it's harder to get into than others, but that's not a game mechanic. That's not like it's not like the universe is randomly deciding whether or not you can enter a flow state. Like if you have ever had to do any creative work for long periods of time, you learn what you need to do to get into your flow state so you can do that work. Like it becomes, it's not an unknown at a certain point. So I'm not sure that the randomness is selling that. The randomness would be selling it if the zone was like an eldritch magical force that randomly gave you power sometimes. But I don't think it makes sense to be random if the only goal is that it was random in the show. I think that this is one of those situations where unless you have a way to make it feel good, it's okay to sacrifice accuracy for good game design. If you want it to be random, I think you can. It feels random that it's random.
Mm-hmm. I kind of knew that this would be the case. I still wanted to go through, maybe hoping that I might have been wrong, but yeah.
I mean, if you could give them a feature that activates randomly if you want. You just need to give them at least one other feature that doesn't activate randomly. But I think the more important thing to ask yourself is, does random dice roll accomplish is that actually going to feel like what you want it to feel like? Or is what you want it to feel like going to be better if the players are deciding when they're doing something? To me, randomness works the best in D&D for expressing especially with features, expressing that you don't really have, like, control over, like, the feature is larger than you. And there's almost always a narrative reason for that. That is, like, very obvious and not hard to figure out. And if this is tied to, like, I don't know, I just see somebody, like, I just don't think that physicality is that random. Like, I don't think you randomly enter a flow state with physicality. I think you train and you grow and you learn what buttons you need to push to enter that flow state. And I think that, like, that's an important difference, you know?
Well, the idea was that there would be another ways to access this state, but it also would be able to access it just by getting a critical attack.
I mean, that could work if there was a whole mechanic that you could use to activate it, but in addition, it automatically activated when you score a critical hit. I think that could work, but I wouldn't have it be tied to crits in terms of what it does. But that could work. I think the most important thing is you just need to, unless it is really supposed to feel like this is fucking random in the way that, like, wild magic is just fucking random, it shouldn't be that random.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably... Okay, this is kind of what I was thinking during our conversation. You can activate the flow state some number of times, figure it out later, per day or per short rest. But it also can be activated when you hit a crit.
Mm-hmm.
And also during a flow state, you gain additional features when you hit a 20 on an attack roll. But when you do so, the range for those additional features lowers by 1, similar to how I wrote it, but it's not crits that get the extended range, only the additional features of the flow state.
If you can figure out writing that down in a way that is enjoyable to read and not overly complicated, that could work. That is a whole lot of circumstances that you are trying to fit together to make this fit a vibe. My main feedback for you moving forward with this piece is, don't get so obsessed or focused on one single idea that you have to bend over backwards to make it work. That sounds like bending over backwards to make something work. If you can make that smooth and feel good, great. But yeah, I did not understand really what you meant. I don't think Alyssa said you like you were getting it. You're building extra steps before you even know what the base thing does. I would not do that. Like, think about what you want this thing to feel like. Decide how much work you're willing to put into making it ridiculously complicated, and it's like, it shouldn't be that complicated. This can't. Maybe that could work. That sounds like a lot. I would say that sounds like too much, but that's just me. I think that giving you a flow state that activates a bunch of extra stuff, and then having a special way to activate that flow state in addition to just activating it, is already a lot of features. That's already more than the Astral Self Monk, which is like got a lot going on. So I would just be aware of how much you're asking people to add on and keep track of, and make sure it's not too much. Don't burn your house down to save the couch.
Yeah. also I'm writing it for myself and my friends, so I feel like it's not really something that I I understood from the beginning that the idea of a snowballing effect is not really a D&D thing. But okay, I wanted to finish on this subclass. I'm not sure if we're gonna talk much at all about the second class, but subclass idea. But when you said don't make it too complicated, you're not gonna like the end. I'm very sure of it.
What idea? The thing on.
Okay, the second subclass. There was 2 ideas on the list. The second was not really wrote at all, but basically, wizard, probably wizard, but maybe a sorcerer subclass that is basically a mathematician's dream. There is a feat in Pathfinder First Edition that is called something like Metamagic Architect or some kind of magical architect. And what it allows you to do is to throw a bunch of dice, I think it was d6s, and after that you can arrange those dice in an equation by using addition, subtraction, multiplication, and forgot.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna stop you there. I'm just gonna stop you there. I don't need to hear the rest of that.
Yeah.
That, if you want to make that for your home game, please do. And if your players love that, please do. But I don't really want to talk about it, to be honest. Like, that sounds like an idea that won't. That sounds like an idea that I never want to deal with. Either from, I just don't. I'm never gonna make a feature that asks someone to play a mini game to figure out what their character does or do a mini math stuff. Like, I'm just not gonna do that. And I would say, if the goal is to make a character that can change the way their spells work, I would say that exists in D&D. It's called a sorcerer. There are many mechanics for it. It's called metamagic. So I would either just play a sorcerer and use metamagic so you can change your spells, or I would build a wizard subclass that was built around getting access to metamagic or its own version of metamagic. But in that circumstance, I would say the biggest hurdle is, how do you make this wizard subclass feel like it's worth existing? Because it would also kind of just sound like you were putting sorcerer and wizard together. Like, you'd still have to make it have a unique identity that wasn't sorcerer. But yeah, I love the ambition. I have zero interest in talking about something that makes you do a math equation to figure out how your powers work. I just don't want to do that. That won't be fun for me, and maybe it'll be fun for you and your players, but to me, that's just a headache.
Yeah, that's fair. So I guess that's it.
Cool. If you are going to lean into making a subclass like that, where you're gonna like do equations and shit, you might want to bake wording in that makes the person who's using it not be able to use any of those features in combat, but they have to use them over a long rest. Because the nightmare for me, aside from balancing that, which I don't even want to touch with a 10-foot pole, the nightmare for me is how much that would slow down combat. That would slow down combat so much. Oh my God, it would slow down combat so much. So that's like the biggest issue. I think balancing it is another nightmare, but I don't even know. That depends on too many factors to really discuss. But yeah, you don't want your features to make combat go to a crawl. Like, wizards already take up twice as much time as anyone else to make their turn, you know? If now, before you take twice as long to make your turn, you also have to look at all your spells and these dice, roll these dice, see how they fit together with the different spells in different directions. Like, all right, cool. Well, I guess that guy takes 15 minutes to take his turn. Like, that's a lot. I mean, maybe it's not going to be 15 minutes, but it's going to be more than 3. And if you have 4 players and everybody takes 3 minutes to take their turn, that is going to be between 12 and 15 minutes a round, assuming that you as a dungeon master aren't taking that much time. So that means that normal D&D, everyone gets about 3 minutes. You are getting to do something every 15 minutes, give or take. With this, you are probably not going to be doing something every 15 minutes. You're probably going to be doing something every 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem with such ideas is the time.
So
Especially for-
maybe play around with you having to do these things over a long rest. So you sort of like have them prepared for that day. So you have in your back pocket like 3 equations that you could put on a spell when you cast it, but you don't have to do them in the moment. Something like that could work. But even then, I would push you and be like, is the equations the best way to make this work? Or is it just to pick cool features and alterations that you can apply to stuff? And I would lean in that. The equations just feel too unreliable to me.
Was the gist of it, what was in my head, is like you roll, let's say, 3d6s. You need to figure out, let's say, how to add them or subtract them or multiply them. And the end result of this equation would determine by a table what this thing does, how it modifies the spell. Basically, if you get a number that is, say, 5, and this is I don't remember how they.
So no, I understand. So it's a math. It's like a little mini game basically where you, through using different math procedures, can try to get to a bunch of different numbers, and so you have a little bit of control. It's not totally random. You have a little bit of control. What I would say is I don't think that little bit of control is more fun for the actual game or the table and the time than just having you roll. And then maybe if you want to have a little bit of control, letting you roll twice and pick between the 2 rolls. Like, I think that is as much control as you need. Like, I don't think that's going to feel... Anything beyond that, you might as well just let them pick the options, or it's like, it's just going to take up too much time. Because, like, if I'm trying to figure out how to get to numbers, if I want to do, let's say the table has 1 through 12, and I want to accomplish the goal of getting 7. 7 is the feature I want. Instead of playing D&D, I stop playing D&D and start doing a math game to try to get to 7. That's like, I feel like that's very disruptive for like the flow of the game. And also, I genuinely don't know how fun that activity is going to be because the goal isn't to do math. The goal is to get to 7. So if the goal is to get to 7, that's what you're aiming for. So just let them get to 7 or make it a little, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems like a big, weird loop to try to accomplish a vague goal of mostly random. Because it's more agency, but it's not a crazy amount more agency. Maybe it is a crazy amount more agency, but the amount of work that's going into it, I would rather just let them pick or make it semi-random. By they roll 2 dice and they pick between the 2 rolls, or 3 dice and they pick between them. Like, I just don't think the amount of work that is going into that is going to be worth the outcome. Unless you have players that really like pausing the game to do kind of like math puzzles, which you might. Like, this could be perfect for a group. If there's a group that really enjoys stopping to play the game, stopping the game to do a little bit of like brain math thinking puzzles, then that could work perfectly well. If I was going to put a mechanic like that in my game, the only place that I would put it would be a puzzle that the players encountered, because it would be an opportunity for all of them to work together to try to solve a thing. But I wouldn't just tie it to one character, and I certainly wouldn't tie it to a class feature that they're going to be reliably using regularly. Because the other side of it is it's like, eventually, at a certain point, the dice become less random. Like, you do that math problem enough times, you start to figure out what you need to add to get to where. So it's like, it's not even actually random. Like, there are going to be numbers that come up more often than not just because of how probability works and, like, you know, like things like, you know, like if there's statistically going to be things that you get to more than others, and people are going to be able to just sort of like find their way there more quickly. So it just seems like a lot of work, and I just don't know if the feeling is actually going to accomplish anything that particularly special.
Yeah, it's just that in our game there are several players that take really long times on their turns, but I'm not one of those players, and unfortunately, I really got myself into the D&D rules thing, and I figure out what I'm gonna do on my next turn, kind of during my current turn. I just wait for my next turn.
Sure, but again,
So,
even if you are comfortable with the complicatedness, it's so fucking. You are literally walking all the way around the mountain instead of just walking up it. Like, you are spiraling to get to the top instead of picking a path. It is such a convoluted way of getting to sort of random that I just don't think it's just, and it's not even that, it's like, it's weirdly less random in ways that I don't know if you intend. Like, if you want this to be balanced, you are going to have to do the math to figure out which numbers statistically are easier for you to get to, because those things are going to come up a lot more. So those probably have to be more reasonable than the harder numbers to get to. Like, that sounds like, I don't want to do statistics to do balancing, but if that's something you can do and you're comfortable in that space and you like that, then you could do that. But like, that's going to be tricky. Like, when I roll 2d6, which is much more simple than what you're proposing, even that, there are numbers that are much more likely than others. It is much more likely that I will roll a 6, 7, or an 8 than I will roll a 2, a 3, 11, or 12. That's easy to do when I'm just adding 2d6. As soon as I'm adding and subtracting, that is a lot crazier. And now if I'm adding multiplication, it's really a lot crazier. Like, that's just a lot. I'm not trying to tell you not to do it, but I'm just trying to let you know that if this is something you are trying to build for use, you got to be thinking about these things. Otherwise, it's going to be really skewed. Are you trying to build this with the intention that it's something that you will use as a player, or that one of your players will use?
I kind of stopped DMing because I understood it's really not for me, but so I guess it's mostly for me. But there is a player that is playing in the game with me, where I'm also a player who's using a subclass that I wrote for him. So, I guess
if you are going to be using this for yourself, maybe this level of complicated is okay. And if you feel like as a player, you are confidently going to be able to not take up too much space at the table to do this. But I think that is a overestimation. That would be hard to do. Because even then, you might not be taking up space on your turn, but you're going to be not paying attention to what other people are doing because you're going to be sitting doing a math problem. And you might be thinking about what you're going to do on your turn normally anyway, but you're still watching other people play the game. You're not going to be watching other people playing the game when you do this. You're going to be doing a mini game. So you're really going to be isolating yourself. And the outcome feels really unclear. Like, really unclear. Like, I don't know. I just think that it's deciding to give yourself a lot of work to go in this direction, that I just don't know if it's actually going to be fun. If you think it's going to be fun, then, go down that path.
It's kind of why those subclasses are yet to be written in actual subclass format rather than being just an ideas. So
yeah. Well, what it comes down to in D&D, a lot of things in D&D are super open-ended, especially from like a story perspective. But whenever you start to get into actual game mechanics, D&D and any TTRPG are hyper-limited because you have to contend with a lot of things. You have to contend with the social aspect, right? Like, how much space do you take up? You have to contend with not just power balance, but power balance against so many different things in so many different varieties. But also, like what is a person capable of doing? How much attention do I have, and how much brain energy does it take to use my game, because my features, because I'm not playing a one-player game. D&D is not a game that you play by yourself. So you don't want anything that you build with the intention of being a multiplayer game for it to take up so much brain space that you're like not focused on the other players a little bit too. So there's like an element of complicated. I think D&D has a threshold of complicated that once you go past that threshold, you are welcome to do it, but you are actively deciding to go against very good game design rules. So you are sort of inevitably shooting yourself in the foot. And it's like, if you want to say, hey man, how do I fly? I really want to fly. I could talk to you about aerodynamics and feathers and wind resistance as much as the cows come home. But if you say, no, I don't want to just fly. It's really important to me that while I'm flying, I have these giant concrete blocks hanging from my body. Like, I love the concrete blocks. I really want these concrete blocks. I think they're interesting, but I also want to fly. At a certain point, I'm going to be like, look, man, there's a million ways to fly. If you want to fly with concrete blocks, you are making it hard. You are really, like, sometimes you just can't do a thing unless you decide, I don't care if it's bad. I'm just going to fucking do it. And that's kind of what I feel like with this. Like, if you don't care that it's going to be a headache and unbalanced potentially and a little bit of a mess to deal with, then it doesn't really matter. You can totally do it. But there are so many paths to get to flying that don't require you to hang cement from yourself. You know? That's sort of what I mean. And like, I don't want you to tell you not to do this, but if the thing you like is the complicated math, that's kind of the beginning and the end of it.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of just... The game is not really for this, and
yeah.
I could do it, but coming back to the Pathfinder First Edition thing that inspired it, there is a calculator made online specifically for this feat to make it easier for players to use it. Mm-hmm. So this kind of says...
I don't know if that... I think that is a great thing to know if you want to use it. My initial reaction is I don't think any game mechanic in D&D should require you to go to a special website or calculator to use.
Yeah.
That to me speaks less to the quality of the calculator and more to the quality of the design.
No, that feat was ridiculous. Yeah. Like, even for me, this is a level of complicated I wouldn't even want to use.
But again, I'm coming from a perspective, like, my feedback comes from two places. It comes from the things that I like at the table and the things that I have learned from reading a lot of Homebrew and all of the officially published things. Yeah. So it's not right. My opinion might not be right. Like, that might work great for your game. This is the place that I'm coming from is like, there's an element of like, I don't know how much I can actually help make that work. Because nothing in my experience says it would work. Doesn't mean it won't work. Okay, so doesn't mean it won't. It's just like nothing from my experience says that it would.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I actually do need to go now.
Okie doke. So, all right, buddy. Thank you very much for sharing. Interesting ideas. If you do keep working on the crazy wizard thing, I am curious to see what the calculation system is if you decide to build it. So if you build it, let me know if you decide to share it in the Discord, because as much as I'm not sure if it would work, I do think the idea is super interesting, and I would want to see what it would look like. I'm just very curious. All right, I'm going to hang up on you now.
I have to do it.
All right, love you. Bye. Click. Man, it is... I'm not trying to tell Kiki not to do this, because I don't actually want Kiki to decide they can't do something. But I am not sure how I would give feedback on it, just because I think fundamentally the issues that I have with it are at its core. But that doesn't mean that those are the issues that everyone has with it, and those doesn't mean that those are issues for everyone to have with it, you know? You know what I mean? Is there a way to pass the time while others are taking their turn? Pass the time doing what? What do you mean? I mean, no one else is in the waiting room, so now we're going to start looking at Homebrew that people submitted. I would say the way to pass the time is to hang out and watch the show. Or to say, fuck this guy, I'm not going to waste my time watching his show, and to do other things. And then if I look at your feedback, look at your Homebrew, come back and watch it later when it's up on YouTube. I think either of those are pretty solid options. Okie doke. But this is the point of this show isn't, oh cool, you guaranteed we're gonna have a chat soon. I'm gonna make sure I get to everybody. I want to give everybody the time of day, you know? Oh, you meant in terms of how the class works. Oh, I'm dumb. I misunderstood. I apologize, Zem. I misunderstood. Can I make a question about a idea I had today about a shotgun axe? Sure, of course you can. I want to see if we have pieces that people sent us that they didn't call in about. Let's see. Kariz just sent something. Let's see. I've got a monk subclass I'm a little iffy on, especially giving them the poison resistance. I was kind of thinking of removing Serpent's Blood. I think that this is... I don't want to have to download this. Yeah, so I'm not going to... I don't open... You need to post it in a way where I don't need to download it if you want me to look at it. So I'm happy to look at it, but you got to post it as a Google Doc that's shareable or a link to a D&D Beyond site or something like that. But I don't open random PDFs. I know it's probably not random, but them's the breaks. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. I know we're past the topic of random, but can you give input on my last question, as it's kind of something important for my own homebrew? What was your last question? Would you say random becomes better feeling? Would you say random becomes better feeling if it's reliable, like 2 out of 4 instead of 3 out of 20? I mean, it depends on what you are going to use it for. I think it's very circumstantial. I think that random really only works well in 2 circumstances. One is when it ties to a magic item or magical thing that is not directly bound to the player. Or 2, when it is tied directly to a player feature that is intended to have an element of chaos or wild to it. I think those are the 2 circumstances that it makes sense. I think in most other circumstances it doesn't make sense. If something has a 50% chance of working, I think it depends on if that makes sense for what it is. But I don't think that's a great way to balance something, if that's what you're saying. I wouldn't use random as like a balancing mechanic. If you want to do a thing where it's like your subclass, you flip a coin, and if you get a heads, you become the shadow. And if you get a tails, you become the light. You could build a subclass like that. But even then, I think you would want to build into the core features ways that the random wasn't so random that you felt like you were just not able to use stuff. You don't want random to get in the way of being of agency and character expression. Wild Magic Barbarian is a great level of random. It's random, but all of the things kind of do the same thing. And then there's quite a lot of features that are not random. And then the capstone is an ability to focus the random. I agree with that. All right, Kariz, if you want to resubmit, you are more than welcome to. But I'm not. Can't be a. It's got to be a link to something. Let's see what Hyrule Boy has for us. Just look at the cantrip and the first level spells and tell me if you feel the theme and it works, or if they feel like generic spells. That's a very vague question. I don't actually know how helpful it's going to be, so I apologize if it's a vague answer. But you got to be more specific. It's a lot of questions you just asked. Look at the cantrip and the first level spells and tell me if you feel the theme works. I'm not going to read all of them. I will skim them. These are supposed to be door-related spells. Let me pop that open. Here it is in the chat. Action. You create a stone door above a space of a creature within range. The target has to make a dex save or take some bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone. Flaming door, first level. You create a 6 foot tall, 6 foot wide flaming wooden door and fling it at a creature within range. Spell attack. It does damage. Hit or miss, it explodes out. This is just Ice Knife, but fire. Where's the door here? There is no door here. This is just Ice Knife, but fire. Turn to steel door. You assume the form of a steel door. When you cast this spell, you assume the form of a steel door. Don't repeat yourself. AC is 20, hit points 60. There's a whole lot of information missing here that needs to be here. As an action, you can choose to fall onto a creature within 5 feet of you. I'm going to be real honest with you. I think that these all feel like you are really, really pushing to try to make it feel like a door. Is the theme here? Yeah. It also feels like it's here because you are forcing it down my throat. less than it feels like it makes sense. This could just be called fire splinter, fire burst. This could be like, these could all sort of be anything. I don't know why they're doors. Also, if you want to do a spell that transforms you into something else, there's a lot of mechanical clarity that's needed here. Those are my main thoughts. I'm not going to read. I don't think we need to read more of those. Did I answer your question? They don't necessarily feel like generic spells. They feel like mostly generic spells with the flavor of door pushed onto it, or they feel like they are kind of unclear. This feels unclear. So I don't know if it feels generic, but the lack of information about transforming happening here makes it unclear. If you want to make a spell that makes you change shape, you got to look at spells like Polymorph or features like Wild Shape and make sure you're grabbing enough of the mechanical language that is needed so that a player and a dungeon master can use it without not misunderstanding how it functions. Like, for example, let's just talk about this one for a second. When you cast this spell, can you still do other things? So, like, when I am a door, can I still move? Is my dexterity the same? Can I talk? Can I see? If I'm a wizard, can I cast other spells? How limited are my action? How limited is my action economy? How do I interact with the world mechanically? So that's sort of the main thing that I'm thinking here. But I would say, if you want your spells to feel like doors, they need to do what doors do. So the main thing that a door does is it prevents you from entering a space, or it takes up space and you can open it. So all of these spells, probably at their base, should take up some space and be able to open, maybe. That could be a good place to start, you know? Now, taking up some space is a pretty powerful feature in D&D. Like, wall spells are powerful because they're creating obstacles. So I think that is maybe a place to start, is that if you want to make door spells, they sort of create brief obstacles. Like, that could be reasonable. And maybe the focus, instead of walls where the focus is taking up a lot of space, doors take up a very small space. And then depending on the spell and the level, they could have some extra effects. Like, maybe a higher level spell is a door that creatures of your choice can open, but other creatures can't. Maybe it's a door that deals fire damage to people as they walk past it through it. Maybe it's a door that you can put into a wall and then you can use it to move through that wall. Maybe it's a door that's invisible. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways you can interpret spells that summon doors or affect doors. If you don't want to summon a door, you could also make these specifically spells that affect doors. Like Arcane Lock affects a door. You could expand on that and have them, affect other sorts of things. But I do think that if your goal is to make these feel like things that are door related, the ones that are more clear in how they function feel door related mostly in name right now. And they don't all need to feel super door related. Like, I think this is not crazy door related, but it's a little door related. But by the time we get to this, it's like, oh no, none of these are door related. Like, this and this are both too far away from being door related for me to feel okay with this. If this was not that door related, but then this was more door related, it kind of is an excuse for this. Sort of like when you're making like a subclass or like a compendium. One piece doesn't need to be perfect if it fits nicely into the whole, But if everything is kind of stumbling in the same way, it makes all of those stumbles feel a lot more messy. Could I submit and then hop on a call for the waitlist? Yes, that is literally exactly what you can do. It is all through the Discord. I think this link works. Hopefully it does. If it doesn't, let me know. And you just go into the Discord waiting room. All of the instructions are actually in the announcement tab. If you want to click things to find it quickly. But yeah, those be my thoughts. Boom! Thank you for sharing. Ooh, Kariz fixed their document. Kariz, you have to make it so people can publicly access it. Normally I played sad music when people did this before, but now you're just here so you can just fix it. We don't have to make it sad. But yeah, it has to be publicly accessible or I won't be able to look at it. Let's see. Did anybody else send in some things? We looked at the door spells. We looked at. Let me put little dots next to everything we talked about. We talked about this. We talked about the door spells. We talked about this epic magic item. Do you think a weapon that does not use your action could work? How would that function? What would it do? What would it use if not your action? Or rather, let me rephrase it. If it used things other than your action, that could be fine. If it didn't use your action, you would just probably carry 2 weapons, and it would be a lot to have to switch between them. So I probably would not make it a weapon if you couldn't use your action to use it. I probably would make it a magic item of some sort that you could wield in addition to your item, because you still are going to be using your action to use your attacks a lot of the time. We talked about that. 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 Let's see. By the way, if any of you do want to talk, join me in the call. You're more than welcome to. You jumped the line. All right, we got a piece from Ice Cream in a Cup. Wait, I'm going to go pee. I'm realizing that I need to go pee. I'm going to do that really quickly. I see Meridar Goblin is typing something, so hopefully they're sending it. I'm going to go pee. We'll be back in like 2 seconds, and then if they're here, I'll invite them on the call. All right, BRB. 1 sec. Oh my god, I got so pissed earlier. You guys remember that? Oof, I was mad. I hate when something's supposed to work and it doesn't, you know? Am I back? I'm back. Okay. I see Meridar in the chat. We're gonna grab them. Kaboosh. Ahoy hoy, how's it going? Is my phone making noise? Oh, I am. Sorry. Oops. Hello, how's it going?
I'm good. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, clear as a bell.
Perfect. I got a mic because I make some videos and stuff, but...
Oh, hell yeah. What kind of videos do you like to make?
Right now, I'm working on this program called Aurora Builder. It basically is a desktop application that makes like D&D characters for you. Basically, I'm teaching people how to add their own homebrew content to this like third-party program.
Cool. So tell me what we're looking at and what particularly you want some advice on or a keen eye on.
Yes. So for this, it's called the Weaver class, and it's an artificer subclass. The whole idea is supposed to be using like weaving tools, like I'm not sure if it's called weaving tools, but yeah, the whole premise is that you're using weaving tools, and I want it to be more like support based compared, kind of like a more unique way as opposed to alchemist. And the main concept is like you're making clothes that you're enchanting onto your allies, and through them you can cast spells like or add like little small enchantment buffs that helps with concentration saving throws, or other things like that. And then one of the cool gimmicks that I thought for level 5, which might be a little bit hard to balance, maybe, is any spell you cast through them that has a range of self or touch to a target within 30 feet of you can be casted through them as if you were touching them. Not sure how that balance goes.
Let me just look at that for a second. When you cast a spell through your Weaver's Tools that has a range of self or touch, you can instead target one creature within 30 feet of you that is wearing clothes affected by your arcane twine. Additionally, as a reaction, the affected creature's clothes latch onto a hostile creature within 5 feet of the clothing, granting him advantage in the next save. I think something like this could maybe work. Honestly, the main thing that I would say is this seems too complicated for a 5th level feature for Artificers. Usually Artificers at 5th level get extra attack or roughly what equates to an extra dice of damage. 5th level, you don't need to. Hi, Craig. How's it going? Welcome. Thanks for the raid. Craig is one of the people that I play D&D with. We had a recording session today.
Lovely.
Also, I think me and Craig are going to start playing Split Fiction or maybe some games together. We're going to talk about it. But yeah, I think that this kind of feature could be fine. It really doesn't fit the sort of what sort of power scaling happens for Artificers or most classes. Like it doesn't, you don't need to necessarily get more damage, but you need something like that. Like when you cast a spell that like I don't know if, are you familiar with the Alchemist?
I am, yeah.
Like the Alchemist is a decent example of that. At 5th level, they can like add numbers to their healing or their damage. But you want your 5th level feature to be tied to that. I think it should be a little bit more combat focused, probably.
Yeah, I think so too. I just find it tricky because with Alchemist, the issue, I just know of Alchemist, but like in terms of Artificer like leveling, like level 9 is when they get a buff to their like main gimmick, right? And so it's like if I were to move that to like level 9, it wouldn't make sense because it's kind of like a random ability that doesn't make sense with the scaling. Well,
I'm going to be honest. It feels, I mean, the only thing that doesn't feel random about it is that it's tied to people that are wearing clothing you've done stuff with. So the casting a spell through it feels kind of arbitrary. I don't think that's particularly special or important feeling.
Okay.
And the advantage on attacks is also kind of random feeling. So I think that the idea that you are doing something that enhances the people that are wearing your arcane clothes, I think is interesting, and I think that that is worth leaning into. The only other thing that I would say is, I don't know, we're not reading the whole thing. This arcane twine, how often can you use it?
The arcane twine, I think it's more like a flavor thing. Hold on, let me see what I wrote here. Because it's been a while since
you can enchant a maximum set of clothes. Okay, so it's just sort of on.
Yeah.
Okay. If it's just sort of on, then that makes it a little bit more. I was gonna say you want your 5th level feature to not be something that's tied to a resource. You want it to just be something that you can just that you can always reliably use to buff what's happening a little bit for Artificers. We're not gonna do a full review, but I am gonna push you a slice here. This Artificer isn't really doing anything new. It's doing a lot of new things mechanically. Like you have new stuff on the board, but all this feature, if I changed the name of this feature to extra item invocations. What is it called when you extra item? If I changed this feature to extra infusions and I just called it that, you wouldn't need to change anything about what it does. And what I would posit to you is that while every Artificer focuses on a specialization, none of those specializations express themselves through the same mechanics of the core class. None of these specializations make you feel like you are just an Artificer plus. These mechanics might work. There might be some interesting mechanics in here. But I think the framework of you are an Artificer, but now you also get to make extra infusions that are limited to clothing, that doesn't really feel like you're actually doing something different or new. It just feels like you're a better Artificer. So I would maybe play around with that and think about the way you go about activating these sorts of things. If you want to tie them to an object, or maybe if it would fit better if it was tied in some other way. I mean, maybe it can work with it being tied to clothing and clothing people are wearing, or maybe it will feel just as valuable if it's not tied to clothing, but you just can magically manipulate clothing. So anybody that's wearing clothing, you can like poke and like give a power to. You know what I mean? Like the flavor, you can figure out sort of where the flavor meets the mechanics in a lot of different directions. But you want to make sure that the mechanics are not, you don't want the mechanics of this to feel like you are just making 4 new infusions you learn. I don't think you want to do that. I think you want to make these mechanics feel reasonably separate from infusions.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Yeah, it was in designing this subclass. It was like trying to find out a new, unique way of presenting this, because you don't want to be like, yeah, as you said, infusions or like armorer, right? You don't want armorer with on yourself.
Well, so, armorer gets extra infusions, and that's fine, but it's only fine because they have such a unique and established like the extra infusions is not the core subclass literally at all. It's a bone, like this 3rd level feature is the most important part. For the armorer, it's you get your magic armor. For the battlesmith, it's that you get your little dog. For the alchemist, it's you get your little pocket thing. For the artillerist, it's you get the little crab with a gun on its head. This needs to be that. Now, if an aspect of this, maybe let's say your feature is you can make a magic cloak, and that you can make it do something or whatever. I don't know if it should be that specifically, but let's say it's that. For example, you make a magic cloak. Maybe later, like at 9th level, you get the feature. You can add extra infusions to your magical cloak at no extra cost. Like that would be reasonable then, because you would have established the core identity of the class. So I think it's fine for the armorer, because the armorer is like, their core thing is not extra infusions. Their core thing is the armor. And right now, the core thing of this is not the clothing. The core thing of this is the extra infusions.
I see. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. I do love the idea conceptually, and I think that I don't actually think that issue is that big of an issue, because I think it's a very solvable problem. I just think it's a matter of figuring out how to express the mechanics in ways that is not infusions, and I think that that's definitely doable.
Yeah, for sure.
Did you have any other specific questions about this piece?
Oh, no, I think that was mostly it. Yeah, I just kind of, now I need to like redesign this, but yeah, I'll probably post that in the forum, Homebrew.
Yeah,
in general,
and if you like any of these mechanics in terms of like the effects they produce, don't just scrap them. They probably fit somewhere else nicely if you like them. Like I think this is a really, what I would say, without having read the whole thing, but I think it's worth think about in general, is like, you don't always get to use every idea that you have in every piece, but you usually get to recycle. You can recycle a lot. And so don't scrap it. Just see how it fits in other directions.
No, I agree. And I like to I've been watching you for a while, and I do like what you say is like, it's better to have it strong so you know how to tone it down. So if even this is not as strong, at least I know where to tone it and like where to move stuff around.
Let me just see what these things do for a second. This one adds persuasion or intimidation. This one lets you hide stuff. Yeah, these are pretty mellow. I would, here's, and you said you wanted this to be a specifically like a support feeling artificer?
Yeah, kind of like alchemist, but more unique as opposed to just healing,
Yeah. So what I would say if I were you is, don't power balance this based off of the alchemist, because the alchemist kind of sucks. Power balance this based off of the artillerist. But the artillerist, where the artillerist focuses on damage output, this should focus on buffing in a utility way. Not healing, but buffing in a utility way. So maybe, for example, you have a special, like a brooch, not a brooch because you're weaving stuff, like a scarf or something. And maybe the scarf can give a number of different benefits. Maybe it gives them all at a time. Maybe you can switch what it is, and whoever is wearing it gets those benefits actively, and maybe you have some magical way to return it to yourself. So it's sort of like the armorer in that way, or in that it's like an object that is giving a specific character buffs, but it's a little different in that the buffs it's doing would be more utility and that you could sort of share it around people. Now that is a little infusion-y because an infusion is still an item that you're making for someone else, but it's kind of different if you build it intentionally for it to be swapped around, or if you build it intentionally for it to be like rapidly adaptive, or, you know, like you can fill the space to make it feel different if you build the mechanic, if you make it feel like it has a clear intended use. It also doesn't need to be tied to a character. Like in the same way that the gun that you make as the artillerist isn't tied to a character, it's just kind of present.
Yeah. Okay, I can kind of see what you mean now. I can even imagine right now like a cloak thing, like kind of like Doctor Strange's cloak, where you just, you know, it can move around to people.
Yeah, I mean, it could literally be that. It could be a cloak that no one wears that floats around with you guys, and it can fly onto people to do certain types of defensive or enhancing effects in the moment, and then go back to being a floating thing. Like what if it was a magical floating cloak you have, and one of the powers, maybe not this exactly, but the power is roughly when something happens, you can use your reaction to put the cloak onto the guy that something happened to help them. I don't think it should be that specifically, but something like that could happen. And then it would be on them for that round, and then at the end of that round or whatever, like a very brief time period, it would go back to just sort of floating. So it was almost like a shared helping, like shield, not specifically the shield spell, but like that, like a reaction, like something like the shield spell that you could share on other people. That could be one thing it does if you're trying to make it feel sort of unique and be actively beneficial in a different sort of way. That doesn't even mean to be the only thing it does. But think about where you want it to sit in the gameplay mechanics so that the person who is using it feels like they have something special that isn't just more of a regular artificer. Because what you don't want to have happen is you have a character who has a subclass where the subclass isn't helping them build up their identity. A subclass should almost be like, it's like adding a seasoning that you can't ignore, so you have to lean in. But by leaning in, you can make a very specific flavor and dish. Like it's sort of like that. Like you don't want it to enhance the character in all directions. The class is where you enhance the character in all directions. The subclass is where you pick a lane and you enhance that lane.
Yeah.
But those are my main thoughts. I think the core idea of somebody who is weaving magical threads and making like stuff to do with like thread and weaving, I think is a lot of fun. The other thing is you could get into the meta of that a little bit. Like weaving is also, it's not just cloth and fabric. It's about interconnectivity. You know, it's about So you could play on that. And there's also, and I don't know if you need to go, but like what weaves and threads are often also tied to like fate and probability in like a mythos sense. So if you wanted to lean into that, you could do something like that also.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Lots of good ideas there.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. Do you have any other thoughts or things you want to discuss?
No, I just I would want to say that you're a great streamer and I appreciate.
I'm hanging up on you. You're saying nice things. I love you. Fuck you. Oh, I didn't. I hung up on him. I left him in the chat. Anyway, you're great. Thank you for this nice things. I'm glad you enjoy what I'm doing. All right, we're gonna look at Kara's piece next. Just because I said I would, but then I see ice cream in a cup in the waiting room, so we're gonna grab you after that. Let me see what our dear Kara's is asking here. Monk subclass I'm a little iffy on, especially giving them poison resistance. I was kind of thinking of removing the Serpent's Blood ability, moving everything up by 1 level. I need you to ask a specific question, Karas. I'm happy to talk about that, but what do you specifically want me to look at? Moving everything up by 1 level and creating a different ability capstone. So do you want me to look at the cap? I'm confused at what I'm looking at. I will look at the 3rd level feature if that is what you are asking, but you asked a lot of questions. Let me see if I can parse that a little bit. Where do they get poison resistance? Serpent's Blood. That's the 6th level feature. All right, let's take a look at this feature. At 6th level, here it is in the chat, by the way. Oops. Let me refresh that so I can actually share it. I found your question. I saw you ask the question. just couldn't find it first. You gain resistance to poison and acid damage. You also gain advantage on saving throws to resist poisons and to avoid or end the poison condition. I think this is fine. Honestly, this is like it's fine. It's not particularly exciting. I think the main thing here is like, there's a lot of stuff that gets this. In fact, I'm pretty sure the base monk just gets this. Unless I'm misremembering how a monk works. Which I might be. I'm pretty sure a monk, just the core monk, gets this. How do you spell monk? Let's see. Is it purity of body? Yeah. At 10th level, you become immune to disease and poison. So, Cardis, my champion. Don't listen. You're being super apologetic in the Discord, and I appreciate it. But you should know that I forgive, and I think making a mistake when the first time you submit homebrew is fine. Yeah, my main feedback for this 6th level feature would be don't give them a feature that they already get. So like, this is gonna maybe give you a little bit because maybe I don't know if, but I actually don't think it does. You're just immune to disease and poison at 10th level. So I don't think you need this feature basically at all. So I would probably come up with another 6th level feature, or move these features around. That's kind of my main thought. It's actually a lovely thing to know when you don't need a feature, because what it turns into is what's missing from your subclass. You can put it here. If you're watching in the stream right now and you have another specific thing you want me to look at or a question, let me know. Otherwise, I think we're going to move on. But yeah, I'd say you don't need this. You don't need this. Always good to check what your base class gets as you are building subclass features, because oftentimes base class gets things that helps. Especially if you're making something for like a monk. Monks, listen, a lot of people think monks are underpowered, and that's fine. But monks get a lot of features. Monks get a feature at pretty much every level. So you want to keep an eye on that. Paladins and rogues fall into those sorts of spots too a lot of the time, where people unintentionally give them things that they already have. I hope that helps. Did you ask something else, or was it just that? Let me see if 11th level feels like it would be reasonable at 6th. Let me see if that helps. Let's see here. At 11th level, Concentrated Venom. The poisons you use are extremely potent and effective, even causing harm to creatures normally ignore them. When you deal poison damage to a creature that is immune to poison, it is instead resistant to that damage. Additionally, if a creature is immune to the poisoned condition you attempt to apply, the poison condition, they have advantage. All right, here's what I'm going to say. I do have some general feedback. This is too much commitment to the poisoned condition. There is a monk in D&D right now called the Way of Mercy. The Way of Mercy monk is very poison-based. They have like one poison feature. The problem with building a monk that is entirely around poison is exactly what you're doing with this 11th level feature, which is like, it's not enough because there are so many people that are immune to resistant to it that you have to bake in mechanics to make it viable. So you sort of end up doing this thing where you have an idea and you don't even really get to express it in a super unique way because so much of the resource management has to be devoted to, so much of the runway of design you have has to be devoted to making the idea work. So what I would do if I were you is think about what the vibe of this subclass is supposed to be if you don't have the poison condition in your back pocket as something you can wield. What else are they about? There's no class that's just the frightened condition. There's no subclass that's just the charmed condition. There's no subclass that's just fire damage. There is nuance and depth to all of these things, and I think that is going to be something that you are probably going to want to lean on here, especially with just how one note these two features are, like in a way that is, unfortunately, I think, really limiting to the fiction of this thing. So if I were you, I would say you got to make sure at least some element of these features is doing stuff that is selling the fiction of Warrior of the Hidden Fang, but not interacting with the poison condition at all. Like, what else does it need? Them be my thoughts. I hope that's helpful. I see ice cream in a cup in the Discord. Let me pull them in. Hello, ice cream. How are you?
Hey, Cinder.
Did you send in some homebrew, or did you just want to ask a question?
I did send in some homebrew.
All right, let me find it. Did you post it in the event thing, or did you post it somewhere else?
I did. It was...
I found it. The Vitalist.
Yes.
You're building a class. Ooh, bold.
Yes. So, kind of the class fantasy I was trying to capture with this is kind of like... I like, in theory, the idea of like Blood Hunter, but I didn't really quite like super love the execution. Like, it's not a bad class, don't get me wrong. I just wanted to go a different direction.
I hate the Blood Hunter, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, not my favorite.
So what specifically do you want me to take a look at?
Well, its main kind of thing is, I think, maybe unbalanced, but I really think it's a cool idea, and I'm not really sure what to do.
So what's its main thing?
So its main thing is that it is very unique in the fact that your casting ability modifier is your constitution. It's based on how much life force you have, per se. And the way you do casting is, instead of slots, you get a certain amount of vitality points, is what I'm calling them, based on you have a maximum number of vitality points equal to half your HP plus 5. And then you use that, and it's like, I want to say 10 is what I set this at. I made this kind of a while ago, and I just got to thinking about, hey, I could submit that and get some feedback.
Sure. How important to you is it that it's a Constitution caster?
See, I think it's kind of a cool idea. It's not super important, because I realize that having
it is a cool idea. It is a cool idea.
Having a but it's HP and your casting is kind of busted. Honestly.
It's 100. No, it's also your concentration.
Yes. And that kind of just makes it like you can kind of ignore all your other stats, and it makes it like kind of. I did try to go a bit like half caster. So at level 5, it does get extra attack. So you at least need to put some into strength. But
that
still,
doesn't really matter. I mean, if any, like, extra attack is a very powerful feature. They're gonna, there's a lot of ways you could juke that. Right? They could also be dex based, right? If they decide to be a dex based person, then it's like, they have extra attack, but there's a lot of directions to go in. If the other thing is that if the goal is to give it extra attack, you're not actually just making it a half caster. You're making it explicitly a martial half caster, which, if anything, exacerbates the con issue.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
Like, the reason why half casters kind of work is that they're very, like, a paladin is a half caster, and it works because they kind of require strength, and kind of require con, and kind of require charisma. So so I wouldn't balance this against half casters. Here's my main thought. My main thought is, if Constitution casting is the most important thing, then really the hurdle you have is how limiting can you make that in a way that it is balanced but also still fun, because it needs to be stupidly limited, like genuinely stupidly limited, to the point where it's like, I'm not sure what the move is.
Right. So the kind of solution I had was originally like, I wavered back and forth on this, but I made it a feature at 3rd level. It's blood casting. You, instead of having the points you spend, you can spend your HP, and it's like kind of a worse ratio of like it. You end up spending.
But that's
more
not
HP
dealing
than
with
you
the
put
issue.
points.
That's just making it better. That's still that's exacerbating the issue, because the issue is the power of the con score and the versatility of its use. So The con score is health. They're the same fucking thing.
Yes. Yes.
The other thing here is that it is very difficult to, in the same way that I would never encourage somebody to balance any of their game mechanics around how much gold something costs or spending gold to activate a feature, because gold is so there's not a really reliable way to know how much value gold has or how much gold someone is going to have. This has the exact same issue. What happens if somebody multi-classes Barbarian with this? Like, here's the thing. Barbarians, one of the key aspects of a Barbarian, in terms of the way that, like wizards, spellcasting is like is like their feature, right? Mm-hmm. Sorcerers, meta magic is their feature. Genuinely, Barbarians, hit points are their feature. Like, that is a feature of theirs. They are designed in such a way that the hit points that they have takes up about as much space as like a core class feature. And it's just hit points. That's not to say that like that means anything directly related to this, but it would be very easy to get more hit points. Like, this is, you shouldn't be able to make yourself that much more powerful, I think, by I don't know. It's just like, how would I don't even know how to start balancing that. So
right. So I can kind of see the way that I'm going to move forward with this then. So I think that you're right, because I liked conceptually the idea of Constitution, but I kind of forgot about concentration.
You could tie Constitution into something, or hit point sacrificing into something, but I think that it still needs to be somewhat multi-stat dependent.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would not make it even a half caster. Like, if you're gonna maybe go in the Blood Hunter direction where you're sacrificing hit points to activate a power, but But if you're gonna be a spellcaster, you got to be careful with that. And even if you are sacrificing hit points to activate a power, you do fall into that same thing of that is not a reliable resource. Like, that means that I have access to this depending on how much healing I have access to.
Yeah.
There's like, so it's like that's hard to balance. There's because that'll feel really good in some campaigns. That'll feel terrible in others. It'll feel shockingly overpowered in others, you know?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
So yes, probably I'll swap out the con casting for wisdom, and then I'll probably nix the extra attack, because I wasn't even thinking about that. You know, you look at a bunch of okay. Well, I really appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much.
If you are going to be nixing the extra attack, the main thing to think about for what 5th level does is 5th level is power / damage boost. So if you are all of the classes that are full spellcasters at 5th level, that's when they get access to 3rd level spells. That's the main thing to get. If you're a half caster, 9 times out of 10, you get extra attack. Artificers don't get extra attack. Artificers get a subclass specific feature at 5th level, some of which are extra attack. And they basically get extra attack or not, depending on if they are intended to be more of a martial class or not. Mm-hmm. If your thing is more of a martial class, either give it extra attack or give it some way to boost its damage. If it's not a martial class, give it a bop up in magic power, or whatever its core class mechanic is.
Okay, so I really appreciate all this. I think that the issue was, first of all, there's a reason there are no con casters, and secondly, I have a lot of ideas, and I think I'm just trying to make all of them fit into one. I think I need to take some of these features out, do them as subclasses, or just some,
But here's what I would do if I were you. I also, like, you don't, especially when it comes to stuff like this, only take what feedback you want, because I see Constitution casters, and I think I don't want to deal with thinking about how to balance that, so I just think it's not a great idea. I don't love it because it's hard to balance, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So if you're like, fuck you, I don't care, I want to figure it out, please do it. But what I would do is if you're worried that you're overdoing this too much, remember that your character is not a complete quote-unquote character until they're level 20. So there is going to be some shit in there that you think this thing needs, that it might need. The question you have to ask yourself is, does it need it at level 1? Like, what does it need initially versus what does it make sense for it to grow into? Like, if there are some features here that you're like, this is super important, then you ask yourself, okay, is this important in a way where if they don't have this feature, they don't feel like the class? Or is this important in a way where this makes sense as sort of a manifestation of them becoming better at being the class?
Mm-hmm.
Wild shape is kind of like that, right? Like, as a druid, you want to be able to turn into all the animals. If somebody was making up a druid for the first time and they made up wild shape, they might just be like, you can turn into all the animals. And I'd be like, that's too much. And they'd be like, yeah, but I want the flavor of I can be any animal. And I would say, okay, so you can get to that. But the thing that we have to remember when we're building a D&D is that whether or not, we don't know exactly what sort of narrative that player is going to be in. They might be in a narrative where a level 1 adventurer is a really powerful person, or they might be in an adventure where a level 1 character is like a random person and dies every second and everybody's basically a level 1 adventurer. So we don't really know what that power is exactly going to be, but regardless, we want to hit that first level feature in a way that, or the first couple level features in a way where they're not necessarily the thing we want, but they are the path to the thing we want, and they are doing enough of that thing that it is satisfying right now. And anything else that they're not doing right now, either because it's too complicated or too much or too powerful, we seed it in at higher levels, and that's sort of how we build. So like with the druid wild shape, okay, you want to be able to turn into animals? Cool. We're going to base it off of CR. Oh wait, that's still kind of, there's some power funky things there. So instead of basing it off of CR, it's going to be based off of CR, but also you can't turn to anything that flies until 8th level or whatever. Mm-hmm. So there's like limitations on it that you can grow into. So yeah, eventually you can be the druid that turned into a bear or a hummingbird or whatever. But when you start, you're just the random fucking guy starting. And like your powers aren't cray-cray. Or if they are cray-cray, they're only cray-cray because no one's that cray-cray.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I actually got to get going. Thank you so much for your feedback.
All right, I'm going to hang up on you. I love you. Bye. That was ice cream. Is it weird that I feel a little self-conscious when I keep somebody on the phone to the point where they tell me they want to leave? Why don't I like that? It's like, am I over-talking? What's going on? Why do they want to leave me? Don't leave me. Hi, Death and Bees. How's it going? How do I look at legacy kobolds in D&D Beyond, or am I just stuck? I don't know. This is how I'm going to tell you how I would do it. I would type the word kobold. Let's see here. I type the word kobold. And then I do the one that this has legacy next to it, so that works. Kobold. Here's a legacy kobold. Beautiful. Glorious. You feel self-conscious for me? Good. Feel my pain. Feel the burn. The woe. Okay, we looked at that. Let us see what we see. Did I talk about everything that people posted? Might not have talked about everything people posted. Talked about the ice cream post. That was also, I think, the most pleasant conversation I've ever had about Constitution spellcasters. We weren't exactly shitting on D&D Beyond. Somebody asked me how to look something up, and I was about to shit on D&D Beyond if it wasn't easy to look up. But it was. What time is it? Let me see something here. D&D Beyond did not tell you where to find it? Yeah. How am I tonight? I'm good. I'm pretty good. So now that I'm going to be streaming more, I do play this game in my head of like trying to think if I should try to find like the optimum times of day to stream and what those should be. And then also like, should I just be streaming on YouTube? Should I just be streaming on Twitch? Should I be dual streaming? These are the questions that I find myself asking now that I'm streaming more. So I do think about that a little bit in this current state. Mariadar Goblin. I'm sorry, keep saying your name wrong. More streams, yay! Oh, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. It feels like everyone wants to try to make one. A Constitution caster? Yeah. Quispy sent something in. Let me see what they said. I wanted to ask, what would add to my first level feature? What sort of simple but useful effect would fit? This is called a charisma spellcaster using magic to manipulate souls. Let's take a look. Let's give her a gander. Elevator pitch. The Soul Weaver is based on the idea of what if there was a full caster who drew their power from magic from other people? Ooh. Is there a downside to streaming on both? The downside to streaming on both is that it makes both the Twitch algorithm and the YouTube algorithm work less for me. If everyone was watching on Twitch, I would get more attention in Twitch, and because it's like, I'll just explain what I mean. If right now I have 50 people watching on YouTube and 25 people watching on Twitch. If I had 70 people watching on either, that platform would promote it more. So I'm sort of not getting promoted that much in either by existing in both. That's the only real downside, I think. I don't even know how much of a downside it is. Who just gave me something? Lighthawk, thank you for remembering, you glorious little fiend. Cacao! Cacao! I don't actually know if it matters, but that is the issue. The issue is, I don't actually know, but my gut tells me it's better to have more viewers on one platform than less on both if you are small. I think once you get to a large enough size, that matters less. Let's take a look at this thingy here. Zemgob, I've tried doing polls and stuff. Honestly, at the end of the day, I just need to make the choice for myself because what you guys want, or let me rephrase that. The responses to a poll are not good indicators of what actually would happen. Unfortunately. Okay, so this is a magic user that pulls power from other people. They use magic by calling upon the power of people's souls and manipulating the connection between them. It's somewhat inspired by the Order of the Bondsmith. I don't know what that is. From the Stormlight Archive, which I haven't read, but I hear is good. Stormlight? I hardly know light. YouTube might be worse, but YouTube makes a lot more money for me and consistently has way more viewers. So I don't know if it's a worse experience. It's definitely less slick from the user end. Like, I can't raid people. There's all sorts of, like, weird little Twitch buttons that I can push and stuff. But I almost always have double the viewership on YouTube, at least. And in terms of which one makes more money, it's not even a question. So that's the only hesitation about that. The only time that Twitch made more money for me than YouTube was when I was streaming exclusively on Twitch for, like, 3 months. And it took a while to get there. It didn't feel worth it. I don't know. The Bondsmith powers are loosey-goosey. Well, let's see what they're working on for first level. I want to look at this first level feature, and we'll see what we can build on from there. I think for now, I'm just going to keep streaming on both. I think that's the move. Realistically, I'm not going to stream so much that I can't do other things. I'm not going to stream to a detriment of my other projects, which is why, like, this week I'm streaming every day because we're going on the Outer Wilds adventure, and I'm probably going to turn into a YouTube video. But I'm not going to be streaming every day all the time. I'm going to be streaming more regularly these types of streams, but then also when I have special, like, things we're doing. Droven, your experience might be that Twitch pays content creators more than YouTube, but my experience is that regardless of what their ratios are, I have only ever made more money from YouTube. So maybe per viewer or per membership, YouTube pays less, but at the end of the month, Twitch has never paid my bills outside of when I did I was part of a program with them for 2 months. YouTube is the only reason I can do this for a living. But again, it doesn't really matter. We don't need to talk about making money. That's stupid. Let's talk about D&D Homebrew. I apologize. All right, first level, connection. As a bonus action, you choose up to 3 willing creatures within 30 feet to create a connection network for 1 minute, linking your minds with the creatures. When you do so, you see strands of light connecting the creatures in your connection network, and to each other and to every creature within 30 feet of them who they are familiar with. That is so confusing. Who sent this in? Quispy, what the fuck does this even mean? Does this mean that when you activate this, you see like lines, like spirit lines, like ether or soul lines connecting the creatures that you choose, and then between every other creature that they know, so long as that creature was within 30 feet of them? My question to you would be, what is the mechanical benefit of that? And also, how do you express that regularly without being super fucking annoying at the table? Like, how do you do that without asking your dungeon master every 3 seconds if somebody is connected to somebody else? Do you know what I mean? Because you don't actually see it. I would drop the second feat part entirely. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe this is something that makes sense for the lore of the books, but this is just fucking genuinely nothing. So just cut this out entirely. Also, I hear myself, and I know I'm being harsh right now. I hear it. But you basically just asked, we're looking at a first level feature without not knowing much about the class, so I'm going in hypercritical. I apologize if you don't want me to be that. This literally is just nothing right now, though. This is literally nothing. So, yes, this class right now feels like it doesn't have any features. Yeah, it helps nothing. It literally has no mechanical value, which is why I'm kind of confused as to what the intended goal of it is. It's a flavor. It's literally nothing. I want some kind of feature to strengthen the creature's connection or create a beneficial effect by manipulating the connections. I don't know exactly what you mean by manipulating the connections. I think what you probably want to look at here are spells and abilities that do these sorts of things, like Warding Bond or Bless or Telepathic Link. The problem is that most of the things that do this are very resource dependent. There aren't really any abilities in D&D that allow you to like share a buff or share a boon or even share a benefit between a bunch of different creatures at the same time all the time. Like Rory's Telepathic Bond is a 5th level spell. That's very high level spell. All that does is let you communicate telepathically with a group of creatures. So by making something that is built around linking a group of creatures, you got to be really dainty in how you play with that power balance. I'm not exactly sure what the right move is. The other thing that I want to push on here a little bit is this is very difficult to balance because it is largely based on, well, I guess you can do up to 3 willing creatures, but there is an element of power disparity when something is more or less strong depending on how many party members you have. So I'm not exactly sure. I think I need to know what the point of this class is a little bit more. I'm going to be honest. This mechanic here does not feel like it's tied to the flavor that you've pitched here. Also, this feels like it is like you are drawing power out of people to wield it. This feels like you are connecting people. Maybe they're supposed to be the same thing. Maybe I just don't understand what the Order of the Bondsmith is. But if this is your core class mechanic, this feels like what would be a core subclass mechanic. Assuming this does something. Like, let's say this allowed you to share damage. Or let's say this allowed you to give all of these creatures a buff or something. All of those sorts of things, they feel like a spell or they feel like a 3rd level feature for a subclass. They don't really feel like a core class mechanic. A different system, but there is a Pathfinder class that works similarly. Folks are also saying you could check out the UA Cartographer Artificer that has some similar vibes to it. Telepathy amongst allies isn't super powerful, I agree, but it also is the core feature of some subclasses and spells in a way that to deny where it sits in the game mechanics is kind of, I think, doing yourself a design disservice. Also, it shouldn't be your core class feature, so I don't think this should be telepathic communication. It feels weird. Like, there's too many things that get it at first level anyway. That it's just like, why this also? This isn't the Scion, you know? Let me see what you asked again. Did you ask anything else? Yeah, this is going to sound like a dick move, but it is the truth. The thing you need to add to this first level feature is game mechanics. This doesn't have any game mechanics right now. It has narrative description. You choose up to 3 creatures within 30 feet of you, and there is now a flavorful thing that you can see. Doesn't really do anything, though. So I guess the question you should ask yourself is, what sort of feature can you give this that's going to lead into what the core class is supposed to do that is open-ended enough that it works reasonably as a first-level feature, but can build in a direction to help sell the class, and also that is balanced and reasonable for anybody to multi-class into at first level. Like, for example, rogues get sneak attack at first level. If I take a 1-level dip into rogue to get sneak attack, under the right conditions, I can add an extra d6 of damage to an attack. It's okay. But with a rogue, it's very powerful because the rogue class gives you a lot of those conditions, and the more you lean into that class, the more powerful that feature gets. This is going to be a little tricky if at level 1 we are already impacting a lot of creatures, because as soon as we are having an effect on more than one creature, we are upping the power of it. So you got to play around with, like, what would that feature be that could be reasonably balanced at first level that anybody could basically pick up by just taking a level in this class. Have any of you read this thing? Do any of you know what this Order of the Bondsmith is? I think somebody mentioned something in the chat about it. Dice Admiral. Dice, am I dancing? Like, Dice, what is there a core mechanic that we could tie Order of the Bondsmith into that is just missing here? Or is it a little bit, is it sort of like trying to capture like One Piece mechanics or Jujutsu Kaisen mechanics where they're a little open-ended in ways that work well for narrative but not necessarily well for mechanics? So if the powers are weird and nebulous, I think what you should do as the creator, Quispy, is not try to capture the totality of it, but like pick an aspect of it and do that. Because I will say, Dice says that the powers are nebulous. This is nebulous. And we don't want our core class feature to feel nebulous. I don't really know what additional effects I would give it. I think it really depends on what this class is supposed to feel like in combat. Is it a support class? Is it a martial class? You said it's a spellcaster, but like, is this affected by its spellcasting? I don't know. I don't think I know enough, unfortunately. I think my main feedback is this needs something that feels more tangible at first level. This doesn't feel very tangible. You can make people understand each other. That's defined, but everything else is very hard to envision as D&D mechanics. It has a lot to do with oaths. Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but I would say that, like I said, in D&D, the thing that makes it so you can pick a bunch of creatures and then they can all communicate perfectly well together is at least, like, I think a 4th or a 5th level spell. Now, the ability to communicate one person to one person is much more low tier in power in D&D. But I would also say, is the ability for everybody to communicate with each other, is that like a fun core mechanic? I don't think so. That sounds like a invocation I would pick, you know? If I wanted. I'm not sure how helpful this is going to be, Quispy. I apologize. I think that realistically, if you can't come on the call, that's fine. But without a more specific question, I don't really know what else to say other than I don't know what simple effect would work here that wouldn't just feel like it should be a subclass feature or a spell. I'm not sure, because there is no core mechanic here. So I need at least a core mechanic that I can work with, or an understanding of a core mechanic that I can work with to build off of. Maybe people that are in your connection, you have advantage on insight against them or something. Or you can like see their feelings or something, depending on what the vibe of this thing's supposed to be. It's a little bit of a shot in the dark, but I don't have much else to work with here. Sorry, that's not the best feedback, but I don't really know what else to say. We talked about this. Let's see what else we're working with here. Talked about this. Boozy Books. Let's see what they have to ask us. Boozy Books says, I live in the UK and have a daughter, so I can't watch live. No worries. Young daughter. Yeah, this is too inappropriate for her. I made this just after the SCP stream, planning to put in my home game. Well, you didn't ask a question. I don't know if the miss mechanic's worse. Last 2 bullet points. Okay. I see. Here it is in the chat if you guys want to look at it. Kapow! Ball of Incredible Bouncing. Very rare. 1d4 thrown. It's a +2. Before you make an attack with the ball, you can choose a number of surfaces for the projectile to bounce off of en route to a maximum of 10. Every surface chosen adds 1 to the target's... What? Adds 1 to the target's AC? However, when 1 or more surfaces are selected, the target does not benefit from quarter or half cover. This sounds like you're building a mini game that you don't need to build. This is overly complicated. The DM can make adjustments, can adjust the maximum number of surfaces for an attack based on the location. I'm going to be honest. This doesn't sound like a very satisfying thing to have to figure out mid-combat. What does it do? On a successful hit, you add 1d4 damage for every surface selected. Because this sounds like you are going to try to make a lot... Like, I get that the game is, it's harder to hit, but it does more damage. Just make there be a limit. Don't make it a game where the Dungeon Master has to decide the limit every single time you use it. That's going to be really frustrating. On a miss in an open space. What does open space mean? A player must succeed on investigation, survival. How do we know the check? What do we know what the roll is here? You got to give us a number, or this is nothing. On a miss in an enclosed space, every creature in the space. Again, what is the range here? What is the limit? An enclosed space could be a 10 by 10 foot room. It could be like a warehouse. Like, we need a little bit more clarity here. If no creature fails the save, the ball eventually collides with a soft object. I think that if I were you, this mechanic is a little bit jank. I would just change it. Maybe this gameplay loop could be exploited. I don't really know exactly. The DC for either miss condition is 10 plus 2 for each surface selected. I don't think the problem is actually any of the mechanics. I think all of the mechanics individually are probably fine. I think the problem is how much the mechanics need you to invest time in order for you to use this. You need to decide how many bounces you're doing, which is trying to guess what the AC change is going to be, which is going to change what the damage dice are going to be. But you need to talk to the Dungeon Master about this to decide whether or not, what the limit of that is. Separately from that, the DC you also have to recalculate after the number of uses, and that's different depending on the answer to all those other questions. There's just like a lot of variables that I think are not making this item more fun. I think you are. This to me feels like you're falling into the pit trap of aiming for accuracy as opposed to ease of use. And I don't know if accuracy is going to make this more fun. If I were you, I would lean into the idea of you huck it at someone, It bounces around in an AoE. People can try to avoid it or catch it, and it does damage. Maybe the damage scales up every round that it isn't caught or something. But I don't think we need to be doing all of these calculations. I certainly don't think we should be giving the player the decision to decide how to calculate this. Or if you like that idea, if your favorite part of the item is that interplay, is that space between, I like the idea of the risk reward of the AC goes up, but so does the damage, then don't try to do the bounce element. Just keep that. Make an item that has the special power that when you throw the item, you can decide to expend a charge, or however many charges you want, and when you expend a charge, the AC of the target goes up by 1, but the damage, if it hits, also goes up by 1. And literally just make an item that does that. I think that's super interesting. That's fine as an item. I think an item that bounces around, and you have to catch or deals damage, and the DC goes up, I think that is interesting too. I think those are separately interesting ideas. I think when you try to mush them together, it kind of becomes gobbledygook. Dino suggests rolling a random dice to determine how many times it bounces. I think that could work really well. I wouldn't do anything. The problem with this is the scaling, is you're dealing with like AC stuff. So I probably wouldn't make it more than a D4 that I rolled to determine how many bounces it did. I think that is probably reasonable. But yeah, I think the problem is you're just trying to do too many things. You're trying to make it do this interesting bounce mechanic where it scales as it bounces. And then you're also trying to do this mini game where you can choose to make the target have more AC in order to make yourself deal more damage. I wouldn't do both of those. Those are my thoughts. Boozy, I don't think you're here. So hopefully that's reasonable. Can this be exploited? Kinda, yeah. The main way that it can be exploited is if the DM isn't the DM basically has to do that work every single time it's used. The other element here is if the DC can just keep going up and this can just keep bouncing and bouncing and bouncing until it stops, it just can create a death spiral. Like you could basically, for example, let me give you an example. Let's say I have a crate, okay? What if I throw it into the crate and then somebody uses a held action to cover the crate, so now the ball is bouncing around in the crate. And it just bounces. I can just hold it there basically forever because no creature is making a saving throw. So it just and then it just creates a death bomb. Because there is no rules for how it stops bouncing if there's no creature involved. It just keeps bouncing forever. Does that mean that it only bounces forever when creatures are around? Is it somehow tied to the spatial awareness of creatures being there? That could be it too. I would probably make it more like something like it bounce, like it almost is like a thing that you throw, and instead of throwing it at a creature, it's like a fireball where you throw it and it affects an area, and maybe that area of effect ramps up and then stops. But there's a lot of there's a lot of exploitation here if it literally is a bouncy ball that gets crazier the more you bounce it, and you can, because in D&D you can do a lot of magic stuff. Not only can you technically just hold your action to do something on a triggering thing and it just works, but there's spells you can do to like create containers, and there's all sorts of shenanigans you could make. I think the idea is interesting. I think it was interesting before. I just think it's got to be toned. You want the mechanics to not be so complicated they detract from the fun. Those are my thoughts on that. I don't really have more thoughts on that. Yeah, if I decide to throw the ball, why not roll a d10 to represent the number? You could do something like that, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Manischewitz. What time is it? How long have we been streaming? Should we end? We've only been streaming about 4 hours. We've almost been streaming for 5 hours, but it's almost 12:30. Almost 12:30 in the evening. Sponge, I see something that you posted. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I have the brain juice capacity to help you pick spells for a subclass right now, so I think we're gonna hold that one, share it in a future one, and we'll give it a gander. I want to be helpful. I don't want to be unhelpful. Let me look at the other thing you asked, because you said you want to give them a feature that's a ribbon feature. Let's look at that ribbon feature. This is a Lunar Beast subclass. It is designed for the 2025 book. It's a sorcerer. And one of the questions that they asked was about the spells. This is supposed to be a werewolf lycanthrope style beast sorcerer. We're not going to deep dive the spells right now. Looking at them quickly, I think they're probably fine. The intention of the 3rd level feature is that it's a ribbon feature. The instincts you were born with have blossomed into heightened senses. As a bonus action, you can open your nose and ears. Till the start of your next turn, creatures within 30 feet of you, except any you designate, have disadvantage on stealth dexterity checks. This is sort of a ribbon feature. I think that the first thing is, why would they have disadvantage on dexterity checks when you are opening your nose and ears? If anything, you should have advantage on perception checks, or they should specifically have disadvantage on dexterity checks only related to you. But this is not you affecting a creature. This is you affecting yourself. So I probably would not do disadvantage on checks. You know what you could do? This could be a little bit like a paladin's divine sense. So a paladin can use divine sense to sense creatures and creature types around them. What if this is that? What if hunter's instincts? You activate this, and then you have advantage on any perception or survival checks you make to find hidden creatures, or perception and investigation checks you made to find creatures with the hidden condition. And you can do this a limited number of times. I think that could work. What did you say you were worried about? You wanted to make it more interesting than just the skill proficiency. I mean, it's still pretty strong, but it's not crazy strong. But that's what I would do. I would just make it something that boosts your ability to detect hidden creatures, if that's kind of the direction you're going in. I don't think it needs a lot more than that. Especially if you're going for it being a ribbon feature. Boom. Asked and answered. I think that's literally everything that people submitted today. Let me just check. Did we get through all of them? I think we did. Let me just double check. Hell yeah. Oh, no, we didn't. We just got a piece. Let's see. Check this out. I've been wanting you to take a look. It's loosely based on Spellfire from 3.5. It has some fun mechanics. I think could be deadly fun. And fills a niche of the Constitution-based caster. Crabapool, what is your question? If you don't have a question or specifically you want me to look at or give feedback on, I'm happy to. I can't really help. We're not playing the game. Look at this and tell me what you think, unless you want me to turn on very harsh critique mode, which I don't actually want to do right now. You want to know if the Drain Spellfire mechanic is decent? All right. Is that what you get at first level? Where is that? First level. Oh man, you're really making me read. All right. Realistically, I'm not going to read the whole thing if I have thoughts. Because at the end of the day, Constitution spellcasters don't work. But let's put that judgment I have aside for a second, and assuming that they could work, let's see what Spellfire does. You act like a magnet, drawing spells or spell-like abilities into yourself. The magic must be single target or raised directed at the character. The absorbed spell effects is canceled, and the spell's energy, not the spell itself, is stored within you. You can store a number of spells equal to your proficiency bonus. This is missing a lot of mechanical clarity. How does this activate? Is this a reaction to someone casting a spell? Is this a passive thing that just happens whenever somebody casts a spell targeting you? We don't know how this works. You've explained the idea, but you haven't explained how it actually works. So in order for this to work, we need to know how it sits in the game mechanics. And right now that is unclear. You can release the stored spells as standard action. If you are going to be making a class, who is this? This is Krabapool. Krabapool. I'm going to be really blunt with you right here. With just reading this, I know you haven't done much D&D Homebrew before. And it shows in the writing. It shows in the writing in a couple ways that I think is going to be a huge benefit for you. This is very mechanically unclear. Partially because you are genuinely missing core aspects of game mechanics that features need to have. Action economy, bonus actions. Whenever you have a feature, we need to know when it activates, especially if it's something like this. If it's like you have resistance to fire damage, we don't need to know when it activates because it's resistance to fire damage. But this is tied to stuff happening. So we need to know when this happens, how this happens. The other thing that's indicating to me that you haven't written much homebrew before is you say, as a standard action. That is not a D&D mechanic phrase. Now, do I understand what you mean by that? I think you just mean, as an action, you can release this stuff. But when you are writing something new, like a class, where there is no safety net, you need to take every opportunity you can to make the reader understand what the fuck you're talking about. And when you use language that isn't standard D&D language, it's going to throw that off a little bit. So I'm going to read the rest of this mechanic, but I'm telling you right now, my gut tells me the first thing you should be doing is familiarizing yourself with low-level features of every class and the language they use to express them. You can deal, what is this? You can then release those bolts as a standard action, firing rays of pure magical energy that deals a number of d8 equal to the number of spells released. The ray is a spell attack and has a range of 400 feet. Alternatively, you can release the energy with a touch, healing nearby allies equal to your con modifier for each spell released. If you absorb a number of spells levels greater than the amount you can store, you release the excessive spells as a localized burst. To be completely honest, this, I think, just doesn't work. There is so much that's not clear here. I will explain a couple ways why this doesn't work. The way... Let's not worry about the things I don't understand. Let's just worry about the things I do understand. You have the ability to fire a ray. You have an attack with a range of 400 feet that is based off of your Constitution modifier. You have healing with a range of 400 feet that is based on your Constitution modifier. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's... I guess this is a touch. So maybe this is in a range of 400 feet. Let me rephrase that. You had a 400-foot range attack based on your Constitution. You get an innate healing ability based on your Constitution. And you also get health based on your Constitution. And also concentration checks based on your Constitution. I don't think this works. It's too much single stat dependency. This is a shockingly powerful one-level dip for literally any class and in the entirety of D&D. And beyond that, it is probably too powerful to build a class off of. It's just doing way too much. It weirdly is doing way too much, and also not... This doesn't feel like anything. Like, it's just doing way too much. Because it's like, it's giving you an attack, it's giving you a heal. So what do you... Like, it's also giving you, like, a counter spell. Like, what does it mean to absorb spells? Are you just shunting spell? Like, if somebody casts a spell... how the fuck does this activate? If somebody casts a spell, do they have to target you with the spell? Does the spell have to be cast within 10 feet of you? Does it have to be cast within 60 feet of you? And if it does, do you have to use your reaction to absorb the spell? Does it just happen? And if it absorbs the spell, does the spell change? Or is it not affect the spell? So there's like a lot of stuff that is very unclear here. And we're just not sure. I'm just not sure which direction it goes in. I'll check the Discord. Are you in the waiting room? It's the central mechanic. It's not true spellcasting reaction. You cut single target spells. I still don't think you're. I still think it's. I think it's still. I think it's still. I think it's still an issue. I still don't think it really works. Or rather, let me rephrase that. I don't think this works at all until there is a great deal of clarity about how you get this resource. How many of this resource you can have at a time, how limited it is. I'm sure that, I think you expressed the limitations here a little bit, but to be honest, the whole thing is so confusing that I kind of forgot at the end because I'm so tripped up over this first part. It's that part's confusing. What it's actually doing is not confusing, right? It's just a really good ranged attack, and also healing. And an AoE ability. Yeah, I don't know, man. It just feel it doesn't feel like a core class feature. I wish I knew what effect it had on spells, or if it just happens. Crabapool, just speak in the YouTube chat. I can see you there too. You don't need to. Don't type in the Discord because I don't want to keep. I'd rather keep the chat open. I can just look at the chat. Regardless, I think that you have two big things. I would say three big things to think about to make this feature work. Number one, in the argument between whether a constitution-based class works or doesn't work, this doesn't work right now. So it's not answering the question of how do you make a constitution-based class balance. This is exacerbating the problem, not making it better. So that's the first thing you got to think about. Second thing you got to think about is if you have a feature that activates or doesn't activate based on spells and magical abilities, you need to clarify what the fuck that means. Is it the spell procs you getting a copy of this feature? Is the spell, does the magic proc you getting a charge? Does using this diminish the spell? Does this work on... If this works on magical abilities, how does it define what a magical ability is? Because there are a lot of creatures that don't have spells but do have magical abilities. So all of that needs clarity. In addition to all of that needing clarity, what I would argue, my argument would be, if you boil all that stuff away and we get into just literally what this does, which is a ranged attack, a touch healing, and an AoE damage, I don't think any of those ideas feel like they're going in the same direction or feel like they are building the core of a class identity. It just feels like it's a better version of a lot of things that already exist. It's specifically referencing single target spells targeting the character, then that is more of a reason that it should not be a core class ability. Because now you have no agency over using it. Maybe there's more uses of it if it's magic around you. But that basically means unless the Dungeon Master decides to target your character with a single target spell, you don't get this ability. So there needs to be more of a consistent way that the player can have agency in activating this feature if you want it to be a core feature. The other thing is that the likelihood of that they are going to be targeted by single target spells more than maybe once a session is a bold assertion. A lot of the time that's not going to happen. The other thing, the last thing, maybe the most important thing also. You should not get a first level ability that is essentially counterspell. You just shouldn't. That's going to be too much. So those are my thoughts. This feels like it needs a lot of work. I wish I could tell you what direction it should go in, but it's doing too many things. It is diminishing magic. It is giving you very good ranged attack. It is giving you heal. It is giving you AoE damage. It's just going in too many directions. It's a little too unfocused and going in just feels too divergent from itself. I'll take a look at Spell Drain. You can touch a nearby enemy spellcaster and drain them of a number of spell levels equal to their proficiency modifier. This has all of the same issues as the other thing. What if they don't have spell slots? This doesn't answer the question at all of how do you make sure you can reliably use your features. You said this was based on something from 3.5, and based on things that I have seen from other people, most 3.5 mechanics fit. It drains spell. Okay, what if you're fighting goblins? Goblins don't have spell levels. What if you're fighting literally any monster that doesn't actively have spell casting? Or better yet, what if you're fighting any monster in any of the current iterations of D&D where spells that they get are no longer tied to a spell level? Like they're not choosing to cast a spell at first level or third level, they're just casting the spell. But even then, this is still a bunch of features that literally do nothing if you are not fighting a spellcaster. That's the issue. It's a lot of mechanics tied to a very specific circumstance that, quite frankly, doesn't come up in games a lot of the time. What I was going to say, and chat, maybe you have more opinions on this than I do. I have never played 3.5, but I have seen a lot of homebrew that people have made where they were taking concepts from 3.5 and trying to apply them to 5e, or taking a class from 3.5 and tying it to 5e. A lot of the time that doesn't work. A lot of the time 3.5 translates to Pathfinder a lot more easily because as D&D has evolved, it has become a little bit less focused on the crunch and building these hyper niche classes and more focused on general gameplay where the hyper niche is expressed more in subclasses and specific spells and features that you pick. I think the main feedback that I'm going to have for you right now, aside from there being a lot of specificity to things that feel like they're not working, I think the more important thing here is what you just said. These are a lot of features, all of which are doing multiple things and require a lot of explanation, and you're getting them immediately. The lesson I would learn here is look at how the core classes, look at how Wild Shape is designed in the 2014 book, and then look at how Wild Shape in the Druid, and then look at how the Druid Wild Shape is designed in 2024. The Wild Shape mechanic in 2014 is one of the most fucking tediously overcomplicated thing to explain. And it doesn't need to be. I think you're sort of building like a Rube Goldberg machine before it has a solid foundation. That's sort of what it feels like between these features. Like, I have this feature, which is very unique and only works sometimes, but then I build this feature so that it works more of the time. Like, you don't need to build an issue and to build a feature to solve it. Like, it can often be better to just not build the issue. You think it ran away with you a little bit? Maybe. I don't think it should take. I think that paragraphs that are this dense, that aren't immediately evident what they do, is unnecessary for level 1 features. The only things that take up this much space and tediousness are the mechanics for spellcasting, which are necessary, but also they are black and white, straightforward, super simple, incredibly clear, and and they're not adding a new element to the game dramatically. They're not building a completely new gameplay loop. They are just explaining the way that your character specifically engages with the gameplay loop of spellcasting. Maybe that's the goal here. But if that's the case, the way as it's currently expressing itself is not working. It is too complicated and too dependent on outside factors. One of the D&D classes that people have sent me that they've tried to make, I don't know if this was something from 3.5 or not, but I've seen it's either, I forget if it's called the Blue Mage or the Red Mage, but it's essentially the idea of a spellcaster whose magic comes from taking it from other people, which is, I think, something that comes up in a lot of fiction. I'm sure there's a whole side of it in Magic the Gathering. And that sort of mechanic is very, very hard to make work in D&D if you are trying to be accurate to it, because the class is entirely dependent on choices the dungeon master is making, you know? And if the class is entirely dependent on choices the dungeon master is making, it takes all the agency away from the player, and it doesn't really let them push the story in a direction. They're always sort of pushing it in the reactionary direction. So you want everything you could build an element of this class where it has some reactionary help. Like, I'll give you an example. The Paladin is a great example of this. At first level, Paladin gets lay on hands. They can spend from their lay on hand points to heal creatures, or they can spend lay on hand points to remove diseases from those creatures. There is zero peer pressure for a dungeon master to include more diseases in their games with that ability. Why? Well, because lay on hands does a lot of things that has nothing to do with removing diseases. Hit points is fucking huge. So that's a pretty important part of that. So you're going to want to make sure that whatever you're building, it is activated by, it is helpful in situations that are reasonably diverse. This is the same I say the same thing when people send me anti-magic subclasses. You can't build a subclass that's 100% anti-magic unless you give it some features that maybe help against magic, but also help when there's no magic involved. Otherwise, you'd feel like you don't have a subclass. So you don't want... So this could be a good feature that... Something like this could be a good feature that you got maybe supplementarily. Like as an additional second level feature or something like that. It has to integrate into the gameplay loop more smoothly. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. As a DM, the idea that I need to apply spell slots to each magical creature I make uses just well, ... Yeah, it would be a lot. That's what I mean. Like you don't want your class, especially your core class feature, to be like Dungeon Master, do more work. You want it to just function. If you're just making it for your home game, it doesn't matter quite as much, because you can just decide how much work you want to do and do that work. But as soon as you are making something for other people, or you want to make it easier for yourself from a running the game, balancing, keeping your options open-ended perspective, I think it's good to make the agency lay in the player's hands. It's one of the reasons why it's very hard to make a class that's based on reactions. Because if you make a class that's based on reactions, unless you are choosing to give yourself ways to actively take reactions, the class is very much dependent on other external forces. I'm going to be honest with you, Frick-a-Frack. You are going to save yourself a legitimate mountain of work if you decide this does not need to be a Constitution caster. By deciding to make this a Constitution caster, you are making yourself need to jump through so many fucking hurdles to make the spellcasting element and the magic element feel balanced. If this is a character where their magic is their powers come from their wisdom, intelligence, or charisma, everything else is going to be a lot easier to balance, and a lot of things that might feel too powerful in some circumstances are going to be completely reasonable. So that might be something else to think about, is that why did you decide this needs to be a charisma or constitution caster? Does it need to be a constitution caster? It could be something that's very constitution reliant. Like, it doesn't need to be constitution caster. I would argue that sorcerers and warlocks are very constitution reliant, and 9 times out of 10, unless you have a weird specific character vision in mind, when you build a sorcerer or a warlock, your main stat is charisma, your secondary stat is constitution. 9 times out of 10. There's going to be circumstances where that's not the case, but if you are building towards the general optimal build for either of those classes, that's what you're doing. So, it does, neither one is a constitution caster, though. So it could be something like that, right? Where it is an optimal decision to invest in constitution with this class, but it's not like it's not a required thing. It's not baked into the power. Make it strength-based. That would be weird and interesting. Honestly, building a strength-based magical class I think would be really fun, but I wouldn't do it here because this is really like baked into like absorbing magic, which I feel like if I was going to be strength-based, it would be like a class that was magically built around lifting things or pushing things or hitting things, Like literally doing feats of strength. This doesn't feel like it's doing that. But I do think that's a very funny idea. I don't really have more thoughts, my darling champion. It's like I said, it's an interesting idea. I think the main thing you got to do is sort of pick a lane in terms of where you want the power to sit, and try to figure out how to build this gameplay loop so it's not specifically dependent on the dungeon master incorporating magic shit all the time. I don't know if there were. I'm sure there was some conversation. There's a lot of people that think sorcerers should be constitution casters. Look, I don't even disagree with that from a narrative perspective. The problem is that it's very hard to balance that from a gameplay perspective based on the way that D&D is built. So if you are going to build a constitution caster, you either need to decide that you can handle balancing that yourself and you can navigate that as a dungeon master, or that other people can if they're the ones that are going to be using your design. And that is just a harder thing to do. It's going to be more difficult. So, like, is it wrong? No. Nothing is wrong. But if your goal is to make the best feeling stuff that's the easiest to use, that's harder. That's going to be, you're picking a hard path. But no, this is all nonsense. We're all making stuff up. Like, you should do whatever you want. But the point in sharing something with me is just getting my opinion. My opinion might be valuable, it might not. But it never means you have to follow it. It never means you have to listen to it. And I'm just speaking based on both my experience and the stuff that I've read. Is it the be-all, end-all? No. Is it a little bit informed? Yes. Just a little. And what my hope is, and this is not speaking to you specifically, Frick, this is just in general, but what my hope is, and what I'm trying to foster here is that if you don't really care about that stuff, then you probably don't need to send your homebrew here. Like, what I'm hoping to foster in this community is not just a support the people that aspire not just to make homebrew, but to make homebrew that can work well in anybody's game and can feel good regardless about who's reading it. To make homebrew that is a little bit elevated beyond the most raw. That's like the goal, right? Like, when I do homebrew reviews where we're getting like hypercritical, the perspective that I look at your homebrew from is, if I was just reading this randomly on the internet, Would I like it? Would I want to use it in my game? And if not, why not? So that is a little bit of an assumption I make whenever somebody sends in anything, is that I imagine that they are not just looking for, is this cool? Because is this cool is a valuable question to ask if you want my opinion, but it's not actually a valuable question to ask, because what really matters is this cool for you? I can tell you if I think something is going to feel reasonable or not, or give you hiccups down the road. I'm not naming any names, but I see this a lot, and I'm sure that some people that are watching stream right now will think I'm talking about them. I'm probably not talking about you, but the amount of times I see someone say, I want to build a D&D class, and this isn't talking about you either, Frick, but I see a lot of people that want to build a D&D class because they're excited to. They don't want to make a magic item. They don't want to make a subclass. They want to dive into making a class. But they get really stifled as they're working on the class with how many things they get wrong. Like, they sort of don't want to build the core class because every single thing that they make has like 3 different important pieces of feedback that are kind of from like 3 different directions, and often end them feel like, well, then how the fuck do I do it? Why am I even doing this? And the reason they're feeling that way is because they are trying to design a core class mechanic before they understand the difference between saving throws and attack rolls. Or they're trying to build a core class mechanic before they understand what the frightened condition does. They're just biting off way more than they can chew, which is a really fun place to sit creatively, but man, does it kick your butt when you're actually wanting real feedback. That's less to you specifically, my dear Freck. That's just in general. And again, ain't nothing wrong with trying to make a class, but if you are frustrated with how many things you are struggling with in your homebrew, a great thing to do is to try working on something a bit smaller. If you are getting really frustrated with your class, with your epic magic item, with your subclass, just tone it down. Make something smaller. Because even in making something smaller, you are still going to make every single one of those mistakes. But there's going to be a lot less of them because you're not making a whole class. And it's going to be a lot easier to fix them and get to a point where it feels good, where you have made something that feels complete. And that's going to help fill your like emotional heart. You know, it's going to help you feel like, I have done something. As opposed to if you just keep working nebulously on a class forever, you could spend weeks working on it and still feel like you've accomplished nothing, which can be very like disheartening. Could you share a subclass you feel more confident in? Only if you have a very specific, only if you're still working on it and you have like a question in mind and a thing you want me to look at and talk about, but not this stream. We only do one piece per person per stream. So next time we do this show, which will be on Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how Outer Wilds go, if you want to send in a subclass, you're more than welcome to. Just remember, you need to actually have a question. Like, the question can't just be, does this work or is this fun? I think the question, like tell me specifically what you're working on and what you're struggling with. Does that make sense? The main reason for that is I don't want these to be generalized reviews. I don't think that is super emotionally satisfying for me anymore. And quite frankly, it leads to me going into feedback mode, and my feedback mode is a lot more harsh than people want most of the time. And I think it ends up hurting more people's growth than helping it a lot of the time. Even if the feedback is helpful, people do not, because what ends up happening is I just, it's like a lot of punches to get hit with all at once. Especially if the person giving the punches sometimes just like doesn't sugarcoat them. I think this helps focus the feedback. And I also think realistically this helps like, what's the word? Like, it keeps things a little bit more dynamic. What did you say? Oh, hey, Neo. Did you miss it? You did not miss it. I will say I am kind of wrapping now. Like the piece that we just looked at was probably gonna, like, I wasn't expecting on looking at the piece we just looked at, outside of the fact that somebody posted in the last 2 seconds. So we are probably going to start wrapping, but I am going to be doing another one of these streams on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't know which. And then also again on Sunday. So if you want, and you like this vibe, send something in for one of those. And again, if you want, join me on the call also. You're working on a 2024 version of the Night Skins. Ooh, very cool. Neo Soul God, if you guys don't know, is a homebrew writer. And they make a lot of stuff. To be honest, Night Skins are really good, but I actually think, I don't want to diss the Night Skins because it's very good, but it's not my favorite thing that you have made. I think you have made things since you've made the Night Skins that has shown like development in your writing that I like a lot. Unless you have also actively like updated it and I didn't notice, but I haven't read it in a hot second. But Neo Soul God got a little bit of renown for designing the Night Skins a little while ago as a reaction to some people that were being super fucking racist. And it was such a great fuck you. And it popped off. And I think a lot of people ended up using it in their campaigns. But since then, I do think that your writing has grown quite a bit. So I'm curious to see how the new one shows. But yeah, I don't know if I have enough brain right now, honestly, to give that much earnest feedback, unless someone has unless you have like a very specific question, which I think that I could help focus into, but I don't actually want to pigeonhole anybody into needing to super focus their question like that. I feel like that's not nice. I would rather not ask you to do that. You know, sometimes things require a bit of time. The thing that I don't want, I know you're chilling. I'm sort of talking to everybody at the same time too. I feel like you're more familiar with this vibe than a lot of people. But the thing that I don't want is to create a circumstance where I'm rushing or I'm making someone feel like they're not getting the time of day. I'm going to be honest. I feel like I did not do a good enough job with Fricka-Frack. I think that I stumbled through my explanation, and I don't even think I thought through the idea that much, because more of what I thought was, this is a little bit too heady for me to dive into, which is maybe also good feedback, because if that's where I mean, there's a little too much going on in general. But like, I don't know how helpful I was to Fricka-Frack. So I think we're gonna wrap here, because I don't want to end before I'm not helpful. You know, that's no fun. But that's okay, guys. Tomorrow, I think I was okay. I think I was a little helpful, Fricka-Frack. If I was completely unhelpful, I would have mostly apologized. I think I could have just, if that was the first piece I looked at in the stream, I think it would have been a longer conversation. But, folks, for the rest of the week, starting tomorrow, I am endeavoring on a adventure that I would love for you to join me on. They say that there are some games, some experiences that you can only have once. And that is a lot of what people say about the game The Outer Wilds. I've never played it. I know almost nothing about it. But starting tomorrow through Wednesday or Thursday, depending on how long it takes to finish, we'll see if it takes longer. We'll play that game too. But we are going to be going on the Outer Wilds adventure together. And I hope you will join me, even if it's not exactly D&D related. I hope you're interested in potentially just going on a little adventure of our own. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine too. We are going to be back again Wednesday or Thursday or Sunday with more D&D homebrew stuff. Yeah, all my schedule stuff is listed on the Discord and also as a post on YouTube. But basically, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is going to be Outer Wilds until I finish it. And then when I finish it, we're going to do more homebrew stuff. So if there's a specific moment in Outer Wilds that is like iconic and you want to see me react to it, watch me when I'm going to be there in the game. I don't know what that is. Also, to be blunt, I'm probably going to be less... If I feel like chat is going to spoil things for me, I'm going to really not pay attention to chat that much during Outer Wild. If I feel like I can trust chat or my mods are really on point, I'll pay attention to it more. But I might safety net myself a slice because everyone has told me that you have to be really careful to like go in with nothing. And every streamer that I have spoken to about doing this has told me to ignore chat or turn chat off. I don't want to turn chat off, but literally every single streamer I've spoken to about this told me to do that. So that does make me feel like, okay, I gotta make sure that it's a smooth ride, you know? I'm gonna hope that our audience, like this little live stream community we have is a bit smaller than the larger following. So I'm gonna hope that within our little bubble of people that enjoy spending this sort of time with me, we have a little bit more of an element of trust and a little bit more of an element of support than just the random people that want to watch my YouTube short. You know what I mean? So that's what my goal is. My hope is that we have a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of sense of community that will help with that. We'll see. But either way, guys. Oh, what's up? Who just got here? Electric Uncle Trash. How's it going? Electric Uncle Trash. We're actually wrapping up, man. We are closing things down. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'm a sleepy man. I think it is time for us to consider the night to maybe be coming to a close. And now the game is, who do we raid? Who of my friends is streaming? All my friends that are streaming have much larger followings than me. Let's raid. We could read Nox. I don't really know Nox super well. Oh, but they've been streaming for 5 hours. But I do like their stuff. Let's see. Let's keep it in the D&D space. We'll raid someone from D&D. We'll raid a D&Der. Let's see who's streaming right now. Who's up? Who's trying to grow and learn? Let's see. These guys they look like they might be rapping.
I'm gonna call it a session. Congratulations, everybody.
They are rapping. All right, let's find someone else to raid. Before they raid us, fuck. Oh God, we got to do this quick. Fuck me. Please don't raid me. Fuck, they're gonna raid me. They better not. They better raid someone else. Okay, we're on a time limit now. Wait, I need like a timer. Okay, quick, we gotta find someone to raid. Chat, you're gonna help me, okay? If they fucking... Wait, that's not gonna work. God damn it, I'm not signed into Twitch on that. Shit. Okay. Everybody go. How do I share this? Oh my God, this is getting stressful. Oh boy. Okay. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Who do we raid? DJ Fira? I don't know who the fuck that is. Why do I follow them? They only have 18 people watching right now. They're just chatting. I don't know who they are. We're raiding them. We're raiding them. I don't know what's going on. Oh God. Oh boy. All right. This is somebody that I followed at some point and I don't know why. But we're raiding them. They've only been streaming for 40 minutes.
I'm over here trying to figure out what to do, but I might just go.
They're trying to figure out what to do. Perfect time to raid them. Folks, but before we end stream, there is one last thing we must do. And that is say thank you. Thank you to the people that support the channel. Where are you, people that support the channel? There you are. Who's here? Jay, Leonardo, Crystal, Maverick, Joshua, Lisa, Yarlo, Matthias, Quasi, our P-Raider. We also got Psychological Villain and Marietta Goblin. Also Lighthawk. Also Stream Elements. Also Rex. You guys are champions. Thanks so much. You're lovely. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow with some crazy shenanigans. See you there. YouTube, if you want to join us on the raid, there it is in the chat. Bye.